man could become president of the United States. The country is going to take a temperature on character, on policy. Who are these people who might lead the country? And one of them might be leading the country should a crisis happen, a heartbeat away from the presidency. We live in a time of assassination attempts on the Republican nominee, of political violence, and of aging politicians. So it's no question that one day one of these people could be president. We hope all people live healthy lives and serve full terms, but you never know in American history. That's what the history always tells us.
Nancy, the other big event is these incredible floods in North Carolina, which also is a platform for presidents.
It is, because handling of natural disasters is often a proxy for voters of competence. They look at how you handle something like that, and they say this person is...
All righty. What's up, Lucas? Can you please try out a game Thumper on PS5 or either of your channels? My super covers the cost plus lame percentage YouTube takes out. It's on sale for $8. Thumper is a rhythm and violence horror game. I will do that, good sir.
It's performance, performance. That seems obvious, but no full
Thumper.
pause. They're looking for a viral moment.
What's up with this
That's
light?
what they'll be looking for tonight.
No handshake.
They did do a handshake.
And, there you have. Governor Walz appears to be taking some
notes.
J.D. Vance.
They came in late to the debate talking about no handshake.
And they were shaking hands before.
Yeah, they shook hands before, stupid.
Well, we have
No
the vice presidential debate coming up in a moment. It will be moderated by our own Nora O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz take the stage. Well, they've taken the stage, so stick with us here and join us also on our streaming channel, CBS News 24/7, for exclusive content you won't see anywhere else. Thank you for joining us.
Who do you think is going to win? Let's
Tonight,
see.
with just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become Vice President of the United States, Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News vice presidential debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back.
And we are ready to continue to build the future together.
We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS News special, live from CBS News headquarters in New York. America Decides, the vice presidential debate.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate.
O'Donnell.
We want to welcome our viewers on CBS,
This is my
on
white
other
shirt
networks here in the U.S.
green.
and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance, tonight meeting for the first time.
All right.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate, who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic
Thanks,
impact of
Netanyahu.
Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them,
so crazy,
Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together, understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit, because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working-class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today, actually, a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job, and I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Senator. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our #1 export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. and thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work?
Exactly.
For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules.
Can't earn more than a
real family separation
wage
policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop.
How do you do
Look, I think what Tim said just
though?
doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president.
How are you going to deport the people?
What about
That's what
our CBS News polling, which does show
That's
that
what
a
the question was
majority
about.
of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school.
He's constantly talking about
I believe
coming
Senator
together.
Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame.
The truth?
Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate.
Foreign companies.
I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, Governor. And
Freaking
just to clarify,
Eastern.
for
Oh,
viewers,
my
Springfield,
God.
Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who
I don't
have legal
talk about my faith
status,
a lot, but Matthew.
temporary protected status.
Well,
Nora?
but
Thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
We're
because
going to turn now to the
debate-
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys
economy,
weren't going
we're-
to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank you,
our own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process.
Those laws-
We have
The
so
legal
much
process.
to get
Opened up
to,
that
Senator.
pathway.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on
much.
the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we
CBP
want to have
One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen,
The app.
the audience can't
What's
hear you
the
because
point
your
of the
mics
app?
are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal
It just
process.
makes, as far as the legal process,
Thank
more
you, Margaret.
accessible.
The economy is
What
a
is he
top
talking
concern
about?
for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an
my God,
economic
bro, this
plan.
is
So let's talk about
crazy.
the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice
I can't
President
believe he
Harris
dropped
unveiled a plan that includes
faith
billions
line.
in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your
speechless.
proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion.
man of faith.
How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We
talk
both
about
grew
my
up in
faith a
that.
lot.
We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one, whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years? And the last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
Damn.
We have a lot to get to.
He took that one. Okay, Vance.
On many topics, but right now I want to talk about personal qualifications.
Vance took
the
that
vice
one.
president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions.
Destroyed him on that one.
We want to ask you about your leadership
Walz shook.
qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during
bit.
the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that
I'm going to
year.
have a scorecard.
Can you
According to me.
explain that discrepancy? You have 2 minutes.
Well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
What?
Governor, just to follow up on
Exactly.
that, the question was,
Ex-
can you explain the
Exactly.
discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance,
My
in
God.
2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump
He
unfit
definitely
for
didn't
the
get the
nation's
questions to
highest
this.
office, and you said he could
God.
be America's Hitler.
Dog.
I know you've been asked
Holy
many
shit.
times.
We're
and
gonna
you
give
said
that
you
one to
regret
Vance, bro.
Those comments. and explained you then voted for Donald
Vance
Trump
is
in
up on that one.
2020.
God
But
dang.
the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you
God.
also disparaged Trump's economic record while
Fuck.
he was
Lord,
president,
that was painful.
writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed
I
to
should give
deliver
him
his
2 points for
economic
that.
populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your
God,
policy
dog.
stances to align with his. If you become
That
vice
was
president,
freaking
why
brutal.
should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Let's see.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind.
To say, what?
Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children.
Goodness.
Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Lord. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right.
That is crazy.
In this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas. outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family.
That's what I've been saying.
There's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options.
That is precisely what I've been saying.
Of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making child care more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget, Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
All right. What do we do? Who do we give that to? I like how J.D. Vance accepted the frame of Walt by saying, I agree, that shouldn't have happened. Because that way it avoids him holding that over his head. But I think he ended week with, well, that's what the bill says. Like, no, it doesn't. They fact-checked it with Donald Trump. I think he was just hearkening too much on that point, and he didn't do anything with it. And I think that was strong by him saying, we're not pro-abortion, we're pro-women. I'll give it to Walt on that one, on the abortion. Man, wish we should have started this from the beginning. I just can't believe he fumbled the ball so hard on that question about him lying or whatever. Because at least say it was an honest mistake or whatever. You know, I got caught. So I don't know. They could have. Wouldn't you have your team try and like formulate an answer? Because that question, you have to know that question would come up. Like, what? It seemed like he wasn't even expecting that question. It seemed like the team they didn't even go over that question because that was so out of their purview that they were like, don't even worry about that. We're past that. That mofo was looking like a freaking deer in the headlights. Just, Well, that's what happened, and we get caught up in what? What he should have just did was just own up to it. He should have just owned up to it. I think that would have been more powerful than anything he could have said or anything he did say. Was just owned up to. You know what? I made a mistake. Simple as that. Or if you don't want to use the word mistake, use it in, I don't know, use, less hardened language. Right? I just think how he went about it was just was a bit much. Do you remember the bet? No, I don't remember the bet. What was the bet? Yeah, a learning experience. Yeah, that was good. A learning experience. I think it's a learning experience. That would benefit, this country and blah, blah, blah. Yada, 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 right? That's what I'm thinking. And then to redirect that to Trump and how Trump can't learn or Trump is something. I need another light. Something, right? I think it's the white shirt. It's messing up the green. It's taking on the white. But I'm like, that's really what killed me, though. Waltz needs to use more Bible lines. No, I don't think he needs to use more Bible lines at all. I think he was very calculated. With that use of the scripture, which was pretty solid. I may have misspoke, but my opponent has restated many times, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I misspoke, and I said that right after I heard myself say that. But Donald Trump has lied continuously. When was the last time you heard Donald Trump admit that he misspoke? When was the last time you heard, Trump admit? When was the last time you heard, Vance admit that he misspoke about calling his, the president Hitler or blah, blah, blah? Something, redirect. Like, yo, I did it. My bad, and move on. But that was like, I bet my account that you are going to like
the CBS News
Tamagotchi
Vice Presidential debate.
But you have to
want
watch
to turn
each
now
episode
to America's
to full.
gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. Okay. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. And I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here.
Gun violence in the cities
we've got to
causes
talk
mass
about more
shootings in
security.
schools?
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but it only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is, talking about cities and where it's at, the number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues, making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you,
that was
Maura.
a good answer. Damn.
Let's turn now to the top
That was a good fucking answer. I'm not
contributor
gonna lie.
to inflation.
So a lot of
the
people
high
with
cost
mental
of
health.
housing and rent. There's a
Doesn't mean that
shortage
should
of more
preclude
than
them
4
from having
million homes
guns.
in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing
I don't know
crisis.
what the hell.
Governor
fucking-
Walz, The Harris campaign
City gun
promises a
violence has to do with school shootings.
$25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes.
Sometimes
where are you building
it's just
these
the
homes,
guns.
and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back.
Really?
And you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in. And we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where?
Can I have it?
Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But, Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for a national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we
I know
allow
how much an
states
X-ray
to
costs,
experiment a
does
little
that mean,
bit
oh, that's
on
too
how
much,
to
I'm not
cover
going to give
both
an
the
X-ray?
chronically ill, but the non-chronically ill, it's
What?
not just a plan.
Doesn't make
he
any
actually
sense.
implemented some of these regulations when he was
now I
president
know
of
how
the United States.
how much they're
and I think
fucking
you can
me
make
by.
a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and health care costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better health care policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is...
So you think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time.
ahead,
We have a
Nora.
number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that.
You think
so
he
Kamala
won that,
Harris
Walz?
has made
I
it a
don't think
priority.
Walz
We implemented it in
really
Minnesota,
killed the
and we see
healthcare.
growth. That's how you
just me.
become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who's an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look, It is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in.
I thought he was going to ask him about
committed to the $5,000 per child tax
kids.
credit that you have described. You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And
That's
I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Because it's the reason why
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Yeah.
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with child care and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election. You would have asked the states to submit alternative electors.
Oh, boy.
That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Oh, boy.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by
Are we not going to answer the question?
Make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on.
We already went
I want to
over
answer
that
your question because you did ask it.
Okay.
Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration.
Skip over everything else.
I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
What? Oh, my.
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here, and I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things. And I think I might have
is bigger than January 6th.
Me too, man.
There's one.
Oh,
there's
my
one,
God.
Though, that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story.
Yes.
Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day.
Insane.
Some with the American flag. Several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country.
This is crazy.
We are going to shake hands after this
January
debate
20th.
and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help.
January 20th.
He wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I
crazy revisionist
don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance, I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind and the way?
Are you serious?
COVID situation.
That is a damning non-answer.
Has she? It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship.
Bruh.
Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020.
He can't say that Trump lost and deflected the censorship.
You guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment.
Insane.
I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship.
That's genuinely
Let's persuade one another.
We talk about Jerry Sanders, fools talk about
and
censorship.
then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
That was a crazy deflection, bro. That was a wild, wild deflection. The fact that he could even say that Trump lost, I just speechless. I don't like. That's so wild, bro. Just right there, I would say that disqualifies you. That right there just disqualifies you, bro. When you said you lost by a whisker, now you want to say, well, that was obvious sarcasm. I was being sarcastic. Nah, bruh. This is dangerous. Talk about mental health. I think that's the crazy part. You talk about mental health, but then you have people talking about, hey, he lost. He won. He won. They stole it from him. I'm like, how? It's so crazy how they talk about victimhood and everything. Unless it's them, right? They'll constantly talk about lift yourself by the bootstraps and, oh, why are black people victims and everything. But them constantly talking about, well, they stole it from us. We won, they stole it from us. Like, how is that going to help you win this election, though? If you believe Dominion, like, right, rigged the voting machines, which they didn't, hence why Fox News got rid of Tucker Carlson and had to pay millions in a lawsuit. I just don't understand how do you repeat that? I would think that you would come with a new playbook. That's all I'm saying. I would think you would come with a new playbook. Simple as that. But to stand on that, like, yo, they stole it, and that, like, that's, oh my God, bro. This is just, even with Trump saying that, hey, we just need one real violent day. Like, I just, it's just insane hearing someone say that. I still have to do a video on that. I got the notes right here. But hearing him say that, I was like, there's no way Trump said that. That's fucking insane. There's no way he would say, you want to know how you stop the looting? One violent day. One real rough day. I'm like, let me get this straight. You're having people who are looting, some who are stealing. Why not we focus on putting them in positions where they don't have to steal? Why not we put them in positions where they don't have to loot? Wouldn't that be a better alternative than we're just going to kill them? Like that I don't know, man. I think that that mindset is just very like caveman-ish. Hey, just kill them. Just kill them. Or put them in prison. You put them in prison, right? Now they have a record. Now you limit them even further from the job force, right? What do you think is going to happen? What do you think the recidivism, how that rate is going to be affected by that? It's like, it's just non-issues. And then when he talked about as far as the gun issue, when it came to mental health, you're not, I understand you want to talk about mental health, but you're not putting anything forward for mental health. You're just merely talking about it as a scapegoat when it comes to as far as to mass shootings, right? And when it comes, there's a difference between gun violence and when we mean, and then mass shootings. If somebody pops himself in their house, even if you want to end that gun violence, wouldn't you want to put someone in a better position so that they don't feel fucking helpless to end it all? Wouldn't that be the focus? I just don't like how we treat Americans like fucking dogs and we treat everyone else like the cream of the crop. Cream of the crop. Treat Israel. Israel can do no wrong. Hey, the people there, you know, they're fighting for themselves. They have a right to defend themselves. All this yada, 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 yada. Ukraine has a right to defend themselves. These are just people, right? When the wars broke out, these aren't just refugees. These are actually immigrants who are under war. But I just find it so interesting, man.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. It is now time
our
for
leaders
the closing
hate
statement.
Americans.
Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse.
What?
Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you and good night.
All right. Lordy, lordy. Goodness gracious, bro. Goodness gracious.
The first and only vice presidential debate. This election is now complete. It was a cordial debate of the kind that people mostly say they want. You notice here the two candidates lingering on the stage. That's quite a difference from the presidential debate, in which it was not even sure that Vice President Harris and Donald Trump would shake hands. It was a debate in which the line,
I'd rather them be
what
president.
Tim said about Finland was one of the many ways in which Senator Vance agreed with the governor. The governor
That's
agreed
funny
right
when
back.
the
But
vice
that's
presidents
the
are
tone
better than
and the kind of theater
president.
review of this. I'll pick out two issues on the question of the top of the news today, which is the Middle East and the kinds of foreign policy surprises that hit any president. Tim Walz made the case that Donald Trump's temperament is unfit for any kind of surprise, cited the members of the Trump administration who have attested to that. Vance came back and said there were no wars during the Trump administration. On the economy, I'll make a political point, which is that what Vance did was something Donald Trump was incapable of doing during his presidential debate, which is repeatedly saying, if Kamala Harris was going to do these things, why didn't she in office? Now, whether voters buy that or not, Tim Walz mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act and a variety of other items under Biden. But returning to that political point has worked in the past for Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton. We'll see if it works this time. I'd like to make a final point on tone. The J.D. Vance on that stage was very different than what people may have seen in podcasts. But then there was an air of unreality about it. He talked about bipartisan solutions with nuance of a kind we never saw during the Trump administration. He talked about Donald Trump almost as the defender of the Affordable Care Act. Donald Trump tried to kill the Affordable Care Act. And then I think at the very end of the debate, we saw something extraordinary. Tim Walz asked J.D. Vance if Donald Trump lost the election. He was incapable of answering that simple yes, no question. J.D. Vance can only get so far from the man at the top of the ticket, and that was on display in that one moment, although J.D. Vance was a different kind of person than we've seen in many instances.
John, I think what you're saying is so important when we talk about demeanor because of the expectation that was hanging over these candidates' heading into tonight. J.D. Vance came to the stage with the lowest likability
rating of all 4 candidates at the top of the ticket.
Really?
Many people came in expecting him to be Donald Trump's attack dog tonight. That's not the side we saw from him. There was a couple of compassionate moments even. You mentioned the word
Abdul, there's no way you think
cordiality.
Vance won, bro.
We saw that from him very
There's
much.
no
I also
way.
think it's worth pointing out the demeanor we
You're
saw
just trolling,
from
bro.
Governor Walz, particularly when it came to his moments where he was put on the defensive about his own biography and embellishments that he has made in the past,
Yes, that
particularly
was
in this
brutal.
case on China. You and I have talked about this a lot coming into this evening. Major, you're going to help us with fact checks over the course of the next few minutes. But there is a big one that we need to talk about at the top of it, which came on immigration in the discussion tonight, and particularly the Trump administration's plan, a major centerpiece of their campaign to undergo mass deportations for undocumented immigrants in this country. J.D. Vance particularly said that migrants will be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border one. This was in the conversation, this ongoing conversation about Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio. Many of them are recipients of temporary legal status, and we just have to say, John, that they are in this country legally.
All right, we will be right back in a moment with more coverage of the vice presidential debate, and we'll fact check some of the claims made by both candidates.
Some cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, bro. Not even gonna lie. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. That was wild. Yeah, I had Vance. I had Waltz winning this one. Waltz winning this one. Lordy, bro. I'm very curious to see the fact checks. But this was I don't know, man. Just wasn't a strong enough display for Vance, and him not saying that that Trump lost was crazy. And I got your text, big dog. So apparently in I forgot what the state is. Whatever, in the state that Waltz is from, there is no specific limitation on abortion. So legally, you can do 9 months, but factually, that doesn't happen. No one is aborting a baby at 9 months. So it's that I would argue is fear mongering, because it's like that's not happening unless there's any complications. Minnesota, the Minnesota. But yeah, the bill doesn't say. I mean, technically, you can argue that the bill doesn't say you can yeet someone at 9 months. But technically, the bill doesn't say you can't. But the bigger picture is that no one's doing that. It's like the same thing it's like the same argument when they have with gun control and whatnot. It's like, well, the majority of the gun crimes, that's not what's, or majority of the gun crimes. No, it's the same argument they have with abortion. When they're talking about, what about, incest and rape and all that? It's okay, yeah, but that's not the majority of abortion. So what are we talking about? Or when they have with guns, when it's like, well, that's not the majority of gun deaths. So, yeah. Anyways, very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, anyone who's carrying a baby to 9 months obviously is not going to have an abortion to 9 months. It's just, that's what I'm saying. It's just, it's nonsensical. The only reason you would, as far as have an abortion at that late in the game, would be if there's some severe complications that arise, or your life is in danger, or something to that effect. No one's just going, you know what, I've had this for 9 months. Yeetus fetus.
Team here. Major, I want to start with you and your big thoughts as you watch these 90 minutes unfold.
I would call this the Warren G. Harding Memorial Vice Presidential Debate. In 1920, Warren G. Harding promised the country a return to normalcy. That's what this debate was. It was substantive, far more substantive on the facts and policy than the leading candidates, the presidential nominees, have been to date. It was, in a way, a kind of embrace of bipartisanship on tough issues. gun violence, health care, child care, even, well, this was less true, on reproductive rights. And one thing that I think will be a surprise to anyone in the Republican Party, the biggest secret of the entire Trump administration is that he saved Obamacare. It's a big secret because he never even said that.
Yeah, that was
But this
wild.
debate was
I missed
an
that part
example
where
to
you
the
said he
country of
saved
how you
Obamacare.
can disagree agreeably, how you can talk
Even then they
about
don't
shared
abort.
goals
They
for
just
the country.
premature.
And
Plenty
in
of
that
premature
sense, I think it's
babies are
extremely
C-section.
important for J.D. Vance that he
Fair
did not
enough.
sound as he sounds on the stump. It was his biography
We'll open the
and
phone
his
lines up
appeal
after
to
we get
bipartisanship that will
the
be
fact
most
check.
distinguishing about not only his present, but his possible future.
Nancy, your thoughts?
I think if you took a shot every time you heard the words "I agree" tonight, you'd be under the table right now. This was an
It was nice to
surprisingly
hear that, though. It was nice
affable
to hear
debate
that
for two
people-
men who we know from our reporting do not like each other. They said that they agreed on housing policy. They said that they agreed on some
was
aspects
nice
of
to hear
immigration
that.
policy, on
That
pro-family
there were
policy.
certain issues
They were
that they-
clearly intent on showing that they are likable, that they are agreeable for all the reasons, Cecilia, that you laid out.
I like that it
earlier.
wasn't so
The
cutthroat.
Democrats that I'm talking to feel fine about the debate. They're not doing cartwheels the way they were after the Harris and Trump debate a few weeks ago, but they think that this went well for them, and I predict that that exchange between Vance and Walz about whether Donald Trump lost the election is going to end up in a Harris ad.
Because I
by
think
the
it's
end of the week.
horrible when people constantly talk
Both
about
of these
they
contenders
Democrats
came
want to
the
destroy
stage
the
tonight
country and
being
everything. It's
favorites
like-
of the base in their respective
they don't.
parties.
They just
Governor
have a
Walz was
different
someone who went on
perspective
television and
on
called
what's
Republicans
best for the
weird.
country.
Senator J.D. Vance was someone who would go on podcasts with Donald Trump Jr. and other favorites of the right and say the left was essentially weird. Tonight on stage, you didn't hear a lot about that. You heard an approach to build on our colleagues' reporting and analysis here. It was about appealing to the middle. For J.D. Vance, giving reassurance to traditional Republicans, conservatives, that they have a place in this Republican Party, even with former President Trump. They might not like those traditional Republicans' answer on the election, but they might like his answer on the economy and on border security. And for Governor Walz, it wasn't about being an attack dog. It was
Trump
trying to
posted
make
his
an overture
picture
to
that
that
says Trump
centrist
fans,
voter
friends with
in a
school shooters.
battleground state and say, hey,
I don't
with
get it.
Vice President Harris as a teacher and a coach.
Ed Gordon, quickly before we wrap, one of the big issues, though, was immigration, so much so that they had to shut the mics off at one point.
Yeah, but I think the civility that we saw tonight may be a mistake by Democrats, quite frankly. I talked at the outset of
Really?
energizing this base. I
The
was just in
civility was
Ohio,
an L?
And many Democrats were livid about what's going on in Springfield. I think Walz missed an opportunity to really push the racial insensitivity there. There was a sense of trying to be affable, as John said. And I think what we're going to see from this point on is the civility being laid aside. And as we've said, from this point on, gloves are off, I think.
Major, you've spent a lot of time thinking about Donald Trump. How might he react to his number two?
So what Donald Trump will take away is the first third of the debate, where J.D. Vance made a very strong case that the Trump record on was the world on fire, yes or no? No, it wasn't. Was the economy better? Yes, it was. Trump will be very happy with that. I think he will largely ignore and forget all the bipartisan appeals because they don't really fit within his orientation to politics.
Thank you, Major. There is much more to talk about. Our coverage will continue with instant reaction polls and fact
Interesting.
checks. That'll be on CBS News 24/7. But for now, for all of my colleagues here, good night.
Wait, we were here for the fact check. I wanted to have the fact check, bro. That's what we were waiting on. I want to hear the polls. Do they mean they're going to do this afterwards, right? They're not ending it, right? Right? They're going to air the fact check and all that, right? CBS? They're just ending that for them, correct? So that's what I was waiting on. The fact checks. Fact checks and the polls. Now I want to know what the polls are. What's going on? Can't just end it there. That would be crazy. It's on the app, I think they said. Wait, are you for real? That's how they're gonna end it? It's just on that. That would be insane. They do this coverage and they're just like, yo, download the app if you want more. It wouldn't be surprising, but that would be wild. If they do that, we'll just open up the phone lines. All right, sweet.
Welcome back to CBS News 24/7 for continued coverage of the first and only vice presidential debate between Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Republican Senator J.D. Vance. I'm John Dickerson in Times Square at CBS News election headquarters.
And I'm Cecilia Vega, and I am here. We are here with the very best political team in the business. We want to bring our panel back because we are joined by Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett, Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa, Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cortez, and CBS News contributor Ed Gordon. Major, let's start with you. I was struck by seeing Governor Walz pressed on his biographical embellishments. No surprise that came up. This question of where he was in college in China, whether he was there, whether he really wasn't.
Did they ask
he
the
sort
question,
of said, hey, I'm a knucklehead at times that I misspoke.
Yeah, that was
Is that
wild.
gonna fly?
No, that's not going to fly at all.
It's flown in Minnesota, which was his point. People who know me best heard me make this knuckleheaded remark, and they'd like to be to Congress or governor. They've gotten along with it. America, you should too. And he didn't say this, but I think many Democrats, if they feel they need to clean this up in any way, will say Tim Walz will never lose an embellishment battle to Donald Trump.
Nancy, I was struck by something J.D. Vance said, which was in the reproductive rights section. He said on abortion, after hearing about the various consequences of the Roe v. Wade being overturned, he then at one point said there are a lot of people that should be alive. I wonder if that is going to be something that we might see in Harris. In other words, well, yes, the consequences of Roe v. Wade being overturned are not great, and then he tried to move on. But isn't that the point?
Yes, and I think that another challenge for him was that he tried to make the case. He acknowledged that this is a difficult issue for his party, but what he described as the way out of that difficult situation was to say, well, we need to be more pro-family as a party. We need to make it easier for women to have children so that they don't feel like they need to have an abortion. The challenge is that more than half of the country believes that women should have the right to an abortion. And I don't think it's clear that the people who believe that are going to be swayed by, policies that are simply more pro-family.
Bob, what lasts here beyond the end of our conversation in terms of the man at the top of the ticket and the woman at the top of the other ticket?
For Senator Vance, he keeps his relationship with former President Donald Trump, didn't make any major mistakes that would draw Trump's ire. I was tracking Trump's social media all night, positive about Senator Vance. And for Governor Walz, he remains that person who Vice President Harris can count on to go to battleground states and elsewhere and have a convincing personal story about being someone who was a teacher and a coach and comes from an everyday existence in Minnesota, ultimately became a House member and a governor, but came out of the education ranks and served his country in uniform.
We want to go now to Ed
We'll cover
O'Keefe,
it once
who
the next
is there
commercial.
at the debate site. Ed, we just heard from our friend Bob Costa here saying that he's been monitoring President Trump and all signs a go, positive reaction. What are you hearing from the Harris-Walz campaign right now after this?
Cecilia, we're in the spin room here just down the hall from where the debate played out in the CBS Broadcast Center. This used to be a milk processing plant, and it does feel a bit like cattle is being herded here behind us as Senator Vance is now in here, as other surrogates to the two campaigns are now here making their case. The Harris-Walz team suggests that they think he did rather well up against Senator Vance in a few different key moments. One, quoting scripture at that one point during the conversation about immigrants, talking about Matthew 25, the idea that there should be empathy for all people. They say that in their internal measurements of the actual debate, that viewers that were watching liked that scene. The other part that they thought worked pretty well and that voters watching with them or that they were tracking enjoyed was the criticism of the Trump tax cuts for wealthier Americans. But they say, and Nancy was making this point earlier, that final exchange regarding the future of democracy on January 6th was most damning. They say that exchange and Vance's refusal to say who exactly won the election,
that was
the
wild,
fact that he dodged questions about it, is something that they will seize on in the coming days as a reminder to skeptics, to those concerned about Trump, that once again, it appears they may be preparing to question the results of the election and stoke concerns about it. Beyond that, there were, at the beginning at least, concerns among Democrats more broadly about how the governor sort of stumbled out of the gates a bit, especially uneasy on those questions about Mideast policy and what exactly the United States should do in terms of Israel's response to Iran. Some conceding perhaps he, like Senator Vance, should be doing more interviews perhaps out on the trail. In the coming days, remember, Governor Walz is headed to central Pennsylvania to campaign. He was supposed to do that with Vice President Harris, who instead will be staying back in Washington and attending to official duties in the coming days. She'll be visiting storm damage in Georgia, and then we anticipate over the weekend heading to North Carolina. So they will not be seen together on the trail as we thought they might, so that she can attend to official duties and he'll continue campaigning in that key state of Pennsylvania, one where, of course, both he and Vance were hoping to win over support tonight.
Thank you, Ed. Caitlin Huey-Burns is also at the CBS News Broadcast Center. Caitlin, what are you hearing from the Trump-Vance camp?
Well, the Trump campaign is essentially doing a victory lap. Quite literally, they were eager to come into this spin room and talk to reporters, senior advisors, campaign manager, and Donald Trump Jr., who, of course, is very close with J.D. Vance and was influential in that decision to name him as VP. But notably, I was talking to a campaign source who was heavily involved in this preparation, and they noted that there was in the prep a kind of conscious effort to focus on J.D. Vance's personal side, knowing that this was going to be an introduction of sorts to millions of Americans watching. And if you think about it, going back to when J.D. Vance was announced as the running mate, remember, he was told 20 minutes before this was announced that he would be the running mate. Then they had the convention, and the focus was very much on the top of the ticket and Donald Trump. And then came these interviews that were discovered that J.D. Vance had done, these controversial statements that he had made in podcast interviews and kind of other forums. They see this as a kind of a reset, but mostly to focus personal stories on the economy, which they believe is a deciding factor in this election.
All right, Caitlin, thank you so much. Senator Vance and Governor Walz made many claims tonight. Major Garrett has been fact-checking them on the fly and in real time. Major, you're going to start with opioid deaths.
That's right. And I just want to let everyone know
All
the
right,
CBS News
fact-checking.
Confirmed team has done an entire fact check of the entire debate. You can find those fact checks on social media, CBS News, or on our website, CBS News Confirmed team. I'm going to summarize 3 of them because they all touch on immigration, which was heavily debated in this process tonight, and the issues all run through, one way or another, the conversation, national and otherwise, about immigration. Let's start with the first one, dealing with opioid deaths. It came up in the context of immigration. The claim, this was from Governor Walz. Opioid crisis, the good news is in the last 12 months, the nation saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. The CBS News Confirmed team rates that partially true, and here's why. Our country's only been counting opioid deaths officially since 2015, and in 2024, our nation recorded, sadly, more than 77,000 opioid deaths. That was down 7% from the year before. About 3,000 deaths in 2024, slightly larger than that in Ohio. That was not a 30% decrease. That was an 18% decrease. That's why the CBS News Confirmed team rates that assertion as partially true. Let's go to the next one. And this one has been chewed over extensively in the campaign. J.D. Vance, Republican from Ohio, said, Vice President Harris became the appointed border czar. This could be a semantic issue for some people. We rate it, the CBS News Confirmed team, is false, and here is why. That was never Kamala Harris's title. That was never her designated role. Immigration policy flowed through the president and the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. What Kamala Harris was appointed to do or asked to do was look at the root causes of immigration in the so-called Northern Triangle countries, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala. That's why we rate that as false. Let's go to our next one. This is something that J.D. Vance said, again in the context of immigration, housing that is totally unaffordable because we have brought millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. CBS News Confirmed team rates that as partially true. Clearly, and Senator Vance made reference to a Federal Reserve study that says larger migration to America in the Biden administration is one factor in housing stock shortage. But that was a long-running issue dating back to the Great Recession. Americans have been creating more new home stock at a lower rate than at any time since 1960. It is a complex problem. That's why the CBS News confirmed team rates that assertion from Senator Vance as partially true. John and Cecilia, back to you.
Thank you so much, Major. Republican Senator Tom Cotton joins us. He serves on the Judiciary, Intelligence, and Armed Services Committee. Senator Cotton, good evening. Good to have you with us again. I'd like to ask you a question that that your senator colleague had trouble with. Did Donald Trump lose the last election?
Well, look, obviously Joe Biden's the president. He's in the White House. That's why everything has gone to hell in a handbasket for the last 4 years. But as JD said tonight,
well, even he's
didn't
say that
on the future and the future that Donald Trump
lost election. He just said that Biden's president.
For 4 years, we had stable prices, rising wages, a secure border, and a peaceful, stable world. And over the last 4 years, because Joe Biden has been president and Kamala Harris has been his vice president, we've had everything going to hell in a handbasket. Donald Trump is going to bring back the good times we had. Kamala Harris will extend 4 years of Joe Biden's presidency.
I realize that this is about something that's in the past, Senator, but it is something that the Republican nominee for president brings up a lot. And the reason I think it's more than just something that can be dismissed in the past is when you talk to national security officials about domestic violence, they say one of the things that stokes that violence is the idea that the last election was fraudulent and that Donald Trump was the rightful victor. And so this isn't something about the past. It is a kindling of what, according to national security experts, of a present threat of violence. And that's why this is not something that's in the past. Why isn't it easy to just say he lost and now we hope he wins?
Well, first off, John, I don't know who these experts are you're talking about. Tim Walz tonight just like Kamala Harris has said for years, she wants to defer to the so-called experts. These are the experts maybe that told us we should shut down schools or put kids in masks. These are the same experts that told us that Israel should be restrained every time it gets attacked, as opposed to letting Israel win.
Oh my
so I don't know who the
God!
so-called experts you
Israel,
are referring
what?
to here, but I can tell you the real threat of violence that we see in America today is rampant crime in our streets, or Kamala Harris and Joe Biden having 28,000 murderers and rapists who are illegal aliens released into our communities. Or for that matter, turning the other way when our streets are burning, as they were during the BLM riots in 2020. Tim Walz being caught flat-footed. Kamala Harris trying to bail out rioters and looters and arsonists. Those are the things that are the real threat of violence in this country today.
Senator Cotton, Cecilia Vega here. One question for you before we let you go on the issue of reproductive rights, which created a healthy exchange on that debate stage. We heard Senator Vance tonight say that many Americans have lost faith in your own party, in Republicans, when it comes to reproductive rights. He said, quote, "We've got to do so much better a job at earning Americans' trust back." Do you agree with that?
Well, I thought JD gave a very good answer on the way American democracy works. He said he has his personal views, but the people of Ohio disagreed with them. Just like the people of California are going to have a different view than the people of Alabama or Ohio. I think he respects the American people. He will level with them in a way that Tim Walz did not tonight. Tim Walz signed a law that would allow a child born in a botched abortion to die on the table, to be denied life-saving care. Tim Walz refused to answer a question whether he thinks any restrictions at all should be imposed on abortion in the 9th month of a pregnancy. J.D. Vance was leveling with the American people, not only about where he stands, but about how democracy works. He and President Trump respect the diversity of opinion on this question and other questions in our democracy. It's Tim Walz and Kamala Harris that wants a radical one-size-fits-all solution for the country.
Senator Cotton of Arkansas, excuse me. Thank you so much, Senator. Obviously, the governor has a very different view of that law, and he said so repeatedly on the debate stage. Coming up, we'll check back in with a group of Michigan voters to find out if any minds were changed.
Interesting. I don't know. I just think that the whole 9th month is it's going flat. It's going flat, bruh. That's how I see it. Just flat, bruh. Just flat. Bring back being mean to dumb people. Oh, man. It's just, Interesting. True. Waltz claims former Trump White House Chief of Staff John Kelly called Trump the most flawed human being he ever met. Partially true. Waltz claims the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. Opioid deaths have fallen to the lowest levels in 3 years. Provisional Center of Disease Control and provisional figures suggest, marking the first major decrease on record since deaths first began being tallied this way in 2015. The CDC estimates 77,000 deaths linked to opioids like heroin and fentanyl occurred in the year ending March 2024, down 7% from a year before nationwide. The industry estimates 3,400 deaths in March and for just Ohio, down 18% from March 2023. So 18%, not 30%. See at the back, yeah. Vance says Vice President Harris became the appointed border czar. False. Was not asked to be the administration's border czar or to oversee immigration policy and enforcement of the U.S.-Mexico border. That has mainly been the responsibility of the Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, and his department, which oversees the country's main 3 immigration agencies, including Customs and Border Protection. President Biden tasked Harris with leading the administration's diplomatic campaign to address the root causes of migration from Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, including poverty, corruption, and violence. The region known as the Central America's North Triangle is one of the main sources of migration of the U.S.-Mexican border over the past decade. In reality, the only role close to that of border czar in the Biden administration was held only a few months by Roberta Jacobson, a longtime diplomat who served as coordinator for the southwest border until to diplomatic campaign to address the root causes of migration from Guatemala. Sounds like he gave her a fucking boondoggle. That's what it sounds like. Sounds he just gave her some work to keep her busy. Yeah, find out what the root cause. Partially true, needs context. Vance claims housing unaffordable because millions of illegal immigrants compete with Americans for scarce homes. If you lose a house to an illegal immigrant, I don't know what to fucking tell you. I don't know who these illegal immigrants who are making fucking buying house money. Doesn't that contradict the whole point of them coming over here? Is that they're fucking cheap labor? If you're cheap labor, you're not going to have the money to fucking buy a house, bro. I've never in my life competed with an illegal immigrant for a fucking house. Never. I've never seen these motherfuckers to open housing. I've never seen these motherfuckers. I don't know what they talking about, bro. I don't know what they talking about as far as competing with Americans for scarce homes. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. These motherfuckers, isn't it the whole point is they broke and fucking cheap labor? Right? You motherfuckers coming over here with fucking from the dirt and from the gallows, and you're gonna compete with me over a house? Do you know how much fucking houses are? Where the fuck are you getting that money? Because if you cheap labor, they're fucking you more than they're fucking me. The American citizens already getting fucked. So I know you getting fucked. So make that make sense. That doesn't even make any sense to me. Oh, let's hear what they have to say.
Yeah, I also agree that J.D. Vance, I think, was a smooth talker. The thing that I appreciated about Governor Walz is that I felt like he did answer more of the questions, like with data points.
Last time I saw an illegal immigrant, they had like 6 people in one fucking studio apartment.
All of you here, when we were talking offline, said that immigration is still a big topic for you. And
maybe 50 of them
also seem to agree based
putting
on
their money together can put a down payment, but what are we talking about, bro?
You heard Senator Vance talking about
fucking housing bid to an illegal? You crazy?
Start with you, Max.
That sounds insane.
What stood out with the policies that were proposed and why you feel so strongly about it.
Yeah, on immigration, I feel that as the United States of America, there are people that want to come here for a better life, and there's a legal and proper way to do that, and that needs to be followed. You should expect that if you try to enter a country, with illegally, to be turned away. It is a mess that we have found ourselves in over the last 4 years with the extremely heightened immigration and families coming here, children being born here, and then what are we going to do? We've got now children United States citizens and parents that are not. It's a very difficult topic. With it brings the criminal element here as well, and people coming from other areas that they're from a different culture, and things that were okay necessarily where they came from are not okay here, and it creates a serious problem for our criminal justice system.
Ellie, I want to turn to you about reproductive rights because you said that was the top issue for you outside of gun violence because of your 2 young children as well as the economy. But what did you hear when they were talking about the issue of reproductive rights that struck you? And you also say you're now leaning more toward voting for Trump and Vance after this debate. Before this debate started, you said you weren't sure.
Yeah, I really liked that Vance said that he was pro-family and not necessarily pro-life or pro-choice. It was pro-family, which I really appreciated, and I think you have to take a lot of considerations into account when talking about abortion, and there's a lot to consider, a lot of medical factors, no matter at what stage of your pregnancy. So it's a hard one to decide for me on that one because I don't think that there was still a clear answer on what his opinion was or what their opinion will be.
So how are you leaning towards him if you don't even know what
his view on it, that it was more pro-family.
Okay, well, we're going to keep talking.
Oh my God,
we're
these
gonna have
people are
more
actually
for
fucking
CBS
stupid.
Mornings tomorrow.
I don't know what
But
his
as you can
opinion
see
was
and hear,
or where he
economy,
leans.
Immigration still
But I
big
like that he
issues
said
for
he's
these voters
pro-family.
today. But the biggest
Nah, bro.
takeaway, all of
We
you
gotta
guys
get rid
said
of-
you were just
we
surprised,
gotta- something's
impressed,
gotta happen,
and
bro.
actually feeling more hopeful.
Something's gotta
after
happen.
seeing
These
two
people shouldn't be allowed to
sort
vote,
of
bro.
go at it, but in a very respectful, civil way.
These
So,
people
John,
shouldn't be
we'll
allowed
send
to
it back
happen.
you in the
That
studio.
doesn't make any fucking sense.
right, Sharika,
that
thank
makes
you.
no sense.
Arizona's Democratic Senator
You say
Mark
he didn't give you an
Kelly
answer,
joins
but
us
you
now.
just like that he said he's
Senator,
pro-family?
I want to ask you about the economy and a point that J.D.
Jesus,
Vance
Mary and
made
Joseph, bro.
repeatedly, which is Vice President Harris has a lot of thoughts and ideas about the economy in the future, but his
That's
essential
wild.
argument was,
That's-
well, why didn't she
that's
do any
wild.
of that during the Biden administration? What's
Not
the
gonna
answer
lie,
to
that's
that?
wild.
Well, she's running to be president of the United States, and you can compare the plan of Kamala Harris
That's
to
fucking
Donald
wild.
Trump's. And Donald
Like
Trump's
that she
plan is
said-
just a
like
bad
that he said
deal
he's
for the American
pro-family.
people. His Project 2025, which,
Wait, what?
as you saw in this debate, J.D. Vance has to defend, and it's a unpopular agenda where it's going to raise costs for families $4,000 a year through this flawed tariff plan that he has, where Kamala Harris wants to bring down costs for American families on prescription drugs, health care, child care, education, housing.
And let me ask you on the foreign policy front, Senator, which is obviously top of mind when you look around the world at this precise moment. J.D. Vance's argument was there were no new outbreaks of war under the Trump administration, and that while he may, have some behaviors people don't like, that he created a kind of deterrence in his presidency. What's your answer to that?
Well, those behaviors that people don't like is something our allies have experienced during 4 years of Trump being in the White House, and he has rather effectively shredded some of our alliances, and we rely on those alliances for our safety. John, I was over in the Baltics and in Finland just about 6 weeks ago, and they're really concerned about November 5th. They're paying close attention to our election because they feel that if things don't go well in Ukraine for the Ukrainians, that they could be the next target. And they are NATO countries, and if they're invaded by Russia, and I think the American people know where Donald Trump stands on NATO and Russia, that makes Americans less safe. Our kids, for some people, their grandkids could wind up in a conflict in Europe, and that isn't good for anybody. It's not good for Europe, our allies. It's not good for not good for us.
Okay.
So much of tonight was about these two candidates introducing themselves to America. Governor Walz has now admitted to misspeaking a few times about his biography, even tonight called himself a knucklehead for it. How should Americans interpret what he said about his past and how he is chalking it up to misspeaking?
Well, I think he was talking about a date, whether it was June, July, or August in 1989, which is, by my math, is 35 years ago. I don't think it's something the American people care about.
Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona, we thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for having me on.
Our elections and surveys unit got an instant reaction to the debate, and so let's head over to Anthony Salvanto with the results.
Hey there, John. We did indeed nationally representative sample of people who watched the debate tonight, and the tone, they told us, was overwhelmingly positive. Almost 9 in 10 said that it was. And then we asked, of course, who do you think did the better job?
It was positive. I like
and that was effectively even. It was 42 Vance, 41 Walz, and 17% a tie. So look, this was very even, but what's underpinning that was that people told us that each of the candidates they thought was reasonable, number one, and then number two, another thing I noticed, John, was that the favorable ratings for each of those candidates went up compared to how they came into the debate, was higher afterwards. So all of that sort of underpins this really positive
because no one was really wilding out.
Came out of the debate with.
Anthony, thank you so much. I want to bring back in our team for some closing thoughts. Major Garrett, Robert Costa, Nancy Cordes, Ed Gordon. Major, I want to start with you again. They tried to introduce themselves to America. They tried to answer as many questions as they possibly could. Are there still waters that are murky out there, questions that we did not get answered that we need to know from these two candidates?
Sure. I mean, J.D. Vance tried to find, when he was struggling with the Republican record or perceptions of Republicans on reproductive rights, health care, gun violence, to sound bipartisan, because he knew that was the safest life raft to get into metaphorically. Those issues redound to the benefit of Democrats. And Kamala Harris will take those appeals for bipartisanship and say, but they don't work with your record. On the plus side for J.D. Vance, he very successfully did what Donald Trump did not do in the first debate. Talk about the actual economic record contrasted with Kamala Harris and make the explanation that if you like that record, you might get a repeat if you bring Donald Trump back to the office.
Ed, I want to ask you what I asked Bob earlier, which is what do you think lasts coming out of this debate? Now that it's happened, we go back to focusing on the people at the top of the ticket.
Well, I think both men did what you're supposed to do as a VP, that is do no harm, right? And that's what we walk away with. But after all of the spin room, after tonight, we're right back in the same place. And so really, it really goes back to the idea of motivating your base to get out at the end of the day. And we're down to 7 states. They're going to have to concentrate on those. And I think the black vote is still going to be crucial to Democrats. You're going to have to turn out in record numbers in Philly, Atlanta, Milwaukee. If you do that, I think Kamala Harris has a great road to 270. If you don't, it's going to be hard for her.
You just mentioned the black vote. I want to go back to you and talk about the gender gap. Nancy, did you hear anything tonight that narrows that gap that's been out there?
Well, I'm hearing 2 strains of thought from Harris allies. One strain of thought is that Walz missed some opportunities tonight to go after J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, not just on issues that are important to women, but also on immigration, even on the childless cat lady thing. They felt that he left some opportunities on the table. I think Ed was talking about something similar earlier.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't bring that up.
That he could have been more aggressive. He could have landed some knockout punches. He had the opportunity, he didn't. But the other strain that I'm hearing is, look, that's not who he is. That is not his persona. He is Minnesota nice, and he was never going to be that way, especially not face-to-face. They feel that he got out of this unscathed, and that's the best they can hope for.
Bob, how do you think this, J.D. Vance was obviously benefited from all those TV appearances he's done. How do you think that meshes his more bipartisan, as Major talked about it, that tone matches with the tone of the person at the top of the ticket who's been moving in the other direction rhetorically recently?
Based on my conversations briefly with Republicans tonight, they see Senator Vance as someone, because of this performance, who will be on the national stage for a long time. Former President Trump thought he had a strong, commanding performance. Donald Trump Jr. has said the same. And Governor Walz, we began the night speaking to our friend John Delano at KDKA. He was speaking to that person who watches John Delano every day in Western Pennsylvania, the working voter who's going to decide potentially this election in these swing states.
Yeah, you don't win elections from the left or the right, you win them from the middle, right? And the question is whether they did that tonight.
That's right. I mean, sometimes it's a base election. Sometimes you got to get everybody out in the base. Sometimes it is about the center.
Base plus.
Base plus.
That's what you got to do. Base plus. And both candidates tonight tried to get that plus.
A big thank you to all of you here and our entire incredible political team on this debate night. For all of us at CBS News, I'm Cecilia Vega.
And I'm John Dickerson. Thank you for joining us. Good night. Senator J.
All right. All right. Interesting. Okay. Let's hear what the people have to say. All right. Let's hear what you all have to say. I would do a panel, but I feel like it's going to go on forever. And I'm trying to get a work at it. So we will open the phone lines. Interested to hear what the American people have to say about this. Do you think Trump and Kamala will debate again? No. I don't think they'll debate again. I think Trump is scared. And simple as that. Trump is very ego-driven, so if you get BTFO'd on a debate, you're not going to want to go back to it. 816, you're on the line.
What's up, Lucas?
What's going on?
This is Curry, man. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. So if you was watching, I mean, not you, but like to the people, America. If y'all was watching the chat, y'all knew my opinion of who won the debate. But this is all I'm gonna say, right? The whole point of presidential elections is to attack the swing voters, the people who are still willing to give either side a chance because they're undecided, right? Now, this is my point here, right? If there was any moment in the debate that told a swing voter, right, hey, you might have reservations on my candidate, on the top of my ticket, but I'm standing with them, fuck you, regardless of your reservations, it was, hey, did Trump lose the election? And my man couldn't even spin it smoothly. The first words out your mouth was inflation? Are you fucking kidding? I mean, maybe I'm crazy, right? Maybe I'm hyper fixated on a moment, but just let's look at it like in the bigger picture, right? J.D. Vance is running as Donald Trump's vice president, and Tim Walz asked this man, "Hey, Trump threatened to hang his previous vice president if he didn't violate the Constitution. How do you feel about that?" And this nigga had the mumble mouth. Are you fucking kidding me? Is that not crazy? Does that lend to the side of hey, maybe the American people is far dumber than I thought, right? But Trump, even in the last debate, spoke about how Ashley Babbitt lost her life and it was a grave mistake, right?
Yeah.
But let's speak about who convinced Ashley Babbitt to bring her dumb ass to the White House, to the Capitol building. I'm curious. Did she just pop up there? Did she just go take a tour? She happened to stumble into D.C.? Or is that man going to take responsibility and say, hey, my supporter died for a cause that I was championing? Now, if he was to stand on it constantly and say, no, fuck that, I won the debate. No, fuck, I mean, not the debate. I won the election. Fuck that. No, I won the election. Fuck that. I can at least respect that. This man going to sit up on a podcast talking about, that they slightly got your boy. I'll miss by 1 point. All I needed was this many votes. Are you fucking kidding me? What does that say to the people who are willing to give you a chance if they say, hey, if the dude just dropped it on the past shit, right? If you're focused on the future, right? Why are you hanging on to the past so fucking much? How hard is it to say I lost? That's why I thought Tim Walz's fucking response about, hey, in a football game, and this is just a football game, we shake hands at the end of the day and go about our fucking way. I've played football, right? I've gotten cooked badly. I've had wins. Every fucking game, we go down that line and say, good game, good game, good game. Hey, you did a good. It's not that fucking deep.
Mm-hmm.
And you get 4 years to complain about your opponent fucking up. You're in a more advantageous position than if you were in control. And you did something that I don't understand it. But hey, as you see, the bitch talking about, hey, he didn't answer the question, but he said he's family focused, so I like that. Shut the fuck, like, my rant's over. If you're not gonna do the panel, I get it. But we living in crazy town, bro. We doing, bro, and we definitely not getting reparations, bro. Kamala gonna get assassinated if she pushed for reparations. I can promise you that. Ain't no nigga about to miss with her. The Secret Service. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. I would. All right, bro.
Fair enough.
Take
Fair
it
enough.
easy, Lucas.
You
Keep
as
doing
well.
God's work, man. And when he hit the nigga with the Bible scripture, oh my God.
Yeah.
Do you know that chapter of the Bible, like what it's about?
It's been a minute.
So I'll run down Matthew 25. I know Urban is excited to correct me about this, but Matthew 25 is essentially Jesus speaking before he returns to heaven, speaking on his return, right? And he's saying, hey, I need you to do these things to make sure you right with me and God when I come back to earth, and I'm seeking vengeance. I'm seeking judgment, right? He basically said, and Tim Walsh quoted it correctly, right? Saying, do unto the least among you as you would do to me. That means treat the least among you, treat the worst among you with human decency and respect. And J.D. Vance said, what to respond to that? Like, come on, bro. That nigga got his ass whooped, bro. If I was trying, I would yank that nigga off stage.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call.
All right.
Later. Does anyone disagree with that? I think it's, for me personally, I just think it's crazy he couldn't say Trump lost the election. That's all. That's what got me. I was shook. I was actually shook when he said, I was like, bruh, what? What? I don't know. That was wild for me. That was really wild. Also the problem is that what Vance says is hard to listen to, given that Trump said he wasn't accurate when it came to a federal ban on abortion. Vance was like, yeah, he agrees with that. And Trump was like, I didn't say that. I don't know where he got that from. Like, it just undermined him so hard. I mean, it was, I get what they're arguing about as far as when they're both, playing nice, it's hard to distinguish who to vote for, right? Given as far as the outlandish things that, Vance said about Haitian immigrants and whatnot, that had real world impacts. I wish he had dug in deeper to the real world impacts that has happened, that his statement has caused on people's lives, on fear that has been promoted in Springfield. But I think when you with a light brush, you just paint over it here and there. Like, well, yeah, words have meanings, they have consequences and yada, yada. I think it undermines the severity of what he's saying or what he said. That's why I think it would be, it'd be difficult for people to watch this and be like, well, I like both of them. That, I think, the moment in time you can say you like both of them, then I think the VP has failed, in my opinion. And I know he's from Minnesota. All that. I think when you have that, it just it muddies the water a bit. That's all. And I don't think that's what you want to do. I think Waltz could have gone for the jugular in certain situations. He just chose not to. But very interesting. Very, very interesting. Walsh should have pushed Vance on the station lives. I agree. Posted in the Discord, Trump made a tweet about abortion. Where did you post it? The DC chat, I assume? Got you. I see the link. That's what he tweeted? Not friends with school shooters? I don't get it. Who's friends with school shooters? Who's friends at school shooters? I genuinely don't know. Who is he referring to? Does anyone know? I don't know who he's referring to. All right. Research indicates that a growth in immigration under the Biden administration is one factor fueling housing demand. However, the housing shortage in the U.S. of estimated 1.5 million to 7 million housing units has been a long-standing issue since the Great Recession. The number of houses being built plummeted. Fewer new homes were built in 10 years ending in 2018 than any decade in the 1960s, according to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. This is not about the homes being built. I mean, I agree, yeah, the homes being built. It's about the cost of the homes. That's what it's That's what it's about. So yeah, immigration growth, yeah, 100%. But he said illegal immigrants. When was the last time you competed with an illegal immigrant for a house? Doesn't make any sense. 718. What you got?
Yeah, hello, class. Your Jamaican brother here again. Wagwan.
What's going on, brother?
So, I have two things I wanted to point out. Number one, I think because of the rhetoric, Walt came in and people expected him to dog walk J.D. Vance, right?
Mm-hmm.
But J.D. Vance is a college graduate. I mean, the man is a venture capitalist. You know what I'm saying? He's a smart guy. His wife is a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? So I think people their estimation was too high. Similarly to how they thought Trump was going to defeat Kamala. So as a result of that, Vance didn't come out as terrible as people thought. Plus, most people don't like Vance. Him come off shaky and weird and fake, you know. But no, him seemed like a human being when he was talking. I think that's the reason why you find people thinking maybe it wasn't so bad overall. But if it's a boxing match, you give the first round to, if it's 3 rounds, you give the first round to I would give the first round to J.D. Vance, and then the other 2 to Waltz. Particularly when he quote the Matthew verse, I said, how are you going to have a Democrat quoting Bible on a Republican? You're crazy, Richard. You can't have that, J.D. Vance. You're supposed to start roll out a bunch of verses, you know. Well, Mark said this, and Luke said this, and you know anything about the end of the Bible? You know anything about those? You know what John said? Just start rapping on verses, right? So I thought that was crazy. And then not being able to answer what they think your boss lost. I mean, come on.
Oh, I don't know what happened. Yeah, I agree. I think that was crazy. I think that was crazy. I mean, personally, I think that's where he lost the debate. Where it was no more of a close race or anything. It was just, you've lost your mind. Where you can't even say that this mofo lost. Like, all right, you're disqualified. Simple as that. That's how I see it. You just disqualified. Because I think that's insane. Mostly true. Waltz claims when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Wait, did he really? Iran carried out missile strikes on Iraq al-Assad Air Base on January 8, 2020, days after the Trump administration ordered a lethal drone strike on IRGC Commander Qasem Soleimani on January 3rd, 2020, near Baghdad International Airport. On January 17th, U.S. Central Command said 11 service members were transported out of al-Assad after being screened for traumatic brain injury. And then President Trump at first said there were no injuries related to the strike, then later referred to headaches and a couple of other things that were later confirmed by the Pentagon to be incidents of traumatic brain injury. That's fucking wild. 816. What do you got?
I'm back. It's crazy. I forgot to mention one more thing that bothered me during the day. This motherfucker, J.D. Vance, said out his mouth, like as a point against Walz and Kamala, right? Like, oh, Kamala or my opponent in her administration, Biden's administration, was against spreading misinformation. Yet this is the same motherfucker who pulled out his ass and said on live news, hey, I made up a story about Haitians eating pets. What the fuck? Huh? How is this close? We are fucking doomed, bro. I'm voting for the rapture 2024. God, burn it all down, goddammit. They about to turn me a Hebrew Israelite. At this point, fuck the reparations. God, end the whole world, please.
Oh, scorched earth?
It's fucking crazy, bro. I'm okay with that at this point.
Damn. This debate did all that?
I mean, it's not just that. It's the people's reactions to it, right? Because at the end of the day, these people or the dumb fucks on stage, right, spreading bullshit and pretending like they care about people, right? They get their power from these dumb motherfuckers who accept filth, right? Mm-hmm. So, for example, right, if I go to a restaurant and I see the waiter, waitress, I'm not, whoever the fuck is serving me, right, and I just give them $500 up front. They say, fuck it, bring me the best you got. And they come back out with a plate of shit. And I look at the plate of shit. And I ask them, yo, is this a plate of shit? They say, yes, sir, it is. And then I say, thank you, I'll enjoy my meal. I fucking deserve it. And that's exactly what these people did. I'm over it, bro. I'm fucking over it, bro. I wish I fucking would. This is like me being a kid, right? My grandparents asked me, hey, Brandon, you want a whooping or you want punishment? It's not even that. Honestly, there was advantages to both sides with that. We so fucking doomed, bro. And I think this is probably an onset of white privilege, right? Now, I don't mean to blame Smash. I know he a loyal subscriber, he a green member and shit. But his people, white people, right? I feel like when you live in a nation and you're comfortable about your security, right? In order to maintain that position of power, you got to make up issues and shit like that, right? You gotta find shit that's wrong to galvanize your people. Hey, let's get together. Have you noticed that black people have to convince each other that there's an issue in the first place? Niggas don't have to look for an issue. Nigga, you stumble into an issue. Oh, well, there's another one. We fucking doing, man. Also, why is that damn piece of pizza so damn big? What type of pizza you get? God damn.
I don't know. What you're saying is Smash's fault.
Not his people's fault. I don't know how Smash conducted. I mean, honestly, he talking about the stolen valor and shit like that. As a man who wants to serve in the guard, right? I'm so sick and tired of people talking about stolen valor. JD Vance was a fucking journalist in the military. Okay.
Wait, was he really?
Now, if somebody, yes, me and Big Dog had this conversation, right? JD Vance was in the, I don't remember what branch he was in, but essentially,
he never saw combat.
I butcher the fucking. No, JD Vance never saw combat. He wears fucking eyeliner. Are you insane?
Get the hell out of here! Oh no, I didn't know that.
You didn't know JD Vance? Okay. So Lucas, you lose your credibility. First off, you called the mayor of Chicago, New York.
Oh yeah. I know people were pressed over that.
People don't understand. West Coast niggas do not give a fuck about anything east motherfucking Colorado.
New York, Chicago is all the same to me.
But look, this is what's so crazy to me, right? People were more willing to get on your case about that, right? Than JD Vance's case about saying I made up the story about Haitian niggas eating dogs and pets. Huh? Are you fucking kidding? Lucas ain't seeing that. Lucas isn't running for office. This is a nigga on YouTube. He do animation shit. He's making a Spider-Man game. Now, if you said Bruce Wayne is Spider-Man, that's alarming. I'd like my Spider Combat money back if you said some shit like that. But if I think you're allowed to mess up. I'm not trying to cape for you. Let me take the cape off. It's crazy to me how people have this selective correctionist. And bro, oh my God, I could go on and on for hours. It's crazy, bro. I think certain people in the world just they make such an asshat of themselves that people's like, let me not even correct the nigga. It's not even worth it. Versus when you do have credibility, the first time you slip up, niggas is nipping at the bite, is waiting to hey, the nigga fucked up. And that all goes back to Cat Williams shit about your star player. Niggas is anticipating the opportunity and ability to hate on people. So when you do have a bad person, right? A person who you can criticize easily, people are like, oh, well, he meant this. Oh, well, he meant this. It sounds like the nigga don't know what shit means. If he keep confusing his goddamn words, to me, that means you're not presidential. I would like my president to. These are the same people who talk about, the language of the nation should be English. But there's a motherfucker who flubs words constantly. Ain't that your issue with Biden? Make it make sense, bro. Make it make sense, bro. I could complain for days about this.
Do you think that Vance made Trump look better?
So in some ways, maybe, but at the end of the day, because I am tapped into these issues, no, I can see through the facade. Now, a person who isn't tapped into the issue, like that lady, I'm trying to not disrespect that woman who said about the family issues and shit. Mm-hmm. This is the same dude, right? Who said people who don't have children shouldn't be able to vote. So, lady, you're okay with him being family focused now that you have kids. What about your life before you had children? Do you think you're ineligible to vote, lady? Like, how hard is it to break down these points? That, like, these are positions these fuckers have made. Just like Donald Trump said, oh, I know nothing about 2025. Your running mate wrote the fucking acknowledgement. You flip 3 pages into that shit and you see the name. And you mean to tell me you don't know nothing? How reassuring is that as a president? I didn't know he. Hey, I just picked it. Hey, what? We can talk about little shit in life, right? Football teams pick players out of years of research. They know where they went to college, high school. And he played since 4 years old. He been doing this move. This is his daddy name. Like, and you mean to tell me you know nothing about this? He called you Hitler. You don't even know your enemies? Are we fucking? I wish I would, bro. And this is not this. I'm not. I seen a TikTok. I was tempted to send you the link on Twitter or whatever, right? It was this black dude from Chicago. He was wearing a Chicago Bears jersey, right? And he was saying, "Black man, what is wrong with you? Who hurt you, right? This is what I need to know. Why are you okay with supporting a civilly liable rapist, right? A person who's made horrendous statements, such as grab her by the pussy, and defended that as locker room talk, when the nigga was nowhere near a locker room. But Kamala Harris has to have a spotless record for you to support her. Nigga, are you spotless? Now, I can understand this if you're saying, well, this doesn't seem presidential. Is Trump presidential? At all? Like, in any sort of effect? I think, and this to me is another reinforcement of white privilege. He's a wealthy white man in America. That's presidential off rip. For some people, make it make sense, bro. And you got, I'm so frustrated and upset that this is the reality we live in, right? Where you have a person laying out policies and platform, right? Saying, hey, this is at least what I want to do. She could be fucking lying. For all I'm going to keep it, she could be fucking lying through her goddamn teeth, right? Crossing her fingers and toes and shit. What has Trump said for your black ass? I'm the greatest president ever. You're going to get tired of winning. What the fuck does that even mean? And niggas just eat that shit up like it's chocolate. Like, it's insatiable for them. Like, and this is a point of what's wrong with our political society at the end of the day, right? We do have a mental health issue, right? People are not incentivized to believe in the future of their nation as well as themselves, right? So when you have a fractured people, right? When you stroke their ego and tell them you're going to be the greatest, you're going to be successful. If you support me, my nigga, you got it. That's all they need to hear. Honestly, if any candidate did that, I'm sure they could be successful. But because they see a man who was born, and a lot of people say this, he was born on third base and thought he hit a triple, right? Because you see a person of power saying, hey, you see all the power I got, I can make this a commonality across the nation. People are willing to take that chance off the rhetoric alone, as opposed to doing the hard work and waiting and seeing the change. That's like going to the gym, seeing a swole ass nigga say, hey, I can get you right. The lats, the tries, the buys. Nigga, you gotta live, eat, hydrate. You can't be doing bad shit. You gotta sleep well. I'm like, and we so conditioned to accepting shortcuts and cheat cuts and shit like that. It's like, life is supposed to be hard, bro. If we all could share the top spot, don't you think we would have did that by now? We surrounded by fucking morons, bro. Thank you for letting me rant. Honestly, the reason why I want a panel is because I really want to hear some dissenting opinions. I would love to talk to everyone that 42% that said, yeah, J.D. Vance won the debate.
Does anyone believe that J.D. Vance won the debate? Call in and we'll merge the call.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm genuinely interested.
I would love to communicate to an individual. You know, and I'm not about to call them dumb. I want to hear their perspective and see where in life do you come from, where you could like substantiate a belief such as that. Imagine trying to paint someone limiting the spread of misinformation as bad. Imagine that. Wait, what? What?
Yeah, that was a crazy flip from January 6th to censorship.
Even if you want to say the American people, I could give a better answer than that. The American people believe that they were robbed. So who am I to tell the American people that I should support my constituents? It's so easy to flip shit. Has this nigga ever been in a debate? You can do that shit in middle school. Hell, one of them Hebrew Israelites was buried debating in that. Don would have kicked his ass. Even I think Reggie's probably a better communicator than. Let me stop, bro. I don't think he was here to call in about somebody think unless Smash will call in and we can chop up the stolen valor shit. That's crazy, bro.
Time will tell.
Because even then, JD Vance, that could be an attack against him because he's made slips, and I'm willing to chalk it up as, hey, you fumbled your words, right? But he's made statements where you could conflate him seeing war, him seeing combat, when the nigga was a non-combatant MOS. Like, come on, bro. Come the fuck on, bro.
Hold on. 901. Do you agree that Vance won? 901.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it. Why do you believe Vance won?
What up, man?
The reason I think it was a missed opportunity. I believe he won a debate on several different fronts. One of the reasons why I feel okay, I was listening to. Yeah. The reason why I said he won a debate because he didn't. Only thing he really had to do was to fact check him on everything he done. He wrote a book called that Hillbilly Elegy. And the only thing he had to do is to take some references out of the book, get him on offense. Get him on defense because J.D. Vance looked a little bit too comfortable in that. All thing he had to do was just use his own words against him. And
do you think he didn't do that? He didn't use his own words. Not just out of the book, but like in other instances, like him saying Trump was unfit to be president. Like that was the start of the debate. I don't know if you've seen.
Well, here's the thing. I called in about a month ago, and I commended Lucas on how he drilled down. One of the problems when we confront these MAGA people, they put out these falsehoods, but like Lucas did, he drills down. They'll give an answer, one answer that comes out of QAnon or wherever the hell it comes from, and people will actually leave it there. So he should have pressed them on it. Another thing is when he stated that the immigrants was the reason for the housing. Understand where J.D. Vance comes from and who funds J.D. Vance. He's a what you call it, capital gains. He's one of those BlackRock people. He should have checked him on that as well. The reason why the housing shortage is because Wall Street has bought up 40% of the houses.
Wait,
time out. As well.
Hold on, brother. Like just to understand your point. Your point is not that J.D. Vance won the debate per se, but Walt didn't win clear enough.
So by default, he actually won in the sense that he allowed him to be presidential. And if president, listen to what I'm saying.
I hear you.
Think about what I'm saying. Check me out. Walk with me now. Had he talked about the childless, cat ladies and all the rest of those things right there, and then also put a wedge between he and Donald Trump, showed a clear difference between. And then he let him go when he actually said, now, if this happens again, will you stand up against Trump?
You think he let him go with that?
I think he let him go on a lot of things. Because think about it.
I don't necessarily disagree that he could have went further with that. Me personally, the type of person I am grandstanding on you waffling a easy question like that, right? But the point, my whole retort to your premise is that your belief is that J.D. Vance should have essentially been crushed due to the positions he's already taken before the debate even started, right? So
Yes.
this is kind of similar to like, and let me compare this to sports, right? This is like a 1 seed having a close game with a 7 seed. It's like, nigga, why are you?
Well, see, here, hold on.
Like,
let me stop you. I hate when people do that. We're not talking about sports. We're talking about politics.
I don't disagree, but I'm saying you're basically saying there should have been a greater divide
exactly
as opposed to a closer performance, right?
Well, I understand exactly what I'm saying. So, and it's one of those, I understand exactly what I'm saying. Here's what I'm basically saying.
Okay.
JD actually, he represents the elite. Walls represents the middle class. What interaction do you think that the middle class and their frustration with the elites and the people who run the world right now, what type of interaction do you think that will be? You think it will be civil? Wall stood up there and was shaking his head affirmative, yes, and I agree with you. No, we're not holding hands. This is a debate. Why was he shaking his head? Yes. He should have been making a clear contrast between those two. Go ahead.
Okay, so I don't necessarily disagree, because to me, as a voter, I would have been more satisfied with him pursuing J.D. Vance on those points, but I don't necessarily chalk that up as a win. I can hear you out with the point you're making, though, right? But with that being said, it falls flat in a sense, right? Because you're still I guess we're talking about for the majority of society, not for people who are informed on these topics and contentions of debate, right? But you can still see the mistakes and missteps that J.D. Vance took. So, like, even in your analysis of the debate, you're still critiquing the perspectives and points that J.D. Vance made from the vantage point of Waltz is correct, which would then lend Waltz to winning the debate in a sense. Maybe not crushing the debate, maybe not a clear defeat, right? But from a policy and substantive standpoint, you're conceding Waltz winning the debate.
That's a whole lot of word salad, GD. I need some salad dressing on that to understand what you're actually saying.
Okay, basically the point I'm saying is
no, I'm messing with you.
I can consolidate.
Here's the thing. Check this out. Now, I was disappointed as well because J.D. Vance got to using the words like judicate and things like that. Do you think the average person, because you're very intelligent. I've been checking you out. You're very intelligent, and I appreciate your intelligence. You're very knowledgeable. He started using those words, but what he did not do, he acted like he was talking to us three. But he wasn't talking to us three, because I realized, listening to this, this Adolf and FBA and everything, the average voter is not intelligent at all, bruh. And I'm
not
really
at all.
shocked and
Not
surprised.
at all.
I'm talking about this has really, man, dude, in the black community, it has really shown something that I am shaking my head of and surprised by. Because I don't know where this stuff comes from.
Design.
He should have flushed out those ideas. He made those ideas whole. You know what I'm saying? He made them whole. He should have flushed A, B, C, D, E. What do you think about that?
Well, let me retort to that, though. So with that being said, I don't disagree with the fact that he should have flushed out more. To me, again, him not being able to admit, like, hey, we lost the last election, right? That's fucking devastating, right? But there are other moments in the debate where Walls, as my mom would say, broke it down in kindergarten, not first grade, kindergarten. I need it simple, right? The Bible quote, very simple, right? Devastating, I'd argue, right? Another one, him talking about insulin prices. I'm hearing a nasty feedback. I don't know who that is. But him talking about insulin prices, that's
me too.
very
I was hearing the
simple
same thing.
for the American people to pick up on, right? And there are other instances of that. Just like him saying, hey, J.D. Vance, you said your running mate is not fit to be president. How do you feel about that? Like, to me, those are simple and digestible statements that the American people should be able to accept that and evaluate that. With that being said, there's certainly cognitive dissonance present in the world, especially in politics. We see that all the time. But with that being said, there has to be a line drawn, right? There has to be a line drawn. I mean, we even see that with Trump's, the side of Trump supporters who are racist, right? They were mad at Trump for supporting Israel because they was like, hey, that's too far. We don't fuck with the little hats. So I'm saying if there's presence of people having, like, at bare minimum, some type of barrier of some type of wrongdoing Trump can do, then we shouldn't completely expect a crushing defeat from especially Waltz of all people, right? So we have to understand who we're working with, right?
Well, hold on. I disagree with you on that because the thing about it is this guy has made so many outlandish claims. And basically, the reason why I say that J.D. Vance, and I hate these, I'm not even going to say that because I don't even want to say that unless they come out of my mouth, but J.D. Vance basically sit up there and lied about everything he was actually saying. And his only response was Kamala Harris this, Kamala Harris this, Kamala Harris this, Kamala Harris this. Why didn't J.D. Vance bring to him and educate him on the fact of the role of the vice presidency and ask him, okay, if you was in that position, would you go against Trump in that manner? Harris is not the president.
I actually agree with
hold on. You see what I'm saying? She is not the president. What is the role of the vice presidency? How can you assign this to her? You see what I'm saying? So the thing about the situation is there's a such thing as
you're absolutely correct.
Too cordial. And here's the thing. Dig what I'm saying. With everything that happened in Israel today, and we all know that Netanyahu wants Trump to win. That's why they started that mess today. And then you got this shipping thing that's going on. I know Luke is going to talk about this shipping thing that's going on today. It's glove.
They might shut down nigga channel.
He should have came in there like a back alley cat fighter. You know what I'm saying? He should have came in there and laid the law down to show the clear difference between the two.
But wait. You understand? So obviously, I don't necessarily disagree with you off principle, right? But politics isn't simply about principles, right? It's also about tactics and winning, right? As we see.
I have a degree in political science. I've been to law school. I got a degree in this. I understand exactly what you're saying. But here's the thing.
So
here's the thing. When it comes down to this right now is time out for all that politics and all the rest of that bullshit because it's nothing but lies. The truth about the matter is lies. And the thing about the situation, why did he not drill down on 2025? That should have been his playbook right there.
This is why, right?
He should have drilled down
as we saw. Wait,
2025. He should have had a clear distinction between he and why was he sitting up there agreeing? I agree with you with this. And I agree with you.
I don't disagree with that. To me, there are points where it's like, nigga, you agree with that? But it's like this is why I think that was more advantageous for Walt instead of him clearly showing the distinction, right? When we saw the reaction polls, right? It was something like 80 to 89% of it had an 8 as the first digit, right? Of viewers found this debate to be more appealing and reassuring, right? So the point is, not every, obviously in the toolbox, right? It's not only hammers. We don't only have hammers. We have some finesse tools, right? So sometimes in debates, you can't just crush an opponent, right? Especially someone
how many days do we have left?
We a little bit less than a month. I mean, 30. Essentially, November 5th.
35 months, if I'm not mistaken.
Lucas, what are you thinking, Lucas? What side you on, Lucas? What do you see? I know you can see both sides. So what is your?
I mean, the only thing I had the main issue was him not admitting that he lost the election. That was it.
But between the me and this gentleman, what do you?
As far as our discourse, Lucas.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't understand the stances. Are you saying that he should have gone all in on the debate?
Yeah, I think my thing about I think he should have went a lot further, draw a clear distinction between.
I don't disagree. I think there were certain points that he could have definitely pressed.
Yep.
Vance on 100%.
Yeah. Sure, but I think at the end of the day, the core goal of the vice presidential debate, right, is don't make the ticket look bad, right?
I think, but I think one can argue that he made the ticket look bad by making them both seem like civil sides.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right? If you're arguing with Hitler or someone who's running with Hitler, you don't want to humanize him or make him seem like, well, we just have a different perspective.
I mean, isn't that crazy? We can't even use that example since a nigga is running with the dude he looked and humanized. But my point with that being, right, is that there is concern, right? And there's clearly cognitive dissonance, right? They were mad at the moderators last debate for fact-checking Trump when he said something egregiously false, right? So you have to come at this tactically, right? Now, do I think that there was an abundance of agreement where it was like, whoa, my nigga, hey, this is a debate. Debate the nigga. I don't disagree with that, right? But I still think that this was more advantageous than coming into this debate crushing him. Because there are certainly points you could crush on, right? But with that being said, I think.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask
you
a question and be honest about it, because we're on the same side
Go ahead.
here. But did this make Vance look more human and relatable? Did this one debate change his whole outlook? America's whole outlook?
No. For me, no. Especially the first half.
Lucas, what about you, Lucas?
What about I think for the American people, I would argue, yeah, that it did.
Thank you. You're showing the hell did.
I would say for the first third, the second third, yes, I'll concede that. But the first third and the outro, no. Especially with the first 2 to 3 questions, right? Or 2 or 3 responses from Vance, he came across as robotic to me, right? Especially with opening statement.
I would have heard if I hadn't known and followed politics, known what J.D. Vance had said, and I had watched this for the first time, and you told me he said those things, I would not believe you. I would call you a liar. That's how he was.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay.
Very much so.
No,
he definitely was dialed down.
Yeah, and the problem was Walsh was dialed down. The thing about it, he was dialed down. That's what I really didn't like about it. I think he tried to get up on that Harvard level and try to go a whole nother way. He didn't show up. It's not the same. The same two people that he is at the rallies and the person we saw today were two different people. Would you agree?
Okay. Yeah. But my question to you then is: do you think
wiped the floor with him? Shapiro would have wiped the floor with him.
I guess. I mean, I have a very low view of Ben Shapiro, but I hear you out on that, just with his debate style, right? But
yeah,
this is why I asked you, right? Do you think if Waltz came out fiery, crushing him on these points, right? Do you think that would have did more good than harm? Especially knowing that J.D. Vance was reserved and toned down, or do you think that would have made Waltz was aggressive, whereas J.D. Vance was responsible?
Actually, I think it would have put a nail in the coffin. To be honest with you, I think he should have came out firing at him. And the thing about it is, it's really not being aggressive when you actually quote his own words. I'm not talking about dipping your toe. He kind of dipped his toe into the pool. He should have jumped all in there.
That's why I asked you about the beginning of the debate. To me, the beginning of the debate was such a vast separation, right? And that's why I cited his opening statement as far as Trump having I don't want to use the wrong word, but political advisors, right? Say, hey, this man cannot be president. J.D. Vance, you yourself said this man is unpresidential. And now you're about to sit here and tell me the opposite for 90 minutes. To me, you're already starting with such a deficit.
He didn't hit him on the flip-flopping. He should have hit him on the flip-flopping. He didn't hit him on the flip-flopping. He flip-flop on everything. So how can we trust you? He said it a little bit. How can we trust you when this man is talking about doing these things? When Project 2025 is talking about doing these things? And how can we know for sure that you're going to stand up against this man? When you want to call the man Hitler himself. He said some of the most egregious things that Democrats have never said that Vance said. He didn't even hit him on that. He was very inconsistent. He didn't hit him on it. And the thing about it was Vance was too relaxed. He didn't sweat. He should have had him on his heels. I think what happened was when the moderators first came out on the first question out the gate, when they asked him about that Tiananmen Square, they kind of took the wind out of him. What do you think about that? I think the first question kind of knocked him off his block, and it took him a minute to gain his composure. I think we were a little while longer.
You talking about Walt?
Yeah.
Well, I think that was
question. If you think about the first question, knocked him out.
The Israel question was tough, but I think if anything,
we got 972 in here as well.
Yeah.
So let me just answer this real quick. What's up, dog? I'm gonna be short and sweet. I think what really shook Walt from being confident and on the attack was the travel question and the mix up of dates, right? And this is something I stress every time I call into Lucas, because this is a big pet peeve of my life, right? It's not that fucking hard to say, hey, I was wrong, right? We do this every time in life, every day in life. You fuck up in traffic, hey, my bad. So when you make a word mistake, especially over a time thing, the worst thing you can do is word salad, because that shit looks so guilty. How hard is it to say, hey, I'm 58. I said this, I meant this. Trump does that all the time, and that's what I was talking about, cognitive dissonance, right? How is it that we hold on, and I'm not talking about y'all, but I'm saying how is it that the public can hold on to a statement that Tim Walz made about something in the late 80s, yet somebody else can say a blatant lie and then say, hey, I made this up. And they say, no, I didn't. It's like there's a clear discrepancy between that with me.
Okay, if you look at Mo's comments real quick, if you look at Mo's Hub comment, he hit it right on. He hit everything that I was trying to say. Neither one of them won. I agree. He said Walz did okay, missed a lot of points, but he still held his own. I agree. JD looked weak because he kept agreeing, but both of them kept agreeing and everything like that. I think, the agreement and everything was kind of like, okay, you agreeing with, if you're agreeing with Vance, you're actually agreeing with Trump.
I think that
that's fair.
I think the public didn't want divisiveness. It was a lot of divisiveness with the Trump and Kamala Harris, or Trump and whoever. So I think that they just felt the public didn't want the attacks. And then I think that Walz, his people want him to he needs to be likable. I think that's his strong point, and the other guy had to be likable, J.D. Vance.
Fair.
So
fair. He had the lowest candidate likability rating. So I hear you on that one,
but I can agree with you on that. I can agree with you on that a little bit about the civility. I understand those things and everything like that. But when you have wild conspiracy theories coming from National Enquirer, tell me, how can you be civil and all the rest of that when you have people saying the most outlandish things? Tell me, how is that accomplished? Walk me down. Draw me that picture.
Who was saying what was outlandish that she felt was?
He's saying agreeing with J.D. Vance, right? But what I will argue to that is you have to contextualize when he said he agreed versus when he didn't, right? Now, granted, will the general population, majority of the voters, contextualize that? Fuck no, they won't. But with that being said, right, it says I believe we are all intelligent here, right? Certain things that they conceded on was stuff they had to concede on, such as the woman passing from concerns with abortion, right? How do you, unless you are just comfortable standing in fire, you have to agree with that. You have to agree, hey, that death is unjust, but here's how I spin it. And that is a natural thing in politics, because at the end of the day, in a sense, it's yes and.
Hold on. You can agree on it, but also he could have brought up the fact that Trump stood up and said a woman has to be punished, and also J.D. Vance said it as well. What they did not do,
I agree with that.
They did not say the things that J.D. Vance said. Only thing I'm saying, whenever he said something, whenever he came out with his talking points, only thing he had to do was reference something that J.D. Vance had said in the past. That's all he had to do.
Well, I think
let me ask you this:
he did do that. He done that. But so I think if we like saying things that J.D. Vance supposedly said, I think that was up to him that had done that. And
let me ask you this, though, OG. So and obviously they've been campaigning for a minute now, right? So if he was to come out, right, and say, hey, J.D. Vance has said this, right? Who do you think is more likely to come across some of the statements and beliefs that J.D. Vance has made? People who are already a part of his base or are willing to give him an ear, or the people who are considering Tim Walz? So again, I feel like I hear you on principle. I agree with you, right? I agree with you on principle, but I don't think strategy-wise that would have been beneficial, because, like I said, cognitive dissonance is present so much in our society, especially politically. So people are looking for reasons, right, to dock points away from someone, right? So especially if J.D. Vance came out like he was tonight, right, reserved, calm, oh, I respect it, Christ bless you, and whatever, or whatever he did say that was cordial, right? And Tim Walz was like, no, you said this, I'm gonna make you stand on it. I need to hear you say you believe this and agree with this still, right? That could, fuck, I lost the word, but that could basically turn off voters' ears who were open to Tim Walz in the first place. Especially being that he's the undertaker.
This is a one-time vice presidential debate. You know what I'm saying? And I think that Walz was trying, his image was about him being the likable guy. His image was about the guy that, that's what they was pushing him as. So he had to come off as that. When J.D. Vance was coming off like that, then now they got to outdo each other on who's got to be the nicest guy, But,
exactly.
And that's what it was.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it was. It was like a feather fight to me. It was like, a feather fight. And to be honest with you, it didn't
because right. And you feel that
because the goal is to not hurt the campaign. It's not to gain more votes. It's don't make the campaign look bad at the end of the day.
I understand that. I can understand that. The thing about it, I understand that. I understand exactly what you're saying about those things. I understand that. But, in these changing times that we're in right now and everything, and a delineation needs to be drawn. The thing about the situation is if you picked him to be a middle of America, middle class, and all the rest of those things, why did he not attack the wealth and the wealth inequality and the issue? He kept on bringing up immigration, these things, blaming immigration on all of these things, which we know is not true. He kept on talking about the economy. Why did he educate the people and let them know that it's the previous presidency's policy that actually dictates the economy? How come he bring up those things?
What do we believe about the economy? I mean, if it was all about that, it's about the president before, then why would they have to do the debates, and why are they talking about who's in the office at that time? I think that's just the way it is during presidential races, and you know, I think it falls on them as they're in office that how the economy is. I think it kind of falls on them if they're in office that. That's wars and all that, because they're saying that that's going to happen under Trump, but a lot of it is happening while they're in office. So
but here's the thing, that's a misperception, and that's a part of the miseducation when it comes down to American electorate, because what happened was Obama is the one who handed Trump that economy. Obama inherited the economy from Bush, and so the thing about it, what a lot of people don't understand is that it's the previous policies from the president that actually dictates what's going on with the economy. The reason why that
and this would be the boomer bust cycle.
It depends on what they keep. It depends, because sometimes they keep things and sometimes they don't.
Right.
But when we're dealing with the aspect of the idea that Putin and he decided to invade another country under Joe Biden's watch, you know, and we're seeing that really Joe Biden is being tested. I mean, we know that they have not shown strength on anything, especially anything concerning the needs for African Americans. Or they haven't been strong. The Republicans has been handing Biden his butt the whole term. They haven't fought for anything. Everything that they did, they lost.
Especially under Israel, because what Netanyahu doing is really disrespectful. That's very disrespectful. That lets you know that he's in it for Trump.
Right.
I mean, because. But then one thing about it is, I like what Kamala said and everything like that. She said you got to have this thing. She told him, you need to have this thing wrapped up within a couple of months before I get in, because we gonna have some changes here. But think about it like this here.
Please.
The reason why they unleashed those bombs and did all the rest of that stuff is directly to affect this election. And then the thing about it is, with this strike going on and all the rest of that, gentlemen, I think we might be in for a fight here, to be honest with you.
They really gonna test Kamala.
And I hate to say this. And then this October 1st too, you know, October surprise and everything. I think we in for something. I think the tides really have changed a little bit. And that's what I'm scared of, to be honest with you. I'm on both of y'all's side, but we got to look at this thing.
All I'm saying is Biden, we all know that when it comes to black agenda, when it comes to, the farmers, the black farmers, they've been complaining the whole term about the money that they wasn't getting. The Republicans been blocking everything that Joe Biden's been doing. Joe Biden has not been pushing to really, they have not fought to really win any battles his whole term. He's been weak the whole time. Everybody's testing him all across the world. The economy is at an all-time low. What else do we need to see? What is Kamala going to do? What is she? They're not. What are we?
It's not necessarily. So as far as why I'm casting my ballot the way I'm casting it, right? It's not out of concern for what Kamala is going to do, right? It's out of concern for what could Trump do, right? And this isn't necessarily the strongest. Wait, hold on. So this isn't the strongest way to live life, especially when you're awarding power, right? So how I view Trump, right, is dangerous and volatile, right? Not out of the sense of
they promoted him that way.
He has this belief, huh?
I said that's the way that they've used. That's the message they've given about him. Of course, he's Hitler. He's the next coming of Hitler.
Not even just. That's what his vice president said. That's what his vice president said, not just Democrats. Fuck that. But this is my point, right? Wait, hold on, because I'm not going off just what people say. I'm the type of person. Actions speak louder than words, right? So at the end of the day, right? This is the type of shit Trump has done, right? He went over to meet Kim Jong-un. They said he was a great guy. Real quick, you talking about the dictator in North Korea? The dangerous man who's a threat to the world? And then He also paraded and championed Putin. Wait a minute. You mean the dude who's doing the offensive war on Ukraine that every senator and representative of America is like, oh, we have to stop. Oh, we have to fix it. Trump was cool with that.
He didn't bring that up. He didn't bring that up how Trump is going to allow Putin to invade everything.
I don't disagree with you. You're totally right. You're totally right.
But
again,
you claim that actions speak louder than words, right?
Yeah.
You say actions speak louder than words. The reality is, Putin and Kim Jong, whoever he is, they have they have nuclear power. Nobody's necessarily going to do anything to them. The United States is not going to do anything to them. Okay, they're going to live. They run their countries. So the United States uses these. Some people believe the United States are terrorists in other countries. The United States do espionage, all types of stuff. Right. So what we're saying is the fact about it, they're not going to do anything to these people. They use them and they paint them through propaganda as the bad guys in America, and or whatever how they do when America is doing all types of stuff.
North Korea does not have nuclear weapons. North Korea don't have nuclear weapons, bro.
Right.
They don't have nuclear weapons.
They make these guys out as the bad guys, right? But in reality, no one's going to do anything to them. In reality, they're not actually doing anything, right? So action speaks louder than words. When Trump was in office, there was no wars. But the action is that now that Biden is in office,
that's not true. That's not true.
Everything is when Biden is in office. There's not. It's not. Man, we haven't seen a huge invasion in. I mean, it's been decades.
But can I give a retort to that?
You know what I'm saying? Like this dude, this is unprecedented. Israel is on fire. They're imploding a whole section of Gaza right now. Like it's I'm saying, like, actions speak louder than words. It's happening under their watch. It's serious things happening. Thousands of people are losing their lives. It's not about talk. Just because Trump is getting along with people and saying he likes the reality is people are not crossing the line. And innocent children and people are not being killed. And they're crossing the line with Joe Biden.
Here's the thing.
Hold on, because you're making a lot of points.
Hold on. Here's what you're missing. You're missing this whole thing. When it comes down to the world and everything, we look at the world one way, but they look at the world a different way. Let me give you the skinny on what's happening in Israel. They're doing it right now to affect this election and all the rest of that stuff. If Trump is to win, automatically there's going to be a ceasefire and some sort of deal, and Trump is going to try to get the Nobel Peace Prize. This is all about like accolades for Trump. They don't see people as people. They see people as pawns.
Well, maybe. If we could save people's lives, I don't know. All we know is thousands and thousands of people are dying, and children, and so, I mean, for the sake of, Biden and Kamala, they're not offering such great rewards that we need to keep them in there. I just don't see
100%
what are they doing that's so great.
No.
Wait. That would be a miss. Wait a minute. I don't disagree with Biden, right? But you can't say that Kamala's not offering rewards, right? That's not necessarily fair to say, because as we've spoken about, like via Lucas's channel and shit like that, even as it was brought up in the debate, there have been policy suggestions that make up Kamala's platform that could be beneficial as to why to vote for her compared to Trump, right? Specifically being the house alone, specifically being the tax credit and other things in that nature. But my whole point, right? Because I don't want to talk past this. This is far more concerning because people do not include this in Trump's dangerousness as far as internationally speaking, right? Trump used Mar-a-Lago as a point of espionage for top secret government documents to be shared, to be stored, to be disseminated with foreign nationals. Do we not acknowledge how dangerous and risky that is. Hold on, wait. I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
Can we prove this?
I'm not moving the goalposts. This is related. I promise you, this is related, right?
I know, but I'm saying we don't know what behind the scenes. We don't know what people are doing behind the scenes. Everybody is not as they seem. You know what I'm saying? It's money. It is all. Everybody is bought, and there's always agenda on both sides. Big money. So
I hear you as far as behind the scenes, but that was in front. That was documented.
They are there.
That was documented to be. We saw that.
Hold on, bro. Let the man talk. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
What are you saying?
You're talking about behind the scenes, right?
Yeah. The gentleman said behind the scenes.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. The politicians are supposed to be likable. They're supposed to be able to influence people, but they're not really. You trying to say what's his name? What's the guy? Walt says, he's really. They got money behind them. Everybody got big money behind them. They're going to follow the game plan that's behind them. Kamala is not going to lead the game plan. She's part of the agenda. Whoever is that's behind the Democratic Party. So I'm saying that whatever is going with the Democratic Party, and what it seems that they are pushing an agenda that I don't agree with. So I don't know. They are.
What agenda? What agenda are you talking about?
Yeah, what agenda is that? Yeah, what agenda is that? Because I hear this a lot. What agenda?
Well, because there's the agenda of where we talking about, for instance, if we're talking about like you was talking about the Bible, where we're talking about the cross dressing, this open.
Caitlyn Jenner, real quick. I need you to explain that real quick. If you talk about agenda, explain trans for Trump, gays for Trump. Please explain. I'm sorry.
When like for instance, right, during the pandemic, if you were in Democratic states, like like for instance, I'm in Texas, and I know people that's from Michigan with a Democratic governor. If you would have seen how during that time of how they really put that crisis on, it was like Mad Max, the way that they were pretending how horrible it was. It was crazy, and they're pushing an agenda. The Democratic Party, the governor Newsom, I don't trust him. The governor of Michigan, they are involved in some deep stuff. When it comes to
OG, you gonna stop him or am I gonna stop him?
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying, Lucas. Now you see what I'm saying. When you actually ask them to explain what it is they're explaining, they don't explain what you're explaining. So you're talking about a pandemic that killed millions of people all over the world. Is that what you're talking about? Something that was actually real? Is that the agenda that you're talking about?
I'm talking about the reality. If you were in Texas, as opposed to, and then we got to talk about and we don't need to talk about it, but the origins has been in question. But we're talking about of why it even happened in the first place and how, right?
You're moving the goalpost.
Is that a question, or is that questionable?
You're moving the goalpost.
No, I'm just seeing if you with me. I'm just seeing if you were questioning. I was just seeing if you with me.
One of them killed none.
That's all. I was just wondering, was you with me for now? So I'm saying if things are being used in a certain type of way.
You started with the LGBT. You started with the LGBT agenda, right? But
right.
This is my whole.
But I want to let me further elaborate for him
because you're talking a lot.
Here's what we'll do. We'll do a panel because I have to.
Now, this is my issue with saying that the Democratic Party
we'll do a quick panel.
The LGBT. Thank you, Lucas. But this is my issue with the LGBT agenda being blamed solely on the Democrats. First and foremost, right? Homosexuality, not in all cultures, right? But has been present throughout multiple times in human history, right? So let's not act as if some gay niggas just said like, hey, let's push it now that it may be more acceptable, right?
I didn't know
With
what
that being said,
LGBTQ.
wait.
I didn't know what it was until Barack Obama.
Sure, you didn't know what it
I
means.
never heard.
You didn't know
I never heard of
wait. You didn't.
Barack Obama.
You never heard
hear you out.
LGBTQ before Barack Obama?
Ignorance doesn't mean
Barack
absence.
Obama. I have it.
Have you
Barack
seen God?
Obama popularized it.
I haven't seen God's face, but I believe
All right,
in
y'all,
God.
hit the link. Hit the link. Because we about to end this.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. Here's the thing that we have to be aware of. What they do is they come up with these social kind of issues to keep everybody's mind off the ball. Keep your eyes on the prize. Those things right there are actually side reactions. Those are social things to keep your mind off of what's really going on. Those things right there is between people and their God. That has nothing to do with you see what I'm saying? I understand what you're saying and everything like that, but those things are those things are between that person, their morality, and their God.
That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with what somebody's promoting, right?
If y'all want to continue, y'all can hit the link. Hit the link at the top of the chat, and then it'll take you into the panel. You can continue the convo. Right now we got shit. Where is me? We got Curry, and then we got yours truly. Because it seems like y'all wanted to have this conversation.
Clearly, it needs to be had. So first off, the nigga said he never heard of LG. Okay, this is my issue, right? So I'm a believer of God, right? In my couple decades in some change in life, I've never seen God's face. I ain't seen Jesus' face, but I believe. So your lack of perspective isn't proof that it didn't exist, right? It isn't proof that there was an agenda, right? So if you research throughout history, you can see two-spirited people existing throughout history, right? In indigenous tribes, right? You can also see certain tribes. I mean, as much as Oxy might not like to hear this, there were certain tribes where women, like such as I want to say the Maasai women or the Masai women, right? Where there were different gender dynamics, right? And there are other histories of essentially homosexuality in human culture. Like that's neither here nor there, right? Beyond just that, we see a push and support and community of people who fall under the LGBT who are supportive of the conservative like ideal and mindset. So again, to say that that was an agenda pushed solely by Democrats is asinine, especially from people who say stuff like, "Oh, well, both sides are bad. Oh, well, both sides are crooked." If you believe in this long-winded New World Order, how can you sit here and say, "Oh, well, one side is pushing this"? That's like me sitting here saying, "Oh, only conservatives are racist. There's no racist Democrat." I would sound silly. I wish. See, this is when you ask a nigga to make it make sense. They talk about their pockets empty, bro. This is crazy, bro. You see who showed up. You see the Winnie the Pooh costume, bro.
You don't think any of them made any solid points?
I think the and this is no disrespect. He just sound older than me. I think Unc had a good point from a principled manner. I don't think it would have been effective though. So, and this is why I think. So, it seems like the American people only like it when certain people are aggressive, right? Tim Waltz is an old, gentle nature white man, right? Talking about I'm a football coach and I'm retired military. Like he gentle nature, right? So if he came out fiery out the gate, nah, this is why I said nah, da da da. Like how I talk, I think that would be very off-putting to a lot of the swing voters, right? So at the end of the day, we all know the goal of the vice presidential debate is not to necessarily, hey, crush it, kill that nigga, whoop-de-whoop, right? It's, hey, do not make the ticket look bad. Do not make the ticket look bad. And I know I compare a lot of shit to sports, right? But at the end of the day, if you look at football, right, special teams isn't yes, you can score on special teams, but the main purpose of special teams, right, is to receive the ball, to secure possession of the ball. Now, if you score a touchdown on it, hey, nigga, we did it. But at the end of the day, we have an offense for that. So again, like we have to contextualize. Like, I don't think him. I can see what you mean by saying letting Vance look a bit more human and a bit more reserved could be seen as a negative thing because that could draw in people. But I think there was a greater risk at hand for Waltz, considering that, I mean, as the consensus says, that Kamala whooped Trump's ass on the first debate. And I don't think that's crazy to say.
But don't you think, as far as by conceding points to Vance, doesn't that hurt as far as Kamala?
Not necessarily, because of two things. One, what points there were, and two, if this is how the debate went, where it was only Vance saying, "Well, I agree with that, and I think that's valid, but here's why I think you're wrong," right? And he was spinning it properly, that would show to many swing voters, hey, well, there's a sense of humanity in Vance to acknowledge that, hey, he can say the other side is right, whereas Waltz is saying, no, they're totally wrong on everything, right? And a lot of people, although they may see the world as black and white, they don't necessarily want to hear that, especially if you're more conservative leaning. And certain things, like I said on the call, is you kind of have to concede on certain things, right?
Yeah, I agree on certain things.
So, like, for example, the school shooting stuff, right? If JD Vance said to Tim Waltz, "Hey, your son witnessing a school shooting is just a fact of life. It just, hey, shit happens." You know, like that looked kind of crazy, as opposed to him being like, "Well, I think this is wrong, and although I disagree on how to solve it."
What up, what up?
What up, Big Dog? Please, Big Dog, please tell Lucas what JD Vance's MOS was in the military, bro.
He's a journalist, but he's an embedded military journalist.
Yeah, so he didn't see combat though.
He was assigned to an aviation unit that saw combat, and he wrote and took photographs of those missions. So was he fully involved? No. Did he go on flights for those missions? Yes.
Okay.
Gotcha. I didn't know you could be a journalist in the military.
Yeah, it falls on the public affairs.
That GI Bill's gonna be crispy too. I can't wait.
Now, Waltz totally lied about where he was. So that kind of has the veteran community on a little uproar about that.
What did Waltz actually lie about?
He said he was deployed in Afghanistan when he never was.
Was he deployed at all?
Italy.
Interesting. And he said that on multiple accounts?
Multiple accounts.
And he never gave a reason for it?
No. Now he's given the reason of misspeaking, but in the veteran community, we don't play those games.
Of misspeaking.
I mean, multiple accounts is wild. Like that's
that's the same thing with his rank. He's not a retired sergeant major. He's a retired master sergeant. He never went to the sergeant major's academy, so he never earned the rank.
What's the difference between those two?
Okay, so I retired as a master sergeant. Right, my next step would be to make sergeant major. That's the highest of the enlisted ranks. Okay, you have to go to the sergeant major's academy down in Texas. He never went. He gave his paperwork for retirement. So his initial NGB National Guard Bureau 22 discharge has Sergeant Major, but there's an update, the NGB 22 Alpha, which reduces his rank to Master Sergeant because he never finished the school. And he's claimed for years as Sergeant Major. Which is another uproar within the veteran community.
I mean, rightfully so. Like, that's not.
Because you're lying about who you are. And as a sergeant major, one, you're never wrong, because that's the motto for sergeant majors. And two, you have an ego, you know, let me not say ego, a bravado of yourself. You did not show that as a sergeant major on that stand today.
Okay. Okay, work. Again, I mean, I can't. I have to agree with that. I sound like JD and
Yo, if you had one
Walt
shot, one
on that.
opportunity to seize everything
again,
that
in
you
that
ever
sense,
wanted, one
I
moment,
think
would you capture it or
that
let it slip?
coming
seize it.
across as aggressive, right? When there's already such a aggressive presence that is in Trump, right? Is in his campaign, right? And we see a turnoff from the American people towards that aggression, right? I don't think that would have been beneficial. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and excuse him lying about his rank for deployment because like that's ridiculous. You know, like I said, I was raised by a E6, and like that's disrespectful, especially somebody seeking to join the military. Like that's simple shit like that is unacceptable. Like, you're not about to just say the wrong day for your birthday. And it's like with your rank that determines your pay grade, and like there are steps you have to take. Like so, it's very convenient to just say, "Oh, I misspoke," especially on something like rank or deployment.
But that meant that misspeaking is what helped them get into office.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And nobody checked it on that during that time. But now, when we found out, the veteran community, especially certain people within the veteran community, found out he was going to be the pick for the VP, don't think we're not going to pull your records. We're going to pull your records off of FOIA.
So who actually called him out?
A lot of fucking veterans.
I've definitely heard JD Vance has like on the campaign trail and stuff like that. That's been one of the central points of his criticisms for Waltz, which is kind of weird that like that didn't make it to the debate stage.
It's see, to put that on a debate stand right now would be like two little kids fighting over a lollipop.
Word. So
Okay.
again, it's not beneficial for.
Yeah, it's like I'm going after you, and then people, the regular common civilian is not going to understand how military veterans feel about this. So you have civilians go, "Oh, that means nothing." Yeah, but to us it means a lot, because every rank you earn.
Right.
And for a sergeant major to be soft-spoken, yeah, no. He was way too soft-spoken today.
But doesn't some of that have to be curbed in order to be more
Nah, because as a sergeant major, he should have been on the attack from the very beginning.
You don't think that would have off-put a lot of American people?
No. Look at how society is. They drive on that shit.
I mean, especially with
but not if JD Vance is coming off as diplomatic. That would have just made him look like a bully.
Well, you could be diplomatic and come off as a hard ass. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, especially if you're coming from that perspective, right? Now, and this is the character that Tim Waltz is painted, right? I'm a football coach. I'm from Minnesota, So him being soft spoken fits with that character, but then claiming to be a sergeant major, there's a vast disconnect between that.
Well, the soft spoken and claiming to be, doing the, I'm a high school football coach and all that other stuff is to gain the younger vote.
You think that's gaining the younger vote?
That's what a younger vote, because the older people, depending, you got to look at the demographics of age groups. So anything, 40 and above, we don't give a shit.
I mean, I can see like 30s to 40, but I don't see it like 18 to 30. I don't think.
Well, anything below my age is the younger group.
Okay, fair enough.
So, you know what I'm saying? So. But oh, Lucas, what was that shit earlier? Because I was killing people on Call of Duty, so I missed out on what you said.
On what?
Because I don't know. I got messages that somebody said I took L's.
Chad was Chad was saying Big Dog take L's in the chat. Don't take Chad. I mean,
nah, so I did text you. So I did text you when it came up about the 9-month abortion in Minnesota.
Yeah, I read that.
Okay. And it specifically states in the law that there's nothing specifically prohibiting it.
That's correct.
Okay, so Waltz lied and said no, that it doesn't have. That's not true. But that's a lie.
Well,
when your own local media even stated that, because I got it off their own local media.
But to be fair, JD Vance's claim was that the law has protections for, like, it has clear state protections for 9-month term abortions, right? Which would be a misnomer of the law. It having no protections, right?
Yeah, there's no protection. There's nothing specifically prohibiting it.
Yeah, no prohibitions, right? Doesn't necessarily mean directly.
Well, it means you can have it.
Yeah, sure, but like to that being said, that's like saying, I mean, I don't want to give a fucking random ass example, right? But because there isn't any prohibitions, that doesn't, in my mind, illuminate a problem. Because like we've mentioned, I mean, like it's been mentioned in discourse, there are some fringe cases, right? So if there were these prohibitions, right?
Yeah, well, what they were doing was playing word salad.
Exactly. That's my
That's
point.
all they were doing was playing word salad on that. Okay, because there are other states that have abortion up to the day of birth. New York happens to be one of them, but New York has stipulations on, if the mother's going to die because of the baby, or the baby is stillborn, stuff like that. There's stipulations to it.
Right.
But with Minnesota's law, with its, it having what it states, there's nothing specifically prohibiting it. And this is coming from your own local media that quoted that whole statement. That leaves a very broad opinion on what Minnesota has. So, they played word salad on it. I knew that was coming.
What's happening with the Middle East? What's going on over there?
Fuck them. Let them burn.
Nigga.
How is that going to affect us though? Like, what's the deal?
Yes and no. Okay.
Oh boy.
If Israel's going to retaliate, right? If Israel's going to retaliate, they're going to have to get permission from Syria, Jordan, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia to fly over. Syria, I know, would not give them the okay. Jordan, maybe, if the United States pushes them to, because Jordan is an ally. Saudi Arabia they don't want no involvement in this shit. Iraq is volatile.
Yeah.
They don't want nothing of, Israel flyovers. So, has Israel gone and attacked another country? Yes. Have they flown into another country against everybody, against the United States? Well, really nobody knew till the day it happened. So you go back to 1981, I think it was 1981, Israeli Air Force bombed a nuclear power plant in Iraq and destroyed it. So, you know, are they capable of doing it? Yeah. But the problem is we have allies there. And that would disrupt everything in the Middle East. If they do something to Iran, I would say, you know, there's a lot of countries that are going to be looking at Israel to meet their maker.
Well, aren't they? They already put bombs through bombs and or what's that? Not that was in Iran, was it?
It was Iran. You talking about Iraq?
I was talking about Iraq.
Oh, okay,
but if they do it now, like if Israel retaliates right now, it's going to have to be by Air Force, because their ground forces suck. But Air Force wise, you know, they're top par with pilots. They're going to have to get permission, and if they don't get permission, and they fly over Jordanian airspace, Syrian airspace, Iraqi airspace, and they get shot down, there's going to be some issues, because it's not just that immediate area. You're going to have a lot of other Islamic countries going to be looking at Israel. And that's not just the Mideast. There's also European Islamic countries.
My question is, do you see any concerns with America getting directly involved with this?
We're already directly involved because we supply
we supply
Israel
them.
with weapons.
But I'm saying, do you see any?
Some of like ground troops, right? Like you're
Not necessarily ground troops.
Yeah, so the ground troops, see, okay, so right now we have 40,000 troops sitting outside of Israel.
Be right back.
Okay, they just got deployed.
Wow.
Right? We got troops in Syria. They've been there for a hot minute. Okay, we have troops in in other places. Okay, so a lot of shit that's going on. Would we get involved, or would we get pushed to being involved? Because that's the main thing. Is United States ends up getting pushed. World War I, World War II, we got brought in. We didn't want to be part of this, but we got brought into the mix. Would we get brought into this mix? More or less. If I get recalled back because of this bullshit and y'all become fucking trainees and I'm your instructor, you're going to hate life. You're going to hate life, because I'm going to hate life that I got called back for some bullshit.
But this is when I asked that question, right? Is there, because of the amount of loss of life that has been present in the Middle East right now, is there any risk of American blood being shed? Not to say that Americans.
There's always a risk.
How great do you think that risk is right now?
It's kind of hard to say right now, because we have an election in 34 days. Okay, so whoever becomes, the next El Presidente is going to have to really fucking do something. And the problem is Israel's big brothers are France, Britain, and the U.S. Who's on the Security Council? France, Britain, and the U.S. Huh?
I said, what if it's a La Presidenta? I mean, hey, big dog, come on. It's a coin flip at this point.
I think his point is, either way, Trump or Harris is going to have to. They're going to have to.
They're going to have to do something. They're going to have to do something. Okay.
I don't disagree, but I'm saying from your knowledge, right? What do you think?
From my knowledge?
Yeah, like what do you think?
Okay.
Either would do.
Kamala's not built for that.
Okay.
All right. Trump would just be like, listen, you saw that big bomb I dropped in Afghanistan and told Taliban and gave them a picture of their house? He's that motherfucker. Be like, I got like 20 more of those.
With your names on it, motherfucker.
Yeah. You want your kids to disappear? I'll make your whole neighborhood disappear. That's the difference.
Do you think that there's a risk assessment with that could come back to bite the homeland, or you think no?
All right, so to have anything for the United States to be attacked militarily is almost impossible. Not saying it's not possible. I'm saying it's almost impossible. You know, it would be small terror cells, what how we call it, that would do
Yeah, but not
stupid
like
shit.
a large.
They're not military
Right.
to military, because we'll know way in advance that you're advancing. You're trying to get over here, and that's not going to happen. So it would be small little bullshit. We call them terror cells, but that's what would come down to it. But then after a while, you know, if you catch guys that are alive, you're getting sent to a black site. You don't want to be at a black site
Yeah, that's where they have fun with you over there.
because they're gonna have fun interrogating the shit out of you, and they love what they do. They get kicks out of it. Let's put it like this. If you get sent to a black site with that interrogation process, you'd confess to killing Abraham Lincoln and JFK
Shit, nigga, I'll tell you
just to
what
try to
Jesus
get it
is.
to stop.
So I'll tell you my mama name. Shit.
Because there's no rules at black sites. Black sites are not in the United States. They're at other countries that kind of don't follow the Geneva Convention. But the Geneva Convention is written for military personnel, not those in type terrorist, organizations, religious fanatics, shit like that.
Wait, quick question. So what happens if you go to a black site? You admit whatever, you give them the information, whatever they want to know.
They'll vet the information. They vet the information.
And that's it. Like what happened before they get into interrogation? You're just like, okay, this is what it is.
Even before, if you rat, we call it snitching. You know that. But if you start singing like a fucking Tweety Bird,
I'd say like Mariah Carey on Christmas Eve. Boy.
They'll get the information. They'll vet it. They'll do more intelligence gathering on that information. And if they find that you're lying about it, that's a whole different ball game. Because now we know you lied to get out of something. So now we're just gonna, at black sites, they're gonna operate a lot more differently on you. It's all about gathering the information. And then once you gather the information, you got to vet that information to make sure it's correct. And if the information isn't correct, your life is going to be living hell. And especially with man packs, you don't want man packs crossing borders.
Hey, Big Dog, can I ask you a question? So how do you feel about Trump saying he doesn't like war prisoners and they're cowards?
He was pushing that towards McCain.
I hear you, but I'm saying
it was pushed towards McCain. I'm telling you right now, it was pushed towards McCain.
Okay.
He was just trying to be a dick.
He's being a dick towards McCain.
So you didn't take that as any?
I ain't take it personal because I don't like McCain. I never liked McCain. There's a lot of backstory about McCain.
Word.
You got guys that were POWs with him that didn't like him.
Rightfully so.
So they know him more personally than anybody else.
Would you say that Daryl is a way to there was a way to attack McCain and his character without
Trump,
kind of
let me explain this, right? Trump's an asshole.
right.
And he's going to say asshole things. So at the end of the day, take it as Trump being an asshole.
Okay. Okay.
You know, I'm gonna say it like this: those that took what he said as degrading and everything, right? I wrote a whole statement in the Discord, and I tagged you on that, Lucas. Okay, this whole shit that's going on, right? We got, what we have gang bangers in the street. It's the same shit when people are gang banging politics. It's the same fucking bullshit, and nobody realizes it. Oh, I'm a Republican. Oh, I'm a Democrat. No, fuck you. Yo, fuck you. That. You gang banging politics. And you don't see that. What both sides are doing, you're not seeing it. Because to the regular person, they don't care as long as their party gets in office. And that's why I call it gang banging of politics. Well, not politics, politricks.
Well, Big Dog, do you think still, like just and this is your opinion, right? Do you think that there's a better choice out of the two we do have, despite both sides being awfully similar in their corruption and questionable motives?
At this point right now, no.
Okay. Okay.
No. Now, would they have better choices as for vice president? Oh, hell yeah. Both sides have better choices.
Okay.
Yeah, I was honestly surprised these are the vice presidents we ended up getting.
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm not. Well, I can't say that fully. As far as JD Vance, I still can't believe you picked somebody that assassinated your character by likely
But it's not him picking. They don't pick it. That's the party picking it.
Okay, but you do realize JD Vance was pushed by mainly his sons, who were suggesting that to not his sons, Trump's sons, who were suggesting that to Trump, though, right? Like,
yeah, and he was the wrong character to be put there. I'd rather have had Tulsi Gabbard.
Thank you. Okay, I'm about to say, let's not as far as benefit. Like, I think Tim Walz is a far more complimentary piece to Kamala's campaign and platform as opposed to JD Vance to Trump's.
Yeah, because Tim Walz is more liberal.
Yeah, that as well as he covers some of the what do you call it, like the oversights that Kamala doesn't cover, as opposed to Trump and JD. There's a lot of overlap.
There's a lot of nuance. It's a lot of we're gonna say what the base wants to hear.
Right. Exactly.
I think they were the smart decisions. I just don't know if they were. This might sound stupid, but they're the smart decisions. I'm not sure they're exactly the right decisions, if that makes sense. But
No, I get like a safe choice.
The right and smartest decision for Trump would be Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard, yeah.
Okay.
That to me, that would.
And she's an independent now. She was a Democrat. She was a Democratic congresswoman, but she was also in combat on 2 deployments.
And she was the same one who was crushing Kamala back in 2016.
On the 2000, yep, she crushed the living shit out of her.
It would have been like that. Would have been
see, that would have messed up the woman vote.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
would have messed up the woman vote because now you got women going. Wait a minute, yo, she's good. I like her. Which way do I go now on this vote?
Hold up. Tulsi Gabbard lied on the debate stage in 2019 about Kamala's records in regards to her locking up black men or targeting them. She brought up the inflated 2,000 people number when it was 1,956 or 76 convictions, with only 45 of them serving the state prison time.
And when does
Tulsi
one
Gabbard is a
politician ever
clown.
tell the truth?
I'm about to say, like, that doesn't
So the point that I'm
doesn't
making
remove her
is
effectiveness,
that
though.
she
Like,
was full of shit.
so is
Nigga, who's
JD
not?
Vance.
So
My
who
nigga,
is it?
what? Are you saying
This
she's
is
better? She's
politics.
worse than JD Vance?
This is politics, dog. Everybody's
Like,
full of
who
shit.
is it?
There's no true. Honestly, there's no true and tried person in any form of any business,
I'm about to
including
say, nigga,
politics.
find a not full of shit person on earth. His name was Jesus.
My point is what you lie about or what you intentionally inflate.
Then why didn't she defend it right there on the spot? Because she didn't.
No, she didn't, which is one of my issues with Democrats. They're too damn docile,
Okay.
even when they're blatantly being told lies in their face.
Dog, it's literally a political.
That's a crazy ass lie to accept. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Exactly, but the whole point is, right, how you spend stuff, right? Unless you have a solid line of defense, it's very difficult to just say, "Hey, that's not true." That's what Big Dog was just mentioning, right, with Tim Walz, right? Him saying, even though the bill, the whole contention of that bill was that, hey, there's no direct
statement
prohibitions, right?
Yeah.
That would have been, that would have been the proper response. But to even go into that and to cut hairs with that, to split hairs with that, you don't even have the time. So certain things you have to move on from and just say, "Oh, that's not true," and just
I
go into
slightly
your
agree
platform.
with that, but I also heavily disagree with that, especially in the context of you saying that there's going to be 9-month abortions. When you look at the data, it shows that that doesn't really happen, and if it does, it's
Nobody
because
said that it doesn't happen, but the point is
I
that it
didn't
is
say
law
any.
by certain
I didn't
certain
say
states.
any of
The
you
whole
guys
point-
said it. That wasn't the point that I was making. I'm
Right.
saying if you bring up the numbers and you look at it, you have to look at the reasons why it does happen. The problem is you can sit here and tell a group of people, especially the ones more pro-life leaning, that, hey, comes a point in time in a woman's pregnancy, it could be 8-9 months where that child is not going to, they're going to have significant birth defects. They're going to unalive on the spot when they come out, whatever. Woman has to make a decision not to go through that pregnancy because it can jeopardize her life. There's a group of people out there who don't care. They don't agree with it either way. They preserve that life regardless. It's not going to sit right with everyone, so it's best to deflect it. I have a problem with that, but that's what they do.
I don't disagree with that, but the whole point, right, is that these people are gunning to get swing voters, right? Typically people who are not that well informed, right, on politics and policy, right? So the whole to spend time, right, on certain issues, right, as opposed to having a quick wit and diffusing it. So like even when you are in a argument with someone, right, to give a disagreement more often than not gives credence to one's argument to viewers. You can see that, correct?
I could see the point you're making in regards to you can spend so much time trying to debunk the one point they make that you don't get to gloss over your other topics. So yeah,
I'm not even just talking about time, right? I'm talking about perception in people's minds, right? So I'll give you an example, Hector, okay, right? So if I started calling you a random name, right? Like David, I keep calling you David, right? Are you going to correct me every time I call you David? Or are you just going to kind of move on because it has no bearing to you?
very true. You can kind of I guess a good example you can give of that is how Kamala Harris really hasn't addressed all the people saying that she isn't black, right?
Exactly.
It's come some point where there's no point.
So her coming out and being like, "Nah, how am I not black? This, that gives credence to people's original because it's like, oh, well, now you're on the defense as opposed to responding to something with a certain amount of callousness. It can take air out of that attack.
But I don't disagree, but I think there's certain things where you need to shut it down. You need to shut it down there. But yeah, we're in agreement.
But I still think Tulsi Gabbard would have been a far better choice as a running mate than JD Vance. I don't think that's.
Well, yeah, JD Vance is shit. So I mean, there's no question about it.
He also had another choice too, RFK Jr.
Yeah, with his shaky voice ass. Honestly, bro, RFK Jr. is down the block from Biden, bro. If we being honest,
leave that man alone, man.
How do you think RFK is down the block from Biden?
how he sounds, bro. I mean, that's just my opinion. I'm not about to.
Oh, I'm talking about policy, bro.
No. I'm just as far as people's critiques on Biden typically go with his mental stamina and his competency, right?
Yeah, I know. We know how people are. They see the health of people and they're like, yeah, I don't know.
You mean tell me, all right, okay, his shaky voice. He sounds like he stay at the retirement home, bro. Like he sound like he gotta get permission to go to the bathroom, bro.
I do want to say these three things, and I gotta drop. This is kind of far off from where we got to, but y'all were talking about it earlier, and I couldn't come up at the time. First things first, to anyone on this panel or anyone in the chat who's voting for Kamala Harris, y'all should be embarrassed of yourself that you still don't know how to pronounce her damn name properly. It's Kamala. Kamala. That's her name. Second thing, Coda, I gotta vehemently disagree with your stance in regards to Tim Walz winning the debate.
Time out, nigga. You stopped the panel to respond to comment. You know you can just comment on YouTube, right?
Yeah, I had three things to say. I wasn't finna comment all of it. Character limits.
Nigga, how many comment limits do you have? Okay, never mind. I'm sorry.
I'm not about to make a bunch of comments, bro.
Damn, Curry.
I'm sorry. Is that crazy? Like,
hey man, just get your point out there, dog. It's all right.
So
Curry wants to censors people's speech. That's crazy.
Oh my god.
That is pretty crazy.
Sounds like you don't like black people, man. That's crazy.
Oh my god. Man, you gonna do me like that?
Yeah, do better, Curry. But no, the reason why I disagree, we are in agreement about most things. But the reason why I say that Tim Walz did not win the debate,
your hood is showing, Curry,
and why I don't accept the whole if he went more vicious, then that would have been a bad thing for Democrats, is because you can't tell your entire base for months and months and months and do all this fear mongering and stuff that Donald Trump, the Republicans, JD Vance is the wolf. Then you get on stage with that wolf, he puts on sheep's clothing, and then all of a sudden you play nice with them. Kind of defeats your whole argument, your whole rhetoric, your whole thing. It makes you look weak. And to be fair, anyone who thought Tim Walz was going to get up there and just be some, I don't know, paragon of savagery, he was fooling yourself from the jump. He's never been that guy, ever. He gave us a little snippet of, I guess, some savagery in terms of when he was announced to be the VP and he made those comments towards Trump and JD Vance. That's what got a lot of people excited. That's what got me excited. But he got into the party and just showed one of the many things I hate about Democrats is that when it comes down to it, they're fucking docile. And to be clear, I am voting for Kamala Harris, but I still can't stand Democrats.
Can I ask you a question, Hector? But before you leave, do you think that this same quality of docileness is present in the Republican Party?
Yes, in terms of inaction on, I guess, in two-facedness with what they claim to be about. But I would say at this point in time, in terms of just the older, more dead set in their way Republican people, they seem to be a bit more vicious and a bit more about it when it comes to showing up to the polls, when it comes to standing on what they believe, or at least what they claim to believe. But yeah, Republicans have the persona of being strong, being unwavering, whereas Democrats, they're the ones who get the kind of flip-floppy, weak will, what is a woman, reputation.
Wait.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna let that live. But I hear you. I think.
I'm saying that's one of the arguments people throw against them. I don't care about gender.
They're giving that connotation.
Yeah, they're getting that kind of reputation, even though it might not be exactly what they are.
Yeah, I don't agree with it per se in some ways, but that's their reputation, whether we like it or not. I don't like it.
But can I ask you something?
Yeah.
So you know about who Kyle Rittenhouse is, right?
Yes.
So I'm sure you heard the story of Kyle Rittenhouse saying, "Hey, I can't support Trump because he's against the Second Amendment."
In less than 24 hours, they bullied him into changing his mind. I'm aware.
So would you classify that as docileness?
Yeah, it's weak as fuck.
Okay, so I got another question for you. People like Lindsey Graham, right, who criticize Trump, but then continue to bend the knee and then support him because of party lines, right? Would you classify that as docileness?
Absolutely. So hold on. So I know that Republicans are docile as fuck, right?
Right.
That's my point is not that Democrats are more docile than them or anything like that.
Right.
It's in terms of their reputation, and then in my opinion, where Democrats like to go halfway, right? I would say the debate tonight was halfway. Again, you've been doing all this fear mongering, all this talking. They're the bad guy. Project 2025. They won't shut the hell up about Project 2025. All these different things. And then you get up on that stage and you're nodding your head and you're agreeing and you're doing all this stuff. And I'm not saying there shouldn't be bipartisanship. That's a beautiful thing. That's what we need to see in Congress, in the world. But
this ain't the time for it.
Not for that. Right.
Because we can all agree on the fact that at this point in time in the election, most people who are going to vote for Trump, going to vote for Trump. Most people voting for Kamala, going to vote for Kamala. It's very polarized. There's that middle ground, that small percentage of people, the non-voters, independents, whatnot, who need a reason to move. We're not giving them a reason to move, especially when you get up there and you show that we seemingly mostly agree on the same things. I know better. I know JD Vance, and I can bring you a clip of 2 days ago where he was saying some egregious shit. I know his entire performance on that stage was bullshit. But the average person doesn't know that. The average person just sees, oh, well, they tried to demonize him. Look, he's a cool guy. So that's
and you feel like that the benefit of the docileness is not worth the risk of not demonizing the person that you've been demonizing this whole time leading up into this. I totally understand.
There's very few things that Democrats would be able to do at this point in time to look anything like the people in the news on the Republican side right now. If you want to look at Mark Robinson, if you want to look at what's his name, Adams in New York, so on and so forth. Like it's just not comparable if we want to use those specific examples. So I don't see, and it's not in Tim Walz, it's not in Kamala Harris. I can't think of anything they could have done that would have had Democrats go, oh, that was too far, especially when it comes to Donald Trump. All they do is shit on Donald Trump. So that's why I'm like, I don't agree with the whole, if they went a certain way, that would have kind of distasted the base. The base is ready for blood. The moderates are ready for blood. We don't care about all that shit. Everyone wants to talk about peace and bipartisanship, but that's not what gets the most clicks. That's not what gets the most views. Let's be real.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Do you feel like Kamala, now you got me.
Kamala, yeah.
Now you got me hyper focused on how I said, right? Do you think Vice President Harris did a proper job of attacking Donald Trump during the presidential debate?
I would say she did a better job than Tim Walz, yes.
I mean, but an effective job, though. That's what I'm asking.
No, it could have been better. It could have been better. But, I mean, I still think she did fine. But, yeah, it could have been better. And I think, to be abundantly clear, Tim Walz did a good job on the debate stage. I think he really did well when it came to women's rights. I think he did pretty well when it came to climate change. I think he did pretty well with bringing up the border stuff, although I was irritated when you want to talk about the border bill, but you don't get into the specifics. It's SR 4361, Border Act of 2024, or often called the Langford Bill. One of the things it would have dealt with is catch and release. It would have actually closed the border after the max amount of people crossed for a certain amount of time, an additional 2 weeks until the numbers drove down. It would have gotten a bunch of more border wall, the wall built. There's a lot of different provisions in that bill, which is why they've been using it so much, because it's like this thing was pretty fucking bipartisan. But yeah, he didn't mention those specifics. He just goes border bill, mentions 2 or 3 things and leaves it there. The average person is not going to go look up that fucking bill. In fact, most people think the last draft of the bill still had the $60 billion to Ukraine, and then the about $20 billion going to Israel, which they'll say is the pork of the bill, which is why it got shut down. That was taken out.
All right.
But yeah, on my last note, in regards to, I don't even know if he's still here, the individual was talking about Obama's economy and everyone inheriting those things. That's another thing the average voter doesn't really know about. So it's almost pointless to bring that up unless you really want to get into the specifics and drawing those correlations. But he was correct in terms of a presidency leaking over to another one, whether people want to agree with it or not. Perfect example was the TCJA, Donald Trump's Tax Cuts and Job Act. We're still under that tax plan until 2025. Right. And there's been a bunch of people who've been complaining about it and going, oh, my taxes got higher, Well, that's Trump. The problem is we all saw a silent increase every 2 years after its institution. At first, some people got that tax cut. It was a carrot on the stick that was dabbled to the lower and middle class people. The corporations got the permanent one. But then, like I said, every 2 years, you got that silent increase. Some people it didn't affect that much. Other people it did. but then everyone wants to blame that on Biden when it's still his tax cut. That is the example of long after a president is gone, their policies and stuff can still impact another.
Exactly.
So something to take into consideration. But on that note, I got a black job I got to be up for in the morning. Good talking to y'all.
Salute to you, bro.
Are you in the Discord, Curry?
Yeah, I'm in Discord.
He's in the Discord.
What's your name on there?
Nigga,
Curry.
Oh, it's Curry? All right, bet.
But nah, dog, you stay up, boy.
Because
see what happens when you haven't been around, Hector.
Yeah, I've been busy. I gotta DM you about some stuff, Curry. I actually would like for you to be a host on my show, so I'll get to DMing you.
A host? Wait, hold up. Hit the DM. We can talk, bro.
Yeah, I'm not about to plug myself on Lucas.
I got you.
That's foul as hell. So I'm gonna do it. Right.
Nah, man. You stay up, man.
This nigga offered me a black job? Hold up.
Nah.
I got black bills.
Oh, I was wondering, is there a specific battleground state
what?
that we're worried about?
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's the main one. Okay. Especially like women voters in Pennsylvania, white women voters in Pennsylvania.
Anything outside of Philadelphia is a huge battleground right now.
It's different. Okay, yeah, because I remember 2020 was. I think I wouldn't say the main one Georgia in 2020.
Georgia was something, but it wasn't really anything.
Gotcha.
Philly, well, not Philly, Pennsylvania, and one of the states from the Rust Belt. I don't remember if it was Minnesota or Michigan.
Probably Michigan.
I think it's Michigan.
Those two, one of those two states. Pennsylvania was one state that could have been taken to court for the stuff that was done, and one of the states up in the North Midwest, when they did catch the machines changing the vote, they did catch that. The media did report on that, but they fixed it and ended up Trump winning that county. So he had, those were two legit, like, out of every bullshit case, those two were the legitimate cases to take to the court.
Okay.
But with the hoopla and rhetoric and media nonsense and all shit going crazy. I said this back then during that election, on the panel. Those were the two states that were viable in a courtroom.
Gotcha.
How'd you feel about the Georgia shit then, though? It's like it just
it's the phone call that got him fucked.
Thank you, big dog.
Okay. It's the phone call.
Especially when he said the exact number.
He said, yo, go find some more votes and shit like that. They in it. Yeah, you kind of fucked up on that, my guy. You should have sent somebody word of mouth, not over the fucking phone.
Like, come on, bro. Carrier pigeon.
Not even a carrier pigeon. You go over there. You go over there in person and say, yo, find that shit.
Come on.
Nah, hey, bro, I need these votes, man. Like,
I need 11,893. Like,
yeah,
nigga, you couldn't have just.
I mean, it
up?
was a total legitimate stupid fucking phone call.
If he had found those votes, would he have won?
Yeah, because now it would have brought up the election fraud shit.
Look at that. He almost won without them finding the votes. They was about to hang Mike Pence.
See, that was the whole. See, the whole thing is, right, if they did find or come up with all these votes, right, Trump's claim of voter fraud starts to become very legitimate.
And January 6th, what we did have would have been mild. Would have been. I'm talking.
It's not the first time. See, people don't understand. This is not the first time citizens have gone up against their own government.
And it won't be the last.
Right? January 6th was one thing. But nobody looks back at 1940 something, 1947, 1948, Athens, Tennessee. Nobody looks that up. Where people went up against their own town's government, and there was a whole shootout on that shit. Okay, to find out that the mayor and the sheriff were fucking with the votes. So it's not the first time in this country.
Gotcha. I have a quick question. It's not crazy well, it's kind of off topic, but what do you think about the labor thing, the union, and I guess on the southeast?
Let me put it to you like this: I've been following it. So Friday I did $1,300 worth of groceries because I'm not stupid.
Dog a real one, bro.
I mean, legitimately, like I could send screenshots of my bank account showing and send it to fucking Lucas, and he'd be like, "Yo, $780 in one place, $450 in another place in the same day." I'm not stupid.
Is this more precaution or is this more of
it's more
inevitable?
Like they could fuck the whole industry. They could fuck the economy.
Yeah, pretty bad.
So you say you're not taking the chance.
I'm not fucking stupid. Okay.
I don't think it's
dock workers. Them dock workers, right? They bust their ass. I'm gonna give it to them. They bust their ass because when a cargo ship comes, they got to get all those fucking trailers off there. But all what we call connexes.
They make almost like 150 or so.
No, they don't.
That was a lie.
That's a lie.
Blatant lie too. That was crazy.
How much are shoremen as far as people working?
It depends on seniority.
Nigga, I'm on my way.
You got to understand it depends on seniority.
I mean, that's the thing with everything. What's the base though?
The base might be like starting at 50, 60, depending on the state you're in.
So what? I haven't looked into it. What are they? They're striking over a higher wage.
They're striking for higher wages, better benefits, and a bunch of other things on their contracts.
Mind you, they working their ass off, regardless of.
I mean, everybody works their ass off.
There's a danger factor to it too. From what I heard.
Niggas at Taco Bell, McDonald's.
Do they not get health insurance?
They want better coverage.
They want better coverage. Okay.
Yeah. So they don't want to be coming out of pocket as much as they do.
Gotcha.
And this is what unions do. Okay. I don't know how the school teachers union is in California. I know in New York City, ain't nobody touching them motherfuckers. Yeah. That union is
the best do anything.
Teachers union in the world. And I'm gonna say it. Them motherfuckers get paid.
In New York?
Yeah, in New York City, they get paid.
Really?
I dated a school teacher, man. I'm telling you right now, they get fucking paid. Even when they're not working in the summertime, they getting paid.
Are you serious? Okay.
Right? And they base off, just like every other, state's Department of Education, whatever. The more degrees you have, the higher your salary is. So that teacher I was dating, to include her bachelor's, she had 2 masters and she was working on her 3rd master's degree to make $150 a year.
Shit.
How
and all she was doing was
how much? 150? Gotcha.
All right. Now, New York City, that's not a lot of money because of cost of living. Okay. But you don't need a PhD. With her 3rd master's degree, it was for special education because she teaches special ed kids. That 3rd degree was also putting her the chair of her department. So they make money, but it's based off where you're living at. And the cost of living, we know LA, New York, and Boston, and Hartford, Connecticut, those are expensive areas to live in.
So what are the positions of the party? Is the Democrats for it or Republicans for it? Like, who's for it and who's against it?
Uh,
Because I really haven't looked into it. I just know that they're striking
all
35
right, so
days
you got
before an election.
so Trump, you posted up earlier what Trump said about it.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's because he wants the union vote, right? He lost certain union votes. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you right now, a lot of union members don't like how the union is operating, or who they backing in politics, because the union members don't really have a say. It's the board that does. Because they're not going to the union members saying, "Hey, who should we go for?" It's the president and the union board that's making these decisions.
So it's basically whoever breaking bread.
So with Trump making that statement, he's trying to get the dock workers on his side. Okay, understandable, right? They're about to do some fuckery. So he says, "Oh shit! Well, let me try to say what I gotta say, and let me get them on my side."
Big dog, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm so sorry to interrupt. No disrespect. Can we just acknowledge and point out, brother, Uyaham has been on the panel and not said a peep. This man has been church mouse mode.
Okay.
Hey man, he can be left.
Grown,
He can be left
bro.
silent.
I'm grown, man. I know how.
I ain't worried about it.
No, I know you grow. It's just that's uncommon.
I'm not worried. Like I said, I'm not worried about it.
Like I'm a pattern recognition nigga.
So
I see.
Back to the shoreman,
dog. So it don't matter. You know what I mean? I ain't here to be nobody's.
No, I was wondering if
this isn't going to last long. I would assume, right? This would be done within the next week.
This is how it works.
That's a good question.
This is how it works, right? The president of the United States can't force them to go back to work for 90 days. Let me break this down on how they're going to do it. All right. A cargo ship comes in, has, 1,000 Connex containers that got to get put on trucks for railway or on the road.
Mm-hmm.
What they do of maybe 8 to 10 an hour, they might be doing 1 an hour off that cargo ship.
So I mean, we still lose.
And then they go right back on strike again.
That's kind of what we were seeing with the auto industry and shit a little bit ago. It was a minute though.
But that being said, it's not going to last long because obviously they would want things to get not affect the economy.
That's where Trump made that statement. Yeah, y'all got to end this real fast. Even the union president said, to the if you want to call it the government and all that shit, but has said to them, you better end this fast, because what's going to happen is within a couple of weeks, stores ain't going to have shit. Stores going to start laying off people. The economy, we're going to fuck the economy if you don't give us what we want.
So what prevents them from doing that? I just don't understand it. Why wouldn't that force me to go to automation?
You got to sit down at the table with them. But you have no choice.
But if they can do that at any time, why wouldn't that force me to just do automation, or at least expedite that process?
All right. So even with the automation, you still need workers. Power. Right. So even with the automation, you still need workers to repair and maintain that automated equipment. That's one. Right. They're going to fall under the same union. Okay. 2, you do need dock hands for when these ships come in. Everything is not automated. You might get automation of pulling the Connex trailer off the cargo ship and, having it, and they already have this type of automation, but you still have human contact with this equipment while this stuff is operating.
But it sounds like this is a system that's been used for decades.
Not so much on the automation. It's,
I mean, as far as when it comes to the manpower, like this is something that we've had like for a while now.
It's been like that. Yeah, it's been like that for you got dock workers. They've been there for, shit, older than my fucking gray hairs.
Yeah,
But
been there for a
I was
minute.
gonna say shit, nigga. There
you
used to
know,
be telephone booths.
what it is, like anybody else. Like, hey, it's getting expensive. We want some more money.
Understand.
And I don't argue with that. It's cost of living has gone up, but the paycheck isn't going up.
Some cases going down.
You know what I'm saying? So when you got, I was able to grow up to a certain time where mom stood home and dad worked.
Yeah, that's nearly impossible.
You can't do that no more. And that's a both parent household. That doesn't happen anymore, right? To live comfortable, and I'm gonna give it like this: to be comfortable in New York City, you gotta make over $200,000 to be comfortable.
God damn.
Everybody else is living check to check.
What's comfortable though? To you?
You're not in debt.
Gotcha. Are you doing like vacations?
You don't gotta worry about No, it has nothing to do with vacations. It's like living comfortable is like, you own a house like I own a house, right? If you're living check to check and your HVAC system in your house breaks down and it needs to be replaced, that's anywhere from
that's
depending on
thousands
what
and
it is.
thousands of dollars.
That's thousands, and the max could go to like $10,000 to $12,000.
That's what they quoted me. Yes, very much so.
Right. So living comfortable means at least you got maybe half of that money because you can finance that.
Yeah.
And I know that they probably spoke to you on that. Yeah, you can pay.
Yeah, they try to fuck you with that as well.
So, living comfortable, like, okay, like I said, you own a house, I own a house. Something breaks down in my house, right? Okay, I'll go pay somebody to have it done. Living comfortable. You're not worried about, how am I going to put food on the table tomorrow? The day you have a kid. Living comfortable means, hey, I could go to the store at any fucking time and buy a fucking box of diapers.
Yeah.
Being uncomfortable is telling your 2-month-old kid or whatever, stop shitting so much.
Hey,
Lord.
I'm about to say that regardless.
Lord.
You know what I'm saying?
Brutal.
So like, yeah, I knew this shit was coming, right? Because I ain't see the government or anybody moving on the dock workers. And, I buy in bulk. So what I do, I go to Sam's Club, I go to BJ's, I go to Costco's. I stacked up because I don't know how long this shit's gonna last for.
Hey, yo, like 3 weeks ago, I was on the other side of the web and I heard that this shit was playing.
Oh man.
Hey man, listen.
Go
I
ahead.
heard that this shit was playing just for the simple fact that Israel was talking about going to up the ante, and that might cause some of the places that we get majority of our goods from put tariffs on us and to stop trading with us. So they plan to do this. These guys going on strike just because it's like a escape clause not to admit that they are the ones that's being held for ransom. Now, that's just what I heard on the backside of things about 3 weeks ago. I can't tell you if this shit is absolutely correct, but just like Big Dog went and got some groceries last week, I did the same shit about 3 weeks ago. I don't know exactly if y'all understand, but most of our shit come from like Taiwan. A lot of shit come from Russia. A lot of shit come from China. A lot of those countries have some other dealings going on behind the United States and the European nations and Israel. So if Israel decides to take it to another level with these places, they have Taiwan kind of in the bag, up for ransom. You could debate that if you want, or you could look it up. China, we owe China so much bread that it's almost like, damn, what if these motherfuckers can't stop Netanyahu from upping the ante and these things start to go left? And it's not even a coincidence that this shit happens on the beginning of the new fiscal year when no budget has been kicked up the road yet. Right before election, to gain the support for Donald Trump and his gang. If they do a supply shortage, right, I'm pretty sure that's going to create more crime. You see what I'm saying? What did Trump just say last week? We might need to, you know what I mean, have a day where we could just take it to these criminals. And this whole time they've been alluding to who the criminals are, who the criminals are, who the criminals are. So I'm just putting pieces of the puzzle together. I ain't here to say not one single one of you guys is right or wrong. I'm just here to tell y'all that, man, sometimes when you look at shit from a different perspective and remove your bias.
You're gonna see some.
Right. And I don't know if this shit is absolute factual, but hey, 3 weeks ago when I heard this shit and I went and got my groceries, I was preparing myself in a way where if this shit came about, then I would be situated. And this hadn't even hit the mainstream that these motherfuckers was talking about this shit. Like I said, everything that you hear on the news, everything that scroll across your motherfucking news feed, that shit has been discussed and talked about for months in advance. I don't know if y'all realize when they said that there was gonna be a lot of destruction and shit coming to the black people, nobody believed me. And then when I said Alex Jones said the same shit, have you paid attention to Alex Jones since then? Man, that motherfucker kind of turned his life around. He's into some other shit now where he's kind of trying to get his spirit right because he know what the fuck getting ready to go down. And we over here talking politics as if some motherfucker's mad at his right hand for not doing the same thing that his left hand do when he writing on a piece of paper. Democrats and Republic. Hey, big dog, I actually did a thesis paper on the same shit where you said politics is like gangbanging. I did the same shit probably in 2011. So I understand exactly what you're saying, bro. These motherfuckers is just gang banging on the same streets. And we looking at it as if we got to pick which side of the street we got to stand on. The whole time we being manipulated because, I mean, it's a whole world out there. And that's one of the reasons why I've been saying this politics shit ain't for my people. It don't, none of the policies reflect on the African American, the descendants of slaves. So when we trying to force the issue that we got to go this way, man, we can't let a motherfucker lead us if they not trying to lead us. And a lot of the shit that they doing behind closed doors, even, man, I said this shit years ago. Whenever shit started to get closer to, I'm a biblical man. Whenever shit start to get to the point where it's going to a biblical level, they're going to start killing a lot of our celebrities and locking them up. And this Diddy shit is one of the motherfucking avenues to lock up a lot of these motherfuckers who got millions of dollars. You don't really understand what you could actually do with the kind of money that these people have. And they don't want them to do that. So they finna strip them for their money.
Hey, whoever
Also,
blow your fucking nose. I'm sorry.
Also,
try to listen to
on the back end, some shit I heard on the other side of this shit, right? If your bank forecloses today, if your bank shuts down right now, the government is up to $250,000. Even if you with a credit union, it's the same because one is federally regulated and the other one is federally insured. So in a loophole, some of us, no, that's why I got credit union. Nah, that's why you gotta pay attention to what the fuck you're doing, because one is federally regulated and the other one is federally insured. Same motherfucker. And if the government is bankrupt and the banks close their doors, the government isn't coming to you to tell you that your money was insured. A lot of people finna lose their money in their 401ks and all that shit. Whenever the banks close its doors, in order for America to continue to move forward, they're not gonna tell you, hey, you owe us this much money because the bank closed and now we inherited that debt. They're gonna seize your fucking property, man. They're not gonna do it to everybody. Some of us are different than Americans, but we all like to consider ourselves Americans, and that's something that y'all should think about. If the bank had a name on your fucking house or your cars, your shit might just get snatched up from you. And any debt that you owe, you might have to go into some kind of servitude for that shit. This is just shit that I'm hearing on the back end. If y'all don't ever take time to look on it, that's cool. But what I'm telling you is some shit that at one point in time, you're gonna sit back and be like, man, that motherfucker was telling us the truth.
That's why I was saying, like, why was you? Cause I know you had, like, I know you got stuff to share with us.
Yeah, nah. I was just listening, man, because man, look, I'm a very, very religious person, man. I believe in the Most High. I follow everything that he say. Some people say, man, you a seer. I probably am, because I see shit in a different light. I'm exposed to shit, and I also seek for that same knowledge that I feel like, man, I just had this crazy ass fucking dream. And I don't just wake up and be like, let me interpret it. I go and I search, I look this information up, man. And as I'm looking this information up, man, my most terrifying fucking moments is that my people still think that the blue or the red is gonna do some shit for us, when they now one of them opened their mouth and said, yo, we gotta make this shit right. But we just assuming, we going off of the probability that they might wake up one day and change their motherfucking tune. When what's the likelihood of that? It's very slim to none. I'm a veteran too, bro. I ain't coming at you sideways. What's up, boss?
Yes, shout out to Uya and Lucas and all the other guys. Yeah, I'm always gonna say that, but America, it will never favor us black people. You got to understand this, because when you look at America, it doesn't favor Asian, it doesn't favor other group of people. Even though
Wait,
America,
real quick, are you American? Because your voice, just, like, not the. Well, I'm just curious.
I am, but I guess
I know you. Your hand.
No. We know you. We know
the
you.
nigga who just said. Excuse me, aviated.
Yeah.
You sound. Are you?
Yes, bro.
I don't know what just happened.
I think Curry. Are you trying to say is he the Senate?
Yeah, I'm just curious because if you're saying America doesn't favor
Oh yeah.
Asians,
No, I'm talking about in terms of programs, in terms of certain program that they make to help
so Curry's trying to tell you. Curry's calling you a tether. That's what Curry's calling you.
I ain't calling him a tether. That's not. I'm not.
I'll fuck with you.
If we're talking about terror, a lot of people in America, especially black people, yeah, let's move on. Yeah, like I was just saying, is that certain people that make policies.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Certain people that make policies, most of these people, they make policies that favors the white population, not the black population, and they don't make policies that also favor other group of people.
Ooh,
so you gotta you gotta understand that what the problem is that we're in a
you know what DACA is?
We're in a communist society. We're in a society that we think is led by the people, but it's mostly led by companies, mostly led by businesses, corporation. And the problem is that we give these corporations too much power over us. So the people don't have enough power. So majority of like if you go outside and you go try and buy a house, you go, you try and buy this and that. Most properties are getting owned by these corporations.
Okay, right.
So they have an ounce of power over us because they can control the economy. They can control the pricing. So us people, we try to blame it on other, other external factors, but they use these external factors to distract us from the real problem that we're suffering from. Because it's, how can I say that, it's that these companies are trying to exert and trying to take over or have power of certain countries' economy to the politician,
Okay.
so they can
So
have a
I feel. Oh, go ahead, boss.
yeah, I was just saying that, like, when certain policies are getting signed and these policies are going against the people to help the people get more affordable housing, get more affordable ways to feed their families, get cheaper education. If these policies doesn't favor the people and the majority, and it just favors the minority of companies or corporation or group of or rich people that are just trying to enrich themselves and run away with the money to another country, because they have other places to go. They don't have to be you know
So I hear what you're saying, bro, but I feel like what the real problem is in actuality, I think the problem is an identity crisis amongst the people that are divided. So half of my people think that they Americans and they fighting for a system that don't give a fuck about who we are. The other half of the people are poor white trash who think that they're white. They think that all white is the same. Nah, these corporations have sold their people out too. And they're voting with identity crisis, just like my people are voting with identity crisis. Because, like I said a couple of months ago, out of the two choices that we have, I do feel like Miss Harris would be the best choice for our people, just because one motherfucker got a gun to your head and the other one is telling you to chop your Johnson off. The other motherfucker is telling you,
Low-key, they
go
both
kill
doing
your
it.
children. Those are things that the Democrats can pass, but only a fool has to go through those doors. A bullet gonna go through your ass no matter what. So out of the two, I know that Trump might be racist, might not be racist. I don't fucking know him, but I know that majority of his supporters have a skewed view of who my people are in their eyes, even to the point where we got a migrant crisis going on. And the first thing that these motherfuckers say is them Haitians, right?
Ain't that
What
crazy?
the fuck?
Oh yeah. Let me tell you something, bro. I
Tell me
never
tons of things, man.
I can never understand, like, you got all these people that are ancestors of Germans, that are ancestors of this and that, and they have no ancestry of people that actually fought for this country, and they're coming right there to this country with no ancestry of people that have, or they're like most
Like
of their
Donald Trump?
ancestries, like most of their ancestries aren't the founders of the America. They can't trace their ancestry back to the 1700, bro. They can't do that,
Yeah,
bro.
but that's that identity crisis I was saying. They all stick together. They all think that they white. Even the poor white motherfucker is willing to vote against his own best interest because he thinks that this is best for white people when it's best for corporations. It's an identity crisis. Just like my people are willing to put their votes in somebody's hands who wakes up with the same motherfucker who says, well, I got a white household. It's never going to be a situation where Mrs. Harris is going to divide her home on policies for American people. She got a house with a motherfucking husband, and in their home, they have to discuss their best interest. She's not going to go against her husband. She's not going to go against his people. She's been adopted into this. The only family that we ever heard her talk about is a deadbeat daddy and a dead mama. She don't
She don't
have
even use her married name.
She don't have
That
people
is
in the
crazy.
streets. She don't have people in the streets that feel what I feel when the blue lights come on.
Damn.
She don't have all of that shit. Yeah, she went to college and, of course you're around a bunch of black motherfucking women. So you're going to play that black, I'm black all the way up. Even if you are black or even if you ain't black, that's no regard to me. She still ain't said for my people, this is what we need to do. And that's one of the things that I'm trying to tell y'all. She's still the best choice. I don't vote. I don't think none of my people should vote. These politics and these policies don't have shit to do with us. But I understand in your best interest for America, you want to get more money. But like I said, what the fuck is having a bag gonna do when the blue lights come on?
Facts.
We left out of the equation, and we got to take ourselves more serious. Man, I've been calling on here for months because I was trying a panel just like this, full of motherfuckers with an open mind. Let's put a package together. We don't give a fuck who wins their election. We're going to present them with what the fuck we got as Black Americans. And I don't have no social media, so from time to time, I jump from panel to panel and I look for motherfuckers to say some shit that, you know what I mean, will bring me in. And then I had the same discussion with them. Hey, man, if we put this package together and all we need to do is have somebody with a motherfucking ink pen write this shit down, and then from Lucas to every other motherfucker who got a YouTube channel with a nice following and group of people that's willing to send you some cash, put this motherfucking policy into action. Petition this shit. Don't fucking vote. Hold your vote for ransom. These niggas got a problem. What the fuck is their problem? And then on the day that your ass step in the White House, we gonna show up the next day with our motherfucking list of demands. Because like I said, even the independent research that we got based on who we are as people has been skewed. They know what the fuck melanin reacts to and don't react to, so they can put certain shit in the food that might pass by Joe, but it's gonna definitely get me.
Yeah.
This is one of the things that I've been saying.
That is crazy though. Like, ain't that insane?
This brother onto something. This brother.
Bro, this all I've been calling in for, and everybody been heckling me because what I believe comes straight from the scriptures. I was a veteran. I'm a man. I was a fool for being able to go over to another motherfucking country and annihilate. Just like all these Christians is watching this shit happen on the news and they saying, well, they harboring terrorists. Man, in your neighborhood, look around. Do you think you got 2 drug dealers? Maybe 3? Trump just said we need to motherfucking kill the terrorists who are selling drugs. So what if they came in your motherfucking neighborhood and killed 300 motherfuckers just to get those 3 motherfucking drug dealers? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Where your heart at?
They did that already. They did that multiple times. They just don't post them on the news. You know?
If your heart and your head ain't in the same place, your ass is done.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
We gotta start now. I mean, don't do that pause shit. I don't do that pause shit because I'm a grown ass man and all I think about is titties and pussy. I ain't never thought about no nigga dick. That's why I don't watch porno.
Hey,
I don't got to pause for shit.
Yeah, they see us as cattle, man. They like we're just here to be sent,
bro.
For
listen,
war and shit. You know
what we first need to do is we need to hold these motherfuckers to who are we? Black? Come on, man. I'm not a fucking crayon. I'm not a Negro. I'm not none of that bullshit.
Hey,
who am I? It's crazy. It's crazy that when our ancestors came here, they told us don't ever speak your language again. And in this world, nobody speaks the original language of Hebrew. What happened to our language? What was our language? Why won't they tell us who the fuck we are? Because it's biblical prophecy. And I'm not trying to throw no religion on y'all. I'm just trying to tell y'all, think, fuck.
I'm okay. So wait, 3 things real quick. First off, Lucas, Big Dog said Adam back in. 2, so I made this contention. I definitely can see what you with the curse aligning a lot with what we call ourselves as Black people, right, in America, right, as far as us being stripped of our tongue, going through slavery on boats, right, like that. Obviously, that lines up with our history, right? Mm-hmm. My point of contention, right, is,
man, hey, I'm gonna be listening on the TV, but my brother calling me right now.
All right, but my point of contention lies in the idea, like, why is it that if we're unified, right, regardless of what we call ourselves, right, does the name truly matter? Like, yes, I understand my history, right? I understand what was robbed from me in my existence and my heritage. But does it truly matter if I call myself an Israelite or a Hebrew Israelite or God's people or chosen if I'm focused simply on the empowerment of the group I belong to?
I think his point was, I'm not, I don't want to speak for him. I think his point was, we can't unify under those names. I think he's saying we can unify under one of those titles, I guess.
I can understand that, but in a sense, the burdens that come with the attempts at unifying under the claim of Hebrew Israelite, like I don't see the benefit in doing so.
I mean, I understand, no, and I
Now,
agree with you. I
as
think the
far as
thing is,
unification, I'm totally with you on that, right? And that to
yeah.
me goes back to being on code, right?
I think the thing is though, right? I think the name calling, not I won't say name calling, but the naming thing, the title thing is where we get contention, right? That's where
Right.
we start getting all these different sects of different people. You get the ADOS people, you get the FBA people, you get
Okay.
all these other groups of fucking people, and it's like we need to like fuck all the title shit, and we need to be moving towards a goal. Who gives a fuck what you call yourself?
That's my point.
And that was,
If we
this is another part of my thing is like I kind of for the longest part I didn't care who people prayed to. You know what I'm saying? If we align ourselves with goals, it doesn't matter what we do on a personal level. Because there's a goal we all have to have for us to move forward. You know what I'm saying? Fuck the name calling shit. Fuck who you pray to. It's just like let's get this shit done, and then by the time we get this shit done, we can return to what we call ourselves. You good, OG?
I'm chilling, man. You know, when you old, lay
Yeah,
down,
man.
everything creaks.
When somebody
Yes, man.
tell me, guys, when somebody tells me that that they stop believing or they don't believe that Trump is racist, and I tell them that it doesn't matter if he isn't racist as long as his political party are blatantly showing their racist nature. Nothing is gonna change. We should, you know what I'm saying? I think that the thing that we should focus on is educating ourselves and electing our own president. It's time to stop bowing down to other group of people for some crumbs, bro.
well, when you say electing our own president, do you mean that in a separate system from
No,
the American
I'm talking
system?
about I'm talking about we start educating ourselves and we start making grouping with other people, other like-minded people like us,
Got
and
you, got you.
we start creating our own political parties, and you know.
I mean, I'm not against that. That's certainly easier said than done, but I don't think that's unfeasible.
Yes, yeah, I'm not talking about a pure. We can still invite people of other race into it, but I mean that it's just started by black people. It's one that is fairly started by black people, because we're in a country where there's only two major group or known group of political party, and we also have other political parties that are not known, like the Libertarian Party, like the
The
Green
better
Party.
party.
The Green Party, like they're not known. So why can we have two unknown or two or three, four unknown political party and not have our own political party?
Well, the thing is, we've had our own parties before, and a lot of times they go by the wayside off of on the national scale. They're not going to get anything done, right? Which is, I guess, I want to say this: the two party system they want it to be a two party system, so they're going to find a way to entice certain groups to vote for them.
Oh,
You feel me?
let me tell you something. Most political party are backed by corporations. So if we don't create corporation our own, or
Exactly.
ourselves as
You know, got you.
as black people, we don't create our own corporation, our own companies that we can back up our political parties. How can we go against these political parties?
I mean, the answer is simply we are unable to. But or we would be unable to. But I would say that because of I forget the not quid pro quo. What is it? Uh, it's a fucking legal term. But basically, the government infiltrating certain black spaces that were designed for the advancement and power or empowerment of black people in this nation. Like there's been fuck. I wish I knew the term off the top of my head because the same thing that dragged down the Black Panther Party, right? These
That's
are
COINTELPRO.
yeah. Thank you, big dog. Exactly. Quid pro quo. Fucking hell. COINTELPRO, right? That has been present in so many different aspects of black life in this nation, and I fear that our only hope, and Big Dog kind of alluded to this earlier, we gotta, although the internet is a powerful tool as far as like range and sharing, we gotta spread this by word of mouth, man. We can't rely on certain platforms to disseminate this belief and movement and code because as we all know, they're controlled, right? And they have power and they reinforce the shitty political system that we're in. So if we are to change, we have to uproot.
I think what Lucas said in terms of he said it in the chat, and I think that was probably the best way you could do it. You would have to do what Trump did. Like I mean, look, like I said, Lucas said it in the chat, but you would have to completely like hostile take over some shit for a party, at least a party wise. Like you would have to go to the libertarian and say, hey, nah, this our shit now. You feel me? But you know, it's I
But
don't
he
know.
didn't do it like that. So what he did was he used rhetoric.
I'm about to say like we don't what rhetoric could we use that we could also mask the guys
can apply. Yeah, I got you.
Like why he was able to split the party is because he targeted a fractured group. I mean, not a fractured group because they weren't fractured at the time, but they were vulnerable at the time. Currently, we as black people in this nation are the vulnerable group, and we've been the vulnerable group. So it's a daunting task to expect us to take that similar path. Although that would be a solution, it's certainly a uphill climb.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always been a part of that thinking.
Lucas,
I feel like I'm stealing points from Lucas, but I've always been a part that we're gonna need some type of Moses figure or some type of martyr.
I mean, we high key do, but like even like and add Uyaham and Trayvon back. Like I feel like we've had so many martyrs throughout. Now I know me and South have talked about this. Like he said our generation was playing Fortnite with George Floyd passed, but like we can go back throughout Black history and we've had so many martyrs and examples and people passing and people stepping on code. And through these outside acts upon our group, like again, we've been attacked by design to not progress.
I think what you do is exactly what Trump did. What Big Dog said is rhetoric. All you have to do is just reframe. Everything they framed as socialism, Marxism, whatever, you frame it in a way that's beneficial, and that is American and patriotic.
You're right there, Lucas.
So you wait,
yeah.
So you
kind of out of breath, man. You sure?
Yeah, I'm good.
I bet you are.
My bad.
Lucas, you doing something sneaky. Damn.
This nigga here, bro.
No, but
he was not picking up every leaf with his hand.
Motherfucker tell the wife, stop. I got a comment now.
Lucas, you're the one buying all these baby oil.
No, I am buying.
Right?
I am buying baby oil. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Don't think I ain't fucking see that last where I fell asleep the very first time I ever fell asleep on a fucking panel, and you asking for one more snore, like motherfucker. All right, you know. Don't get me
I
started
know
about that
Lucas laughed
hairline.
when Uyahan was all thinking about titties and ass. I know Lucas was laughing.
No, but it's just reframing it. That's all. It's the same thing with reparations. You reframe it as, hey, this is a Lincoln, proposition. This is what the Republicans stood for.
Oh yeah, like
Stood
how you
for,
told, how
right?
you said for Trump.
We were the progressives. What they've done is made progressive a bad word. But it was progressive to fight for the freedom of black people. It was
The radical
progressive to fight
Republicans.
for an end to segregation. It was progressive. Yada yada. That's all you have to do.
Crazy progressive. Yeah, it was.
There's
it
no
was so
reason to
radical.
start, to create the wheel, bro. Just
No, you
take
got to
someone else's
reframe
wheel.
everything, because if you look at it like this, right, liberalism is not the same as liberalism from years ago. It's been changed.
Things evolve and change. So all you need is just someone to do that. Someone who has that Trump charisma and appeal to do that, and the masses will
Lucas,
follow.
shut the fuck up, my nigga.
Hey, so look, man.
No, I'm
I
not.
was,
I'm not that dude, bro.
Oh my god, this nigga over here talking about video games. Hey, spun me for Spider Combat, nigga. Come on,
Hey,
bro.
That's because no matter
try it,
what,
man.
there's gonna have to be some cash flow, right?
I hear you.
There's gonna
but
be
I'm
some
saying-
cash flow.
But I'm
Yeah,
saying
there's
you
gonna
could
be
do that
some
for that, right, Lucas? If you got a boisterous enough voice to push for that, right? And other stuff, you lost your whole audience, right? You were so good that you captivated old racist white people, right? And you wasn't even you was slightly cornered a little
But
bit.
how it works is as far as adopting the narrative that's already been spun, right?
It sounds like you know what to do, my nigga.
Hey, man.
It's
So
not
I
the
came
same
up with a
thing.
game plan.
I'll never have the same influence as a Fox News or as a Tucker Carlson or as someone else. That's
Yeah,
just
not
not
on
how
our
that
own.
works.
I'm not asking you to mirror their influence amount, right?
You're
But I'm
unique,
asking
bro.
you to
You would
start.
have to have some type of influence or some type of wealth to funnel the narrative.
Okay, but like, okay,
Not
remember
It's
necessarily, Lucas.
I would argue it's the same thing for what's his name? What's the Indian dude? Vivek.
Vivek?
Yeah,
I mean,
Not
he's a
necessarily,
dork.
bro.
He's not charismatic.
See, we a
he's
rare
very
situation.
he's too charismatic, which makes him appear as robotic.
Yeah.
He's too
Yeah.
charismatic. Oh my god.
No, for real.
Because when someone has to
He
answer
was
for
all
everything and
scripted.
they answer perfectly,
He was scripted.
it alarms people in the back of their head because they then come off as a charlatan.
People people also had a slight problem with Obama with that, even though he wasn't as bad, but he had a similar issue.
His us humanized him, right, and made him approachable because it's like, okay, he's
Exactly.
he's thinking about the question just like I am, or he has gaps in his in his speech just like I do. But when someone is just
Vivid
too
come off on the
smooth,
top, man.
right, and just their rhetoric is too disarming, it alarms people. It has the opposite effect because now I
It's
can't identify
almost-
with you.
So the whole thing with Vivek is he listens to everything what you got to say, and while you're saying it, he's already making his answer to it. So when you're done asking him that question, he's already blurting out an answer to it.
Yeah, it's like what's his name? I forgot. It wasn't Ted Cruz. Who was it that said it? Christie, Chat GPT, which was like I think that was like fucking spot on.
Hey, so look.
That nigga's
But you were him. You were in the military? I didn't know that.
Yeah, man. That's why when y'all had that other cat on there, what was his name? And he was talking about the drunk pilots and shit. I was like, that's cap, nigga. That's cap like a motherfucker. Cause I was on aircraft carriers.
You
I
talking
was
about Don?
Or was
Nah.
it Reggie? Was it Reggie?
what was the nigga name
James.
who was in Germany?
That was James.
Oh,
yeah,
That's
James.
who it was. Yeah.
Wait, ain't James a vet?
Yeah, he is, but he was still, it don't matter if you a veteran or not. A lot of motherfucking veterans forget that there's more veterans out there than just the niggas you serve with. And sometimes them niggas go to lying about shit that don't matter.
Word.
But man, I came up with a little game plan. So if we did a petition, right? We put this package together and we petition this shit. One of the things that we would ask for is independent status from the United States within the United States. So just like our people came here, man, before we came here, we had captains, we had generals, man, we had tons of people. So nah, Lucas, you might not be a Tucker Carlson type of motherfucker, but you could still be a captain of a small area. Just like
big dog could be a captain of a small area. Just like Curry, every one of us got the same potential. All we have to do is stop playing fuck nigga games and do what we need to do for our people and for ourselves. So like I said, with the reparations package, the reason why my reparations package don't initially come with a dollar sign is because it's a lot of other work that we need to do. And to have an independent status from the United States of America, that would give us so much more opportunity to do the work that we need to do. Say, for instance, it don't matter if the Republicans or the Democrats win, we will have our own United States representation of our people. So when these motherfuckers say we finna increase the taxes, niggas ain't going for that. Next. Niggas ain't going for that. You can increase the taxes on everybody else, but we ain't going for that shit. We gonna continue to pay y'all the taxes that we paying y'all. But a part of my reparations package was also for us not to pay taxes, for us to have diplomatic immunity around the world, so it wouldn't be no need for you to have a North Carolina driver license or New York or motherfucking Oklahoma or California. You can go wherever the fuck you want to go because you have been classified as a slave descendant, and these motherfuckers took our home from us, and we don't have nowhere to go back to, so nobody should be restricting us to the confounds of the same captivity that we came out of. Now, it sounds cool, but when niggas is like, nah, man, I'm so California that I don't ever want to give that shit up for nothing else. Okay, motherfucker, that's one of the reasons why shit won't work. But when you look at shit from a broader spectrum, every nation that had their hand in our slavery will have to give us lands exactly like the Native Americans got, not just in America, but everywhere you took our people. So you would have some niggas in France, ooh la la, and them niggas could come over here to America and it wouldn't be shit. We also could petition, okay, y'all locked up these African Americans, but these African Americans are petitioning for citizenship with the niggas, and the niggas can build our own motherfucking prison ran by our own people, and we can select who we want to bring over. And like I said, prison ain't what the fuck they tell you it is. There's no law to say because you in prison, you got to be in bed at 8 o'clock. Those are the rules that they came up with. If we think that some of the most intelligent minds that they locked up of our people, Larry Hoover, all these motherfuckers, he was so smart, right? So if we bring Larry Hoover to our confines, we can actually give that nigga a computer, give him access to the stock market. We can give him access to businesses. Man, Kanye don't have to go outsource to motherfucking Taiwan to get no shoes made. We could do all of our business right here and they could do it and we don't have to pay them 15 cents a day. We could pay them actual wages so they can still take care of their family, because if we trying to rebuild our people, we have to rebuild our people. Yeah. And a nigga in jail making 15 cents a day can't do that. Even if we just paid them bare butt ass naked minimum fucking wage, that's a realistic possibility that we could do for our people that they would never do for anyone. We also, like I said, need independent research, because these motherfuckers have told us what makes us sick, what makes us happy, and we running around here taking the medicines that they giving us and shit, and we don't have any independent research to verify that these motherfuckers is telling us the truth. We don't have anything to checks and balance them besides we're American, so we believe the same motherfucker who was, it's crazy. And as far as our political affiliation, once we petition everybody who say, I want to be a motherfucking nigga, and they get petitioned and they are a naturalized motherfucking slave throughout the world, now we don't have to pay you motherfuckers taxes. We can go wherever we want. We got our independent research. We can create our own banks without you having no say so and none of that shit. We could create our own businesses without you having any access to these motherfucking businesses, and then we could grow as a group of people. We can have our own, like I said, the Brutality Advocate, back off. Brutality Advocate by Colin Kaepernick is called the Obligated Freedom Freeze. That's an acronym and it spells back off. Once you register with our people, you can have a bumper sticker or a specialized license plate where if a police officer pulls you over, you have already went to the courthouse or the motherfucking sheriff's department. You've registered your car. They know exactly who you are. They can't walk up to your car with a fucking gun because you have already complied. So if they say, nah, man, this motherfucker speeding like 90 miles an hour, this might be some dangerous shit, then under certain rules, yeah, they can still approach you with a gun. But while they pull you over, just like AAA, when you get pulled over, he see your license plate, he got to call it in. I just pulled over this motherfucking license plate, get off my ass. And then at the same time, you call him. I don't know where the fuck I'm at because I'm a naturalized citizen, but I just got stopped. My license plate read, get off my ass. I'm willing to comply. All right, let me relay that to the officer. Now the officer know that you're willing to comply. He can put his gun down and have another officer come to assist him, but he can't approach with the gun. Or he could send you a motherfucking ticket through the mail. Bro, you was speeding. Your tail light is out. Why the fuck do you have to be sitting in your car and trust that some motherfucker walking up on you with a gun is trying to goddamn in your best interest? Man, you know your tail light out. Somebody could hit you and kill you. Or I could blow your shit out right now. Why do you need to pull me over with a gun knowing that my people have unfairly been treated this way and motherfuckers who want to vote for Donald Trump? He wants these motherfuckers to be able to do the shit that they already doing and get away with it scot-free. That's not even a viable option if you're one of my people, unless you're a money-hungry motherfucker and you think that Donald Trump's gonna somehow magically bless you with a fucking bag. That's just crazy. There's levels to this little package that I've been trying to put together, and I've been asking, hey, I need some help, but every time I come on here, oh, here go that Hebrew Israelite, here go $20, kick his ass off, kick his ass off, kick his ass. Man, that's cool to kick me off, but at the same time, what progress we making? It's been damn near 2 years I've been trying to get on here and have these conversations. And even if you do put a dollar sign to reparations, some lady who was your grandma got fucked by some white dude. You want to really get $100,000, $200,000, $300,000? Some dude who was trying to take care of his fucking family was snatched up and sent to go work the rest of his fucking life in the captivity. You want $1 million for that shit? I don't want no money until the business is taken care of on the front end. We can get the bag on our own.
Hey, I agree.
Because the country that gives you money is also the same country that say what this money is worth. The same day that they give us $1 million motherfucking dollars a piece, the value of $1 is gonna go down to a piece of Charmin's toilet paper. And then they gonna blow your fucking head off for thinking you better than them. And then after that, everything will go right back to normal because they'll do the same shit that they did to us before again and again and again, as long as we keep pretending like none of that shit ever happened, as long as we keep pretending like we equal to the motherfuckers who are savages. I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever you say, bounce off me and stick on you. They call these Native American savages and cut off all their fucking heads, stuck them on broomsticks and then called the shit Indian Head Highway. How are we equal to them motherfuckers when we see the police, when we go to court? Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, knowing damn good and well he just wants you dead. We ain't equal to them. We're savages.
I agree with you, but the only problem would be is if we did get our independence, you don't think they would attack us even more?
Bro, if we get our own independence and they attack us, then we know it's war. Instead of you just one by one, single file line, get in your fucking car and get your shit blowed out.
Facts.
Go to your fucking job and can't get promoted because you the smartest motherfucker in there, but you so smart, you too smart that they only keep you in a fucking position that'll pay your fucking wife and kids to shut the fuck up and keep doing this shit over and over again. Everything that they do to us, we already at motherfucking war. They already attacking us. Everything wrong and we begging for rights.
Damn. That's a bar right there. Fuck y'all niggas. That's a bar right there. Yeah. Hey, who y'all have? You been cooking all night tonight. All I was gonna say was
I stopped smoking weed and I don't eat Oreos. I'm back in the 350-pound club now,
that's what I'm talking about, nigga.
Bitches. I'm pushing the wheels now, nigga.
Man, I'm on green tea every day. Tea, herbal tea. Man, I'm like a Chinese monk.
What's wrong with Oreos?
I drink water.
What's wrong with Oreos?
Oh, like I said, man. It don't honor your temple, my nigga.
No,
it
I'm
don't
asking
honor your temple.
Trayvon.
So
for your sake and our sake, just drop it, man.
Hey, Look, what kind of motherfucking king sitting around eating goddamn Oreos and donuts all the fucking time, yo? You gotta be fit for duty, my nigga.
That's simple.
I heard you on that.
Yo, AI Matrix said some big things while stealing our invention, because black people have invented so much shit that help us today in America, but they don't give us
Facts.
our, they
Check
don't give
this
us
out.
our props and shit.
Check this out. They wanted cotton. They only idea was to make this nigga pick cotton. Our idea was, man, let's make some shit to get this cotton for us.
Cotton.
Stole that too. Stole that too. Damn, nigga, you made motherfuckers pick cotton all this time, and then we come up with a motherfucking idea. You gonna swipe or no swipe that shit too? Everything that these motherfuckers create that's fucked up, we look at it long enough and be like, yo, that's fucked up. We need to fix that shit. Hey, give me that screwdriver. What's that? A stoplight.
Wait, so how you feel about this type of reparation where we like everything that black people created was like the patents
Man, nobody
came
gives
back
a
to
fuck about no inventions. I don't run off of clout, bro.
You don't?
Clout, man, you could brag about, look, everything that I just talked about, one of y'all niggas could pick that shit up and carry that bitch across the motherfucking goal line. I'll never be like, man, that was my idea. I don't give a fuck. All the inventions was invented, nigga. That's a part of reparations. They stole from us because they stole us.
Yep.
What's more important? The fact that they fed your baby to an alligator, or that they took your motherfucking science project? Exactly.
The baby.
Like, hey, Ouya Ham does not miss one time tonight, bro. Like,
God damn, you on some you on some
This nigga-
revolutionary shit, bro. God damn.
Nah, it ain't no revolutionary shit. This is all scriptural, bro. All I'm telling y'all is the shit that the scripture already said that the children of Israel supposed to be doing, but we went apart from those ways. And all I'm doing is just revising the sentence. You ever heard they said that Yeshua, some people call him Jesus, but even the word Yeshua translated into English is Joshua. So where the fuck did Jesus come from? This is a part of the deception. If I tell you to meet me at my house, but you decide to show up at the neighbor's house, how the fuck am I gonna give you a bag of gold? That's not the seventh day. They got motherfuckers worshiping on a Sunday. Man, the only language that call a male child a son, which is so deceptive, is English. Nobody else. Everybody else refers to their child as child, masculine, or feminine. Every language. This is a child that's masculine or feminine. But then you come here and then they use the word son. And then they paint a picture of a white dude and put a sun behind his head, and niggas is like, nah, that's a halo. When the fuck you ever seen a halo floating sideways? I always thought the bitches went over the top of your head, but now all of a sudden we making more fucking excuses for the shit that they told us.
the
Excuse
nigga
you.
cocked it to the back. Like, nah.
Excuse you. Now we making excuses for it. Now that's a halo. Every description that the Bible give of these people, and they never said how beautiful these blue eyes was. Never once said that anybody in that bitch had beautiful blue eyes. Never once in there said that a motherfucker had silky hair. Not once. But they have said something about a motherfucker with locks. They have said something about BDB. They have said something about the old black ass motherfucker over there. Old chocolatey ass nigga right there.
Also,
Hold
how
on,
did these
hold on,
white
hold on,
people
quick,
survive?
hold on, quick thing, y'all, quick thing.
I would
I don't want to call her out.
I
or
would
nothing
push
like that.
back on the inventions though, because those patents lead to licenses, and licenses lead to billions.
Bro, you still thinking in money, monetary gains. These motherfuckers kidnapped you. What the fuck is, you couldn't even buy your own freedom if you had the money.
Regardless, there's going to have to be some monetary gain. Whether you create it on your own, like you said, that's still going to be money. It's going to be some form of currency. So instead,
yeah, Lucas, moving forward, I would like to make that happen, but those people might be dead, and who the fuck's going to get paid for their inventions besides just some magical potluck that we get to dip in and grab that cash from? Man, what's already been done has been done. We talking about repairing. I never heard a motherfucker go to the hospital and been like, damn, homie, you should have ate your breakfast this morning because this nigga shot you and you so goddamn weak. No, they just start patching you up from the point of repair. Repair this motherfucker. We need to repair what we got, man. I understand everything that you're saying is fucked up. That's one of the reasons why I'm saying, the fuck is we voting for? All the fucked up shit that they did, and we just gonna bypass that to vote for them, their agendas, the shit that makes their country continue to be prosperous. Man, let's fix our own shit. That way, moving forward, we can continue to do shit square business.
You can do
square
that.
business moving
You can
forward.
do one doesn't. I mean, they're not mutually exclusive. You can vote and still fix your own shit. I think even with voting, that the mentality and the organization, mobilization it takes to vote would benefit and lend itself a hand to fixing our own shit.
Would you say voting is petitioning?
Voting is petitioning, and what do you mean?
We could put our own petition in for our own people to do our own shit without being a part of their confounds of the United States said this and Tijuana said that.
I don't see how that would happen in the United States. I don't see by what system they would allow that.
Dog or something? What the fuck is?
I don't know what that
Nigga fighting in his sleep?
Somebody beating some guts with sleep apnea.
But I don't see that anything that needs to be done with us can be done currently right now. That's the thing. We don't need, as far as to say so from the government or anyone else, to organize, mobilize, and get our stuff together.
You right.
But
That's
the
why I
thing
was
when it
saying,
comes to
hey,
building like your own block and stuff like that, it's not going to happen because we're too small of a minority in the country without the capital, right? The difference between other groups that have smaller portions or smaller group sizes is that they have the capital and the money that's,
see, that's why I'm not asking them for no cash though, bro. That's why I'm saying give us free so that we could do for ourselves.
Doing for ourselves it's a circle though. Doing for ourselves is going to go back to what? Creating cash.
Yeah, but see, that's a new money. Old money is over with. We talking about new money. What they owe us, they can never repay that shit.
They can get close.
They could never repay that.
I don't need full repayment. I don't need full repayment though.
The United States is already bankrupt. They're finna be foreclosed. How the fuck could they ever repay us?
The same way that they give as far as bombs to or missiles to Israel, the same way they pay as far as for Ukraine and for them to have artillery. If it's all fugazi, if it's all fake money, great. I want some fake money.
Can I ask you a question? If you hit big today and had $12 billion and you left to go live in some great big island, and then your people said, man, we fucked up, we need some money, would you throw them some bread?
100%.
Okay, so every cracker in America came from one of these countries that they keep sending money to.
Okay.
They keep giving money to these countries. They sending money back to their people for their own best interest.
Okay.
They're not just giving these other countries money. They're giving their homelands funds to continue with the agenda that they all have sat down and put on the monopoly board without our say-so, without our knowledge, without our consent.
I hear you. I don't think the majority or even a substantial amount of white people in this country come from Ukraine or the places, or even the places we give money to, or Israel.
Yeah, but that's a strategic move because it's against Russia. Russia is the rogue. Russia is the rogue cousin that's willing to go fuck with the niggas.
I don't disagree that it's strategic. That's what I'm saying. I say it would be more strategic than it's, I come from this place and give money to this place where I come from. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, say they give you as far as freedom, that freedom doesn't, you're still going to have to build businesses and cash flow to become,
they can grant us the opportunity. It would be easier for them to grant us the opportunity to do for ourselves than it would be for them to give us the cash that you asked.
We have the opportunity right now. That's what they would say.
Kind of, sort of, but like I said, we need to petition to be separated from them. Bro, they don't include us in their shit already, so it wouldn't be no problem for us to get an independent status within America as our own group of people who don't have to follow their laws. You go to the Native American lands, nigga, their laws is governed by their people. So we wouldn't be under the same subjugation as the United States citizen.
I hear you. That's a very small group. I don't know as far as what the population is between as far as Native Americans and Black Americans.
It's like it's almost to the point. I think the thing that America realizes that the natives can do shit no more. That's why they just said, all right, fuck it, we'll just give them that land, so they'll just be quiet.
But as far as that's like being, I mean, that's like what MLK said. As far as lift yourself by the bootstraps, but you don't give us any bootstraps. You being free from a system that depends on capital without any capital, that's certain death.
So I go back to scripture. Man, Martin Luther King was another brother that was a little bit ahead of his time, who also, before he died, was infiltrated. He was blackmailed. I'm gonna tell your wife that you've been fucking these bitches. He was a Freemason. He had other obligations outside of just being a Negro. And you put in motherfucking handcuffs and you start telling them how their life is done for and over, and they're gonna make some compromises along the way. That's why one of his last speeches, this man was talking about, I might have sent my people into a burning building. And ever since then, they gave us the NAACP, but the NAACP has always been infiltrated.
That's why I was saying with the COINTELPRO.
I mean, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I'm just saying it would be much easier to do your vision if we had money before enacting it. That's all. Like if I'm gonna leave home, I want to leave home with some food, a change of clothes.
Enough to survive.
That's all.
But that's for comfort. I'm not asking niggas to quit their job. I'm asking niggas, if we put this package together and we petition this and we present this to them, they can only say, man, you niggas is stupid as hell.
Well, I think
that's more than likely what they would say.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I think having that full package would only.
So you would have to, so in order to put all that package together, you would have to, as far as promise or convince people that there's some viability to the package possibly passing.
And then
because otherwise it's just a waste of time.
So you don't want tax-free status?
Everyone wants tax-free status, but like I said, you have to see.
So you don't want independent research done for your people?
All of that sounds.
So you don't want
that sounds
worldwide immunity?
All of that sounds great. I don't disagree with any of that. Hell yeah, I want that. But as far as the
people
system,
would definitely petition for that.
Who else?
Hold on.
Somebody's gonna have to quarterback that. That's outside.
That's the thing, right? Any bill is gonna have to go through either a senator or someone in the House. That's what's gonna have to go through. So I don't know any congressman who's going to present that bill.
That's the reason why I said we got to hold our vote ransom, so that when we show up absent, these motherfuckers are going to be like, well, what the fuck happened to the niggas? What's their problem? And then when we present them with what our issue is on a worldwide stage, the only thing that they could really do is be the monster that they always have been. And then we could go right back to normal. We could go right back to being the same nigga that single file jump in their car and get their shit blown off. We could be the same nigga that, but we have never given it a shot. And you could leave the house with nothing, my nigga. It's just that
I don't disagree with you, but unfortunately, the collective is not as organized as you would like to believe. When it comes to holding the vote or something like that, that comes to a collective mindset of people seeing an end goal. That hasn't been presented for quite some time.
Talk like that, man. That's why I'm saying we could be captains of our own areas, and we could get more captains. And the people don't have to do anything but support the captains. All they have to do is sign the petitions, and the captains, man, if you could get 1,000 signatures, if you could go to Walmart in your city and get 1,000 signatures, in the next motherfucking city, somebody get 1,000 signatures, before you know it, we will pretty much get every Negro to sign on. Because
I hear you, but you're going to have to present something that's more favorable than the current lifestyle.
And
that's the only thing, right? Because it's going to sound like like no taxes, all that is great, but you can do that now as far as alienate yourself from the system, not recover, not get like a Medicaid or any of that. You can do that now. The only thing is there's no safety net for you, right? So there is no, like, when you retire, well, you can depend on these benefits. Those benefits don't exist as I think they call it a sovereign citizen or whatnot. You're on your own. So I don't know any black person who would remove a safety net, especially if they've already paid into it, unless you have a significantly better, place for them to go, position for them to go. That would have to be built. I'm not leaving my home in order to build a bigger and greater home. That's not what I'm doing.
No, that ain't what I'm asking neither, bro. I wouldn't ask nobody to give up their life to try some bullshit. But what I was saying was a package is going to include more than just no taxes. I wish I had my paperwork, but it's down at my motherfucking office. So I don't have all the paperwork that I got. The brutality package.
But what would be the benefit?
independent
That's the only thing.
research.
Like, what's the selling point?
It would basically be like Tulsa 2.0 on a whole United States, on a whole world kind of scale. You see what I'm saying?
But you
That's
don't
the
need that
benefit.
package to do Tulsa 2.0. You can do that right now.
Now, are you talking about selling part? Are you talking about to the white community or just for
What
us?
Uyaham has talked about is a protection for having Tulsa 2.0, where they can't come in and uproot
Right.
hundreds. But still,
You have that
with
protection
being said,
already, to a certain extent. Absolutely. If you have the money to fight for it, yes.
I mean, shit. Okay.
It's always going to go back to capital. The police can do anything they want to if you don't know your rights and you don't have the money to know your rights or defend your rights.
Yeah, but that's why I had that police brutality package where once you go and register with these people and you get a license plate, they can't pull you over and
That
come
license
to your car.
plate doesn't mean shit when it comes down to it.
So then they would be held to the standards of the law. Then they would be held guilty for violating your rights as a free man in the world.
People violate rights all the time. Like I said, who's going to charge them? The corrupt prosecutor? Who's going to convict them? The corrupt judge? How are you even going to get that through the process? You have to have money. You have to have capital for all that. You have to prove that they violated your rights. Because now it's he said, she said, and when it comes to the courts, the officer's word is, that is evidence.
It's the law.
It's not law, but it's evidence.
Lucas, the Trump policies also want to accelerate AI adoption, which might lead to more job loss. You know?
I don't think it'll lead
Especially
to
for
job loss
black
because I
people
think
since-
with anything, any type of progress is going to lead to some type of human involvement. No matter what type of automation, there is some human involvement in that automation. But at the end of the day, you have to, as far as look at it, is that automation going to benefit the country or benefit the people to a greater degree than having a human there? Is it going to be more efficient? Is it going to be more productive and help people?
So that's why this
Lucas,
would be
I
a think.
understand that-
This would be a think tank. That's why we need more ideas on how it will work instead of it's not going to work. This is the problem with our
I don't
people.
see
is
I don't see it
everybody
working.
knows-
I don't see it working without
Lucas, my
any
point is
crazy VCs, some crazy venture capital.
Well, and
Lucas,
Uyaham, this is
I'm
what
trying to
we
explain.
need questions on how it can and cannot work in order to fully make that diamond out of the coal. Like we need pressure from
Everything that you're advocating for can happen presently. There's no need for a
The
bill.
problem is adoption, Lucas. People need time to adapt, you know? And when things are done too quick, people don't have enough time to adapt and change their
Nothing
their
is done
tactic
quickly.
or,
Nothing in business is done quickly. Any type of automation, there's always, as far as at least 5 to 10 year minimum. Because there's going to have to be a transition, right? There's going to have to be onboarding. There's going to have to be laws and rules and regulations going through, a variety of hierarchy to get it done. Nothing happens fast, especially in many of these big corporations.
Nope. Always starts with a pilot program.
Your ass will be fired fast, depending on where you are in the chain. But even then, that goes through as far as a law firm that they probably have on retainer just to double check that they're in the right.
You're right. Yeah.
Yep.
So how we gonna get around that?
Capital. That's the only way.
Okay.
Especially in the system that's built.
I would argue, as far as what
So-
Dr. Claude Anderson says, as far as leveraging Africa.
Yep, that's true.
Because white people are doing it. I've never seen so many white people in Africa. I didn't know that existed.
That's true.
Yeah.
Because
they
everyone
got that shit
everyone
on
else sees that it's land there. Who gives a fuck about the people? There's opportunity there. I can move these. I can gentrify this place and take the land, just like they do here in the States. Like the hood is the hood because of the people there. That real estate ain't killing anybody. So if I can just move your black ass or whoever it is out of that area, now we got. We can build it up. We can put a little Starbucks there. We can have a little Trader Joe's on the corner.
Or
Fuck
our
Trader
own
Joe's.
our own business.
Or
You know,
Sprouts.
Lucas,
I don't know what your
Lucas
bougie
Burger.
ass eats, fucking big dog.
Fuck Sprouts too.
Lucas-
Overpriced shit.
Lucas
Overpriced,
Burger.
okay.
Hey, but look, prison.
You got
But
way
that's
too
that's.
more
I
out
think
there.
that's the mindset that we need to have. That's what I would say.
So prison is one of the major industries that make revenue in the United States. If we could grab some of our people back and then have them work at some of these businesses that we
That's a
want to
great
create,
idea. I think that's a more feasible idea than the bill. Seeing as far as how,
but it's a part of the bill, man. It's a part of the bill. Once we get our people back, then we can get our own prisons. We can have our own jobs at the prison. We can have people
I think
in
we
the
do it in
prisons
reverse,
working.
though. You got to do it in reverse.
So we gotta get a prison first.
I would think
we gotta
because everything's
get
gonna have
built
red
up.
tape and then everything's gonna have insiders, right? You're not going into, the automobile industry as a newcomer and be like, I'm gonna conquer this shit. No, because that's not how that works. That's not how it works in any industry. But I would probably look into 100%. I'd look into as far as, people who've worked at the prisons and whatnot and seeing, build some inroads. That's the best way. See what it takes to have a private prison. Shake hands, grease people's palms up. That's just how it works. But like I said, at the end of the day, it's money.
Right.
You don't have
and
to
that's
have
what
some
I'm
money
saying.
to grease
Like,
somebody's
when you
palms.
say we need, just by us having that simple freedom, we could generate our own money.
What
Just
freedom
by us
will this
having
bill
our
grant
freedom.
us that will be so drastic that we can't do it currently?
Okay, so if the same way they gave money to those guys, they would give money to our schools and our colleges so that we could do our own independent research. They would give us our money so that we could get our own prisons. And then once these things happen, that hospital that we have, those colleges that we have, those prisons that we have, those businesses that we have, those banks that we
Who
have.
do they do
we
that
can
for in this country?
Nobody needs it but us.
Okay, that's not going to work.
Okay.
If we're the guinea pig, no, that's not going to happen.
Lucas, do you agree that certain companies, majority of the white-owned one, do get tax breaks based on their racial, like some companies get tax breaks due to their racial backgrounds. Like if it's a white company,
probably not overtly.
No, not at all. Not at all.
But it's probably due to corruption because, let's be honest,
it's due to money. It's due to leverage.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, the only reason I feel like the Native Americans got their own independence, I guess, was because they had nothing else.
What do we got?
They never got any real independence.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of pseudo, I mean, they kind of just pacified them. They're just gonna give you this shit, and how y'all do it, so we have to deal with y'all type shit. I'm not gonna say it's like it's not freedom, because they're still run by.
But also, Black Americans don't want that as a whole. Black Americans have assimilated into very much American Eurocentric culture. They're not going to want to be on a reservation with a bunch of black people.
Not anymore.
I ain't saying we gotta move on no reservations. I'm saying that we could do this from all corners, but just be the same way that niggas come here with a visa and they from another country, we would pretty much have the same as a visa. We don't have to ever leave this motherfucker, but we don't have to move from your neighborhood to a specific neighborhood. We don't have to live in some colony. We could still assimilate amongst them on our own accord.
We can do that now.
You're talking about in the
if you have enough money, you can buy up a block if it's available and they're willing to sell to you, and do that now. There's nothing stopping you from doing that.
You got to be careful.
That's why in the package we get money, but we don't get money for Lucas. We get money for what we need money for, and then we build from that. I'm not saying that it won't take any money. It will definitely take money. Everything takes money. My light bulb blew out in my garage. Guess what it took? It took some money to get a light bulb. It didn't just pop out of thin air.
The U.S. government is going to give us money specifically what? To build infrastructure?
For us to build, this is a part of our reparations package. Not for us to get money independently, but this is a part of our reparations package to rebuild our people.
I don't think I hear you. I just highly doubt that I would give money to a group of people to build a separate infrastructure within the United States. We have the infrastructure. It's called the United States. You're not building your own
Figure
shit.
it out. Figure it out.
You're not Israel, and you have no one behind you, right?
Yeah.
So no, nigga.
That's the policy. No, nigga.
God
And
damn.
right, that's exactly what it is. It's no nigga. That's all we see ourselves as a nigga, man. We just trying to squeeze into the corner. Like, it's crazy that a motherfucker would have a business and say you're not welcome, and we would sit there until the police come and beat us with motherfucking billy clubs and fire hoses and shit like that, just so that we can have a slice of the same good old apple pie. I get it.
I will say your idea would have worked fine if it was right off the heels of segregation. But like I said, I think we're too far assimilated for us to just say, all right, fuck all that.
Yeah, niggas, well, you ain't trying to leave that white girl, but I know that shit.
I'm crying. It's not better on the other side, man.
So what other ideas we got besides voting for Kamala or voting for motherfucking Donnie, and neither one of them give a fuck about us?
I think the idea Lucas came up with, and we have to infiltrate our own another party and start with the rhetoric.
So you think Lucas got
You
great
need
ideas?
people. You need people in office.
Hey, he been around the block before.
Whether it's local, state, federal, you need people in office.
I think we need to organize our crash outs too.
Well, in order to get someone in office, you need some organization. That's why I'm saying, even if the people who like Trump, if they were organizing and mobilizing like black people, then so be it. I'd be like, great, that's a system that we can co-opt. But that's not happening. Regardless of no matter what you want, there has to be some mobilizing and organizing. Because everyone's going to have to be in accord to get a game plan done. I think the best people for it would be someone with a military background.
I was in the Navy. I ain't never volunteering again. I'm just a nigga that sit back and be thinking like,
But as far as that combined with someone who may have been around the block when it comes to, behind the curtains of what goes on in politics, because everything's dirty just like everything else.
But don't you think it's crazy that we can't figure out how to get our own shit together when they got like Proud Boys and KKK?
That's because it's not real to us. It's real to the Proud Boys. If you're a white person, if you're a white racist dude, right, and you see a bunch of black people infiltrate your neighborhood, that's fucking real. If you see a white person getting attacked online or on Twitter, that's fucking real to you. And then you surround yourself at many of these rallies or wherever they're going with other like-minded individuals. So now you're in an echo chamber of an echo chamber. That shit is real. So they don't have the same pain threshold that we do. We have somehow glamorized living in the slop and being able to survive, as roaches or second-class citizens in this country. They don't know what that's like, bro. And they don't want to know what that's like. That's the difference. They don't want to know what that's like. I don't give a fuck. I'm not trying to know what it feels like to eat top ramen. Fuck Tom Robin.
So when the Black Lives Matter movement was going down, even though I did not support the Black Lives Matter movement, you don't think that we could get enough people like that supported that bullshit?
People will support it up to an extent.
Spark wasn't there.
That's what you have to. People will support it up to an extent. I'm not, losing my job fucking to support Black Lives Matter.
That's what I was saying earlier. It has to be a literal direct attack. I felt.
Right? I'm not. I have to get up early to go to some protests for reparations. I'm good, thank you though. Now that doesn't. I'm just saying that doesn't mean that. That sounds horrible. Like, bro, I want to eat my. I want to eat my.
I'm gonna miss out on a pay period.
Motherfucker works on Lucas' time.
If
you
y'all
don't work on anybody else's time.
If y'all do it, great. I got your back. But nigga, I want my Fruit Loops and Saturday morning cartoons or whatever.
We ain't taking that shit away from nobody.
I'm just saying. So when it comes down to it, especially if people are already struggling as is, then you have got to make it convenient for them. You just have you have to make it convenient for them, or you have to make it real for them. And nobody's going to make it real for black people, because then that's when shit starts to happen.
And I feel like one step we can make is we need to raise more politicians than basketball players and football players.
Well, I don't disagree that we need to do more. I mean, at the end of the day, if you can get your bread and be on point, do your job. Do whatever you good at, you know? But I feel like we definitely need to not being a square, there's nothing wrong with that. And we need to like I hate to say it, but like Lucas was saying, we need to not sensationalize the bad shit.
There's no
Yeah.
end goal. That's the thing. When there was slavery, the end goal was like, I don't give a fuck. Let's get out of slavery. When there was segregation, the end goal was let's get the fuck out of out of segregation. There's no end goal that all black people or even a majority hold true. Everyone's like, well, I don't give a fuck about reparations. I want this. Well, I don't give a fuck about that. So with that, you have a Tower of Babel where everyone's fighting over different things. There is no unity in the end goal. There may be unity in I don't know, in us, so to speak, but there's no unity in the progress and action that's needed for whatever it is that we want. Because there's nothing that we want. So it seems like many of us are just making up reasons. We understand that police brutality is bad, but it's like, I mean, I don't really give a fuck that much. I mean, the police haven't beaten my ass, so.
Yeah. Is it because there's no
like if an officer pull me over, I ain't gonna wild out. I'll be like, yes sir, no sir. That's what I'm gonna do. So
you
don't think it's possible to like to mix up a bunch of goals and try to formulate a?
Have you tried to do that on a smaller scale? You get 5 people who want to do you trying to go to point A to point B. You got 5 people who say, well, let's go this route, let's go that route, let's go this route.
Too many drivers. I think the issue is
you have to have a mission. You have to have a mission. You have to have a mission goal. You have to understand when that mission is accomplished and what it means to fail.
That's what the package was. It was to put everything, all the concerns would be addressed, not just one concern here, one concern. It would be, instead of a project,
that package is great, but you have to understand like 1% of that package would get passed.
Projected.
Yeah, so we have to ease it in.
99.9% of whatever's in that package would be voted out. 1%
like
would get in.
Bill, right?
And would probably be that 1% would be something that would not be a significant impact to anybody. You'll get an apology just like Gavin Newsom did.
Yeah, right though.
Man, they'll make sorry niggas day. Ain't that a bitch?
Man, them just some ideas that I was throwing out. But like I said, man, I really hit y'all up because I heard y'all talking about, you know what I mean?
What we need are some attorneys. Where are our black attorneys?
Hey,
that's why we need our own shadow government full of our own people that actually have our own best interests vested in them, instead of just like, how do we play along with these motherfuckers who keep kicking us out the sandbox? That's my only idea is how
there's
do
always
we
going to be pushback.
Our own sandbox.
There's always going to be pushback. They change the rules. All right, then you abide by the rules that they change and beat them at their game.
I know a lawyer who's good at chains.
But at the end of the day, you have to understand that everybody's willing to have their car blown up over some, black empowerment or some shit.
Somebody just said we need the Moses, man. Look. Sometimes motherfuckers got to put themselves out there.
I'm a little past Moses. I think we need a Jesus.
You need a handful. You don't even need a majority. You need a handful of black people who are down for the cause and like down for the cause.
We need Wakanda.
And let them. And as once they start getting traction, people will follow. You will garner support. That's the thing. But everyone talking about, well, we should be a free citizen or this and that. Okay, you do it, nigga, and then prove us wrong. I want to see how you living, and if you living better than me, maybe I'll start listening to you.
I probably am, but it ain't necessarily good for me to be bragging and gloating about shit that don't
But it's
matter.
not about bragging and gloating, because if you think your way is a better way for your people, then you want to let them know, like, listen, you ain't got to be living like that.
Yeah, shit, man. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I do feel like it's a better way, and I do tell people that some people have actually listened and they got their shit together to a point where you would never even believe that they grew up with roaches in their fucking cereal. Some people are doing well and they pushing the kind of numbers that I heard some fuck niggas talking about. This is how much they should give us for reparations. Well, that's some shit, because nigga, I done got that on my own. What the fuck do I need they handout for?
So then you need to market and sell that.
Man, stop gatekeeping, my nigga.
Bro,
Hold
I
up.
already told you, man. It takes
Oh wait,
sacrifices.
if I cut out Oreos and weed, I can get like you. Because I ain't been
If
smoking
you
for a
hit the
month and a
weights
half.
every day,
Yeah,
if you fast from
I
time
hit
to
past
time, if
that.
you pray,
Yes.
But that's all what it. I
yeah,
mean, at the end of the day, what it really boils down to is it's capital, yes, but it's also the more importantly, it's marketing, because you can market someone to get capital out of them.
facts. But you know what I mean? Like,
So you got to
man,
sell
I'm
your
in a
idea.
different situation because, one, before everything, I'm a man. Two, I'm a husband. Three, I'm a father. So I don't really got the same Tariq Nasheed. I don't fuck with the internet like that, man. Hey, your platform is probably the main platform that I hit just because I see
You're
out
gonna have
here
to fuck
chilling
with
and
the
shit.
internet if you want to get something out.
But man, that's why I was trying to get y'all to understand, because I feel like I'm that Moses motherfucker that they gonna blow up his car. You know what I mean?
Well, then great.
I've been
As
talking this
long as you
same
have
bullshit for so long.
a devoted following, that way they can avenge your death. But if you just some rando, and in order for them to blow up your car, you would have to be a significant threat.
And then, like, some people
I
have to be willing to
guarantee
take
you
the
I
But
bullet,
I
bro.
don't think they
They
would
have to
blow
be
up your
willing to
car
take the
because that's
bullet.
too flashy. That's not how anyone works.
Wait,
That's more of the movies.
Poison.
The movies
You
and back in the
put
mob days. Now, Negro, you just die in an airplane crash or a helicopter crash or something, or a car accident.
Now they just monitor your debit card, see where you get your groceries from, what time of the month you go
Yeah, or
grocery
not
shopping.
even that. That's what I'm saying. When it boils down to it, if I wanted to, you take out your internet. Most people, that's it. They tell you anything they want. To be honest with you,
my internet is shit.
you drain
bro.
your bank account, they'll tell you anything you want. You freeze assets over some bullshit charges, yeah, mofos will concede. That's what I'm saying. If that's the idea you have, then you're gonna need to have a handful of people, because the bigger it is, the more problems you're gonna have. The more possible.
Not for nothing. This has been tried already.
Wait, who tried it?
I believe it could have been tried.
Who tried it?
In some capacity.
Puerto Rico's been trying this for over 100 years, and the U.S. government keeps ripping everything up.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what is Puerto Rico? I'm unfamiliar with that. What does Puerto Rico try to do?
Complete independence off the United States and still have backing of the United States.
They did it to
It's
Cuba.
a whole nationalist movement that goes back to the 20s and 30s, and the U.S. government has bombed and strafed them, and it still continues to keep them in poverty. It's been tried.
I agree. They just don't have the same, man. We right here in their neighborhoods. If you blow my shit up, man, you might knock your church down too.
Well, the retaliation was, Puerto Ricans went into Congress and shot them up.
That ain't a bad idea
Yeah.
either.
They tried it with Cuba too, They tried it with other Caribbean.
That's some French
islands, but-
Revolution shit right there.
Yeah, but Cuba's not American territory.
No,
Puerto
no,
Rico is.
I'm talking about.
But like I said, you
That's
don't.
why Cuba has been rendezvousing with the Russians on the LO.
I say you just need a handful
Unless you want to.
a handful of people who are loyalists
I would say
to
that
the
unless you make that
cause.
type of play, if you would make that type of play and fuck with a different country, then some shit might be able to jump off.
You right now, just no one's a
enough.
threat. So I don't know why everyone's fearing retaliation. You're not even a threat yet.
I mean, shit. Not even Puerto Rico. Hawaii hasn't even tried this. Hawaii has even wanted their independence back again.
A lot of states have wanted their independence.
No, it's not states. We're not talking continental states.
Territories.
We're talking, and this is coming from native Hawaiians, right?
Facts.
Their land was taken.
Facts.
Right? All the territories' lands were taken between Puerto Rico and Hawaii they're the only really two places that have been going back and forth against the United States government on this.
Right. Man, you could technically say they damn near seized Japan. They just ain't took title ownership over the motherfuckers yet. But that's just a little bit of information, man. Man, be careful because it's a nice little storm brewing. And like I said, uh,
I
our
love storms.
enemies are the motherfuckers that we, you know what I mean, putting our faith and trust in, and I don't think that shit's finna go good for us at all. Like I said, if we stop isolating every incident and start like compiling that shit, motherfucker calling for the purge, motherfuckers making out of all the people that's coming in this country, they gonna choose on the national stage to misinform people about Haitians who happen to look like me. That's a little bit scary.
I think the best thing you can
Just
do
a little
is
bit.
invest in bleaching cream and learn Spanish.
Come on,
Ain't
that's not
nobody
good.
using no bleaching cream,
And
nigga. You out of pocket for I that know shit. black
Hey,
people.
hold on, hold on.
I'm just letting
hide
you know.
behind
By
Nick
5'6".
Fuentes.
Lucas,
I
Hide
know
behind
I
Nick
know a
Fuentes.
guy who knows a guy who can give you a good deal. That's all I'm saying.
You ain't
Does
never
does
had
it
none of
bring up
that
your
whoop
credit
whoop
score?
And you
Does the
can hide behind Nick
credit
Fuentes,
score
you
come
know,
up?
as a
I can't
Mexican.
confirm as far as the credit
Yeah.
score, but I have heard people who have said they have been boosted up a point or two.
Yeah, tell the Kareem, bro. He got the hookup account.
I
Lucas, I
got
got a
that
question for
12
you, man.
Georgia with
But yeah, I think like I said, people like to see a work in progress or to see something that works. You don't have to prove to me it works. I'm not gonna buy onto your idea to flip up my entire fucking lifestyle because you want to be
Basic
free.
investment. Basic investment.
If it means me being a rich slave over a poor free man, most people are gonna be a rich slave.
Oh, somebody said talk about
That's a sad reality.
Japan was looking for it, even though I don't agree that the bombing was a coward move. Like if you're gonna fight, you know, with your arm. Don't be bombing places up.
Once
Throw a
you
bomb.
once you put boots on the ground, then it escalates.
Yeah, that's a little different.
What's
that
wrong with
publicly
dropping a
to
bomb
Israel.
here and there? There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's the smart choice.
No, that's a
Yeah.
nuclear bomb, bro. That's a
What about a
nuclear bomb.
nuke? You know, we need parking lots.
We need
Freshly
parking
paved too.
lots.
Give me some paint.
Wow.
Give me some paint over there too.
Damn, that's crucial, bro. That's
Some
crucial.
stop signs and some more shit.
Yeah, but if you have that vision, then I say go for it. Go for it. You may be that one dude from Candyland.
Maybe that one nigga to me.
I'll be
Yeah,
rooting.
you just
I'll
gotta
be
get
rooting for
right.
you, but I will be rooting you from the house, saying, "Go, Yahim, you can do it."
We'll
Well, I
see how it
appreciate
goes
it.
on next year's vote because there's a vote coming up. So
You
we'll
can
see
do
how
it,
that
bruh.
goes.
I'll be with
I
you in just a
appreciate
second.
it,
I'm gonna watch the rest of
yo.
my TV show, but you got it. You got it.
And if you get
I
popped, I'm gonna go
appreciate
straight
it,
back to my
bro.
hole,
Because
bro.
like I said, man, everybody can't be on the battlefield. Some folks gotta stay at home and spank the babies and shit like that.
100%. We
So
need some intel. We need some agents of our own. That's what I've said.
yeah,
We can't
and
have
that's
nothing but
difficult.
troops.
Don't be scared to die either, man. You know what I'm
I don't
saying?
think it's more so.
Then
I don't think it's dying. I think it's the reason for that death.
I mean, I get you. It's like I feel
But
like a lot of us
at the
aren't
end of the day,
doing the
mofos can
bullet.
die for stepping on somebody's shoes or
That's
a
true.
motherfuckers
PS5.
can
Then
die.
surely you can die for your
Motherfuckers
freedom.
can die rebuking a
You know
motherfucker
it
in the
died
name of
because somebody
Jesus.
stepped on the shoe, nigga.
A motherfucker can die rebuking somebody
Happens
in the
all the
name of
time.
Jesus.
Especially in some
In
of
what
these cities,
country?
boy.
What the fuck?
No,
Here
some
in
of
the
these
States, are
no,
you
bro.
joking?
Yeah. Are you? Yeah.
What?
I've
This
had shit
motherfucker don't
pop
know
off.
you
Like,
step
what are
on
you
my
talking
kicks.
about? I've had
You
shit
might
pop off in the club.
Yeah, that's
fuck.
true.
Negro actually steps on your shoe
I can't
or
visit you at
messes
the
your
club, bro.
or hits your drink. Are you joking me? You go ahead and knock over somebody's drink and see what happens. Or you actually bump into a fucking table. Bro, shit has happened for less than that. You talk to the wrong girl at one of the tables and one of the Negroes get upset. Because that's the girl he was trying to get at the whole night. And that's the reason why he got the table, to have her there and blah, blah, blah. And she's not paying him any mind. Yeah, shit happens like that all the
You look
time,
at
bro.
I
the
guess
wrong
I'm
way.
giving niggas too much credit, I guess.
Yes,
I ain't that
That's
you
nigga
that
are,
for that
bro.
identity
system.
crisis.
Yes,
A
you
nigga
are.
killed somebody over a parking spot. Last week.
It happens
People
all the
get shot
time, bro.
over. Yeah, people get shot over dirty looks. I'm not even like
Nigga
that's no
moments are
bullshit.
real. 100% dirty looks.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, but it's not a nigga moment or anything like that. It's ignorance.
Bingo. The identity crisis.
When people take material over themselves, it's ignorance.
niggas crashed out in the club because you hit a table. That's crazy.
Yeah, bro. Because
People crash out for less, man.
if the mofo who's at the table, right, doesn't have the money for the table, and they all put their money together, or whatnot, and you just wasted their drinks or something like that, that's money right there.
For a $60 bottle that they paying $500. Dumb
100%.
motherfuckers. Dumb
And it's so
motherfuckers, man.
crazy. It's so crazy how motherfuckers, like, our mentality is fucked up that a nigga like, I'm gonna use some bullshit right now. A nigga like Young Dolph, who was probably worth about 10 mil, lost his life to some motherfucker who wanted $50,000. Don't you understand that nigga probably could have gave you $100,000 to let him live through that shit? But we in an
didn't even get
identity
the
crisis.
50,000. All he got is $800. That's the sad part.
He's a dumb motherfucker.
And
He's supposed to get his money up front.
I'll say this, man.
100%, or at least 80% or 50%. Shit.
I lost
half up front, half at the end.
I agree.
You dumb.
I agree.
He should have at least popped the nigga that he got them. I did this for you and you ain't gonna give me my money. Go pop that nigga.
But we can't use somebody like that. That's all I'm saying. We can't utilize somebody like that.
Yeah, you can definitely use him.
Yeah, you can use that
Man,
nigga
you can,
for
but you gotta have-
our
you gotta have-
cause. That's all I'm saying.
Send that nigga to prison and make that nigga make shoes for Yeezy Pods.
But nah.
But I wonder if that actually is possible, as far as to get a private prison.
Yeah, but we couldn't take our people back because we don't have a petition to say who the fuck are we? We want to be these people independent. Give me these niggas back. Anybody can get a
You don't need to take
prison.
the people back. The police are going to do that job for you. You know it's going to be filled with black people.
We don't want that's bullshit, man. You go to a prison for real, man. There's some real life motherfuckers in there, and half of them ain't black. Half of them ain't black. Majority of the motherfuckers in there is the same motherfuckers.
Depending on the area, yeah.
I mean, like I said, Michael Jordan, he invested his money, but like I said, he's assimilated. So unless you have somebody who's
That is a different Michael Jordan.
So what? That's a different Michael Jordan.
It's different.
Different Michael.
But you don't need. But here's the thing: you don't need only black people in the prison, though, because you don't need some allies. You don't need some other people as well. The more, the merrier.
It's enough niggas in prison to get this shit popping. We can take all our niggas back out of prison, and we don't need
something you don't want out.
That is true.
And like I said, prison, you don't gotta go to sleep at this time, get up at this time, eat this slop. But man, these motherfuckers can have real life jobs, working real life businesses in the confounds of that institution and make a decent wage, and their wages can be garnished for restitution, child support.
That defeats the purpose of prison, though, paying them decent wages.
Bro, I just said their wages will be used for restitution. Their wages will be used for child support, things of that nature. To pay, we could penalize the niggas like I
work then?
But I could get 3 meals and a cot.
Not if you come to our prison, because like I said, we wouldn't just take you. You would have to petition. You would have to agree to this shit. And if you don't agree to this shit, just like any nation, we could surrender. We could send your ass right back to the nation that you motherfucking penalized your goddamn.
All right, well, that's not going to happen. The U.S. government is not going to allow that. So let's move on to the next topic.
Wait, why is the U.S. government not going to allow that to happen?
Because it's already been tried over and over. And still to this day, you got people trying to claim sovereign citizenship. And the U.S. government laughs at that shit.
Them niggas is goofy. I ain't gonna hold you. That shit's funny watching them.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah, it's fucking funny.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not driving, I'm traveling.
No, motherfucker, it's a privilege to drive a car.
I'm a free man in my
You could travel. If you want to travel, right, you could walk there. Get on your bicycle and fucking pedal. Driving a car is a fucking privilege in this country.
Them niggas are bad shit crazy.
I remember when I lived in Seattle, some niggas had got locked up for fighting in the streets.
And when they was getting arrested, the police officer was like, don't y'all know that Washington State is a mutual combat law? All y'all had to do is call in, tell us that y'all was gonna fight. We would have sent police officers here to make sure that nobody got injured extremely. And y'all niggas could have did this shit right here in front of the police and nobody would have been able to stop. It's just the knowledge of the laws is kind of, you know what I mean? It's kind of
Wait, where is it a
finicky.
mutual combat?
Washington State used to be a Washington State. I don't know if they still are, but they used to be a mutual combat state. You could literally bust a motherfucker's ass in certain places. But niggas don't know that shit.
It's very respectable, man. You know, we need to bring this shit back and, you know, put down the guns and shit. But, you know, a lot of people are more cowards nowadays. They don't
Niggas
wanna
are not, niggas is not putting down switches to get their ass beat and have y'all
Yeah,
focusing on
that's
law.
the problem, man.
That's a fact.
I respect a nigga that put a switch down more than a nigga that got to pull a switch on a nigga, you know, just not to fight and shit.
You ain't got to die with my respect, homeboy. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't put my shit down for nobody.
Especially with the shit people dying for nowadays.
I love my kids too much to even punch your ass and come home with a black eye. Even if I say you should have seen the other guy. You should have seen the other guy. Yeah, but somebody still got to give you a hug with a fucking sloppy lip. I'm a grown man. I don't put my hands on nobody for a reason, so nobody should have the right to put their hands on me. And even if they got the right to put their hands on me, they might not have a life to live through that right.
It all depends on where you at.
God dang.
God damn, Omi willing to crash out. Omi on some Gen Z shit.
This man said 1,400.
I mean, if you got a family and shit, you know, it's gonna be me that's coming home and it's you know what I'm saying?
Right, you know what I mean? I
You know what I mean? I walk away from a lot of shit. I don't even entertain that shit. I just laugh. With my tax bracket now, I just laugh at niggas and walk away.
Bingo. You know what I mean? I give away over $1,000 every month trying to help other people out. So me going home with a black eye because you was mad in Walmart, I'm gonna blow your shit out.
Or better yet,
Put
I'm gonna
your
pull a
fucking
Charleston
hands on
White.
me.
I'm calling the police.
Nah, nigga, I don't want them to kill
Calling
you. If
the
it's my
police.
shit, I'm handling my business.
I'm gonna call the police and tell them Umar tried to snatch a white girl up. They gonna come and fucking chop us.
What the fuck? You gonna get a dead nigga. That's what you gonna get.
This nigga gonna get somebody killed for real. He ain't playing no game.
I'm like, Umar, he got 2 white bitches on the ground. He about to kill him. Hurry up.
That's crazy. That's crazy, bro.
That's fucked
Two
up.
dead. You was
This
two
nigga's
dead
like
niggas
a
on the
real
team,
life street boss. Cause I be hearing niggas talk about some fuck the police and fuck the police, but the real niggas that I know who get stupid guap in the streets, them niggas work with the police.
They work with the police. I don't know how many times like you trying to tell niggas that shit, but I don't
They
know.
work with the police. Hey, go get this nigga. This nigga over here doing too much. They'll set your motherfucking ass up and have you moved out the way so quick, they'll have your ass killed by a motherfucking badge. That's how real niggas do it, but then these fake ass gangsters be, oh, don't talk to the police. Oh, I hate the cops. Nigga, somebody rob your fucking grandma's house and kill your motherfucking family members and you up here talking about some, I don't talk to the police, but you ain't killed nobody yet. What the fuck part of the streets is this? I understand trying to be being real for the motherfucking cause and shit, but what the cause is nigga, somebody gonna die and you just gonna let the shit happen? Nah, nigga, I know motherfuckers that'll move your ass out the way real swift for some money, for some position and all that other shit. Nah, I'm not no snitch and I don't fuck with the police because I ain't in that lifestyle, but nigga, if I was out here selling motherfucking dime bags and I was finna go to jail for 5 to 10 years for some fuck shit, you know Craig and them be up the street around the corner.
That's
that nigga
crazy.
taking out my business anyway. That nigga fucking half the bitches, got all the nice cars and shit. I'm just trying to put some motherfucking Fruit Loops on the table.
Man, there
That's
is
crazy,
no street
man.
code. There is no honor among thieves. That whole street code shit is goofy.
Survival of the fittest, man.
Fucking
And I'm just
Sammy the
bullshitting,
Bull
but that's what
snitched that he
niggas
was
do
in the
anyway.
mob, bro.
Nah, you right.
I was running around this bitch. I kill a motherfucker for this and that because I'm in this gang. And then when I realized, hold up, homie's fucking his girl. This nigga baby belonged to this nigga. This nigga robbing the whole fucking crew. Oh man, I only got 50 back on each pack. Bitch, I seen you come in this motherfucker with the whole honey bun. This nigga over here, goddamn, all the flawed shit going on right here amongst a little crew of motherfuckers, 25 nigga deep. And these niggas ready to die for each other? Shit, nigga, here, you can take this motherfucking piece of little clothing back, nigga. I don't want to fuck with y'all niggas no more. Ain't nothing but love and respect, but shit, nigga, if y'all niggas ain't willing to kill me for telling y'all dumb as fuck, y'all dumb as fuck.
You said he rat.
I ain't ratting, nigga. I gave up a part of life where the culture was saying, yo, this is cool. I was an idiot at some point in my life. I ain't always been a nigga that had principles and morals. I actually thought that this was what was in store.
Nigga, we were all young. Everybody was young.
Right. But when you grow up, you supposed to make changes. But then you get niggas that's 50 now and talking about some, I'm still in the hood with the homies. Man, fuck them homies, nigga. You got friends and you got niggas that you gonna ride with, nigga. You gonna keep your mouth closed because this old shit that. I understand all that shit. That just ain't a part of who I am, man. I got children to raise. I got people to
That's
say.
one thing niggas don't agree with me with. I'm constantly screaming fuck the ancestors. They don't like that shit at all.
Wait,
I ain't got
what?
time for none of that.
Fuck
I ain't trying to hear nothing from no OG.
He just say fuck the ancestors.
Man,
I ain't saying fuck the ancestors. I'm saying. Bro, you said not the ancestors. Come on, I love my
ancestors.
You need to be heated, bro. You need to jump off the stage, man.
Nigga, I've had some grimy ass fucking uncles and grandpas and shit. You think I'm about to follow them niggas? And then so-called OGs. What has an OG done for any young niggas? Like all they do is hate.
You call your uncle ancestors?
I'm just saying. I'm just using that as an example.
You know your ancestors is like 3 or 4 generations,
right, like not. It's not necessarily fuck Harriet Tubman, but your uncle a pussy ass nigga.
Yeah.
I understand them. Fuck them niggas too. What the fuck? I don't give a fuck about Harriet.
Damn, nigga, Harriet Tubman. This nigga is on some bullshit.
Yeah, you tweaking, bro.
Harriet Tubman, she served her purpose, and then you wanna know the crazy part is her motherfucking plantation's right here in fucking Maryland. I used to always think this bitch was traveling from Georgia or New Orleans and shit.
Oh, you calling Harriet
right
Tubman
here.
a bitch? That's even crazier, okay?
Right, I see why your ass got left behind.
Yeah, I would never got left behind. I would have been the one who took myself out. I had to worry about all that.
You'd have killed yourself?
The same, them niggas who got off the boat and walked straight to the shore and drowned themselves. You damn right. You ain't about to buck break me, nigga. Fuck that.
And I'm grateful for the niggas that came through because to this day, that's one of the reasons why I say fuck that package of money. Them niggas gave me life by taking that L, nigga,
Yeah,
and I'm grateful.
That's one thing I've been trying. That's one thing I've been trying to tell these white people online. I say y'all just looking at slavery as just well, we had y'all as slaves. No, it was the nasty freak shit yo people were doing to my people. Like bending somebody over and fucking them in front of everybody is nasty work. Like nobody got time for that shit, bro. Goddamn, not the diddler. Goddamn.
Yo, devil's advocate, you fucked up.
Yeah, I'm still on the part. He said, "Fuck the ancestors."
I'm still on that fuck Harriet Tubman shit. Nah, damn, nigga, that's.
Wait, why don't you like Harriet Tubman?
That nigga said, "Fuck that bitch."
Why don't you like Harriet Tubman? I don't understand.
I never said I didn't like Harriet Tubman. I'm just saying I'm not with the whole.
She from Maryland.
No. That's not what I said. I was like, no. I was saying I thought she was like the way they told the story, they had it seem like she was coming up from Florida all the way to Pennsylvania, but her plantation is literally like 45 minutes from Pennsylvania.
Bro, the way they told the stories, I thought Martin Luther King was like one of Jesus' friends or some shit. I thought all this shit was
I thought that too. I thought that nigga was the greatest nigga on the planet, and then you realize what he was into.
I'm looking at my mom and them like, damn,
nigga
I,
was a
I
street
thought this shit
nigga.
was like
What was he
1,000
into?
years ago, nigga.
Martin Luther
What you
King.
mean? He was into them snow bunnies. I can't respect that coon and shit.
Lucas, get this nigga, man. Get him, Lucas. Get him,
How you
Buddy
gonna cheat
Hopper.
on how you gonna cheat on your black wife with some pale mutants? I'm good on that, bro.
Ain't nothing wrong with an occasional snow bunny.
Is that
Yeah,
is
if you
that doc?
single,
Is
sure.
that documented?
He ain't wifing them, man. He just
Yeah, it is, man.
play with
But
them soul bunnies.
That makes it okay because he just clapping cheeks. I got you.
Hey, he's
Yo,
a
wow.
man. He's got to get his rocks off from time to time. Wifey ain't around,
That's
you know.
wild.
Yeah, you gotta think about it. He was getting beat. He was getting beat, sprayed with water hose. The nigga needs some relief.
Out of all the
So
joints
that's a
you
lot
can
of
clap,
walking he doing, man. You know, he needs to be ridden. You
Man,
know what
that
I'm
nigga,
saying?
that nigga didn't discriminate. Like, let's say it. He didn't discriminate. He give it all, you know. He
I
was
mean, if
spraying
I was R.
all
Kelly, I'm not
all
gonna
type of
piss on
cheeks.
no black woman face. That's just how I look at it.
Whoa, what, nigga?
I said if I was
What?
R. Kelly, I'm not gonna piss on no black woman face. I mean, I'd have pissed on a white
That
woman
is
and
the
just been
most
like, "Well,
left fucking comment ever, yo.
how, nigga? You said he needed a release, and I believe it. Shit, sometimes you got to take the enemy to the motherfucking. You got to drag old Yeller out to the pastor sometime.
Damn.
Bust her down in the way that you don't want to do your old lady, and then just call it a day. I guess I don't know, but the nigga was a pastor, so I feel like that was a little bit of conflict of interest.
Listen, that too, Pastor. He over here doing some unholy shit.
You
I
be
mean,
remind me of. You be remind me of them type of niggas who be like, I'm gonna fuck that bitch from my ancestors and shit.
that's fucked up because I actually said that before, man. Don't.
Damn.
Two things can be true at the same time.
Lordy. All right. What time is it? It's 12:40. What are our final thoughts?
Man, I think y'all better get y'all shit together because these motherfuckers is trying some shit behind closed doors that we might not know fully about. And if the shit go through, this nigga said he want a date. I don't know if this nigga just got Netflix and just finally seen the movie Purge or what, but that nigga just came out with some shit that I already heard of before. Don't sound good for niggas because I heard that some people look like niggas is eating cats and it ain't true, but they spread misinformation because this nigga created fake news and now his homeboy talking about some, yeah, sometimes I have to come up with stories. What the fuck are we living in?
That nigga gonna get her ass purged and shit, bro.
Fair enough.
This nigga, he want y'all purged, man. I'm scared for y'all because I don't think y'all know how y'all credit score look like mine. 55, 223. I'm ready to pass my motherfucking credit score on to the next motherfucker.
I don't know. The purge sound like a good idea.
Who's Lord? All right. Thank you, him. Who's next?
Hey, thank you. Thanks for the stream. I enjoyed the panel. Y'all have a nice one.
You as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Man, thank you, Lucas, bro. You know, it was a pleasure, man. You know, I got to know you through Alex, you know. And I appreciate the stream, bro.
Damn, you and Alex, huh?
Yeah, Lucas know Alex, the homie Alex.
Oh, damn, Lucas. He calling you out like that?
Appreciate it.
No.
I think he means Alex Jones. But go on, big dog.
Not a goddamn thing right now.
All right, fair enough. All right, everyone, you heard. Buy up your groceries just in case. And be prepared.